The King's Citadel. Well, what can I tell you about them? About the ones who do the job no one else can do? Well, I can tell you this. Wherever they go, people notice. And wherever they are, hope follows. Hilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen war and peace, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. They came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. They've made friends along the way, salvage brokers, sheriffs, and everyday citizens alike. But they've also made enemies. Irulan Karnak, most powerful of the salvage brokers, the Order of the Emerald Claw, and even the Lord of Blades, if he truly exists. And, most dangerously, they've discovered something so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations. The Oracle of War. This powerful device will give anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle. And everyone from rival nations to greedy bandits will stop at nothing to possess it, especially now that it's begun to speak lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, which predicts all of Eberron's future. Well, they've survived the Grey, and saved Salvation. But can they survive the intrigue and deception of Sharn, City of Towers, where those with deep knowledge of the draconic prophecy must help decide what to do with this artifact? Only if they remember that in the end, all we have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Sharn. What better way to start a Sunday of tabletop fun and the community coming together than to have that intro video. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you folks had a pleasant evening after what has been an amazing first 2 days of ArvCon 2022. Welcome, everybody, as well to day 20 of Oracle of War, Season 2, A Century of Ashes. It is Eberron, and we are very excited to be here with the D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew for our marathon session. Before I go any further, just a couple of reminders, not this time about the channel so much, but much more about our charity. And actually, let me just make sure I've got that marked down and that marked down. Good, that's all good. So here's what we've got. First of all, please do follow the channel because that is important both for this event and for the channel overall. If you haven't already done so, please as well check out and subscribe to our YouTube channel, !ArvTube, because all of the ArvCon videos, and indeed all of these videos in our various campaigns, are going up there as well into various sorted playlists. At least I'm trying to make them sorted, not sordid. That's a whole different different things, sorted playlists. So there's that too. And so you can do that with !ArvTube. And the only other thing I'm going to mention about my stuff is !Grayshade KS, because on Tuesday, literally the day after tomorrow, we have the official publication, the official release day of my novel Grayshade from Athos Arts. I just got another lovely review from a book reviewer on NetGalley, which was really awesome. So the reviews are starting to come in. They have been very good so far. I'm very hopeful about that. And so the Kickstarter starts 2 weeks after the publication of it. So please mark your calendars, because that is going to be a big deal, !Grayshade KS. But everything else I'm going to talk about today is related to specifically the event we are supporting, and that is ArvCon 2022, the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. And it starts with a bang as Classicore donates $6.66. I don't know whether to be troubled by that, Classicore, so instead I'll just say thank you. That's a good way to start. I'm glad that we have already begun the chaos war of making not particularly round numbers in terms of amounts. But so there we are, 370666. Our goal this year, folks, was $4,000, and we have raised $3,706.66. We raised almost $3,000 yesterday. That was a big day. That might have been one of our biggest days ever for a one-day total. And right now, out of the clubhouse, or in the clubhouse, so to speak, it is the D&D with GOG crew that is actually, that's been the segment that raised the most. So we will see whether or not they raised over $1,000 during their segment. So we will see whether or not Eberron and the Infinity and Beyond crew can beat that. Last year, of course, we reached $7,000. That was a record. Our goal last year was $3,500. So we've already surpassed that goal this year, last year's goal. So we are only less than $300 away from $4,000. I can say less than $300 now, thanks to Classicore's generous support just now. So please consider jumping on board and supporting our charity. These folks do amazing work. The Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation has done and will continue to do amazing work literally for decades in fields of cancer research. And if you caught my interview yesterday with the scientists, three of the fellows, the stuff they're doing is everywhere from looking at the processes within earthworms and nematodes to looking at very basic ways in which the proteins function in these things, to things regarding using literally networked computers to process various aspects of how proteins develop and function. And they're doing amazing work. And these lead to Nobel Prize winning research and researchers. And that has real tangible effects on the ground. It really does ultimately help all of us in the fight against cancer. And we have made wonderful progress against this dread disease, but only because of the support that people give. And so we have raised so far $3,706.66. My hope is that we're going to get to this $4,000 goal fairly early on, and then just keep pushing. Can we reach that $7,000 limit, that record that we made last year? Can we surpass it? I'd like to think so. We're halfway through ArvCon, and so far we've done exceedingly well. So to all those who have donated, thank you so much. And to all the corporate sponsors, to all the individual sponsors, and of course to all the incredible mods. Thank you to all of the amazing mods who did such incredible work last night. Triffid was here doing incredible work. Rock God was here doing incredible work. Dragon Spear was here doing incredible work, including having put together the prize packs in the first place and the splash screen stuff that you see there. Hillness was here yesterday for a time. We had Coven that stopped in. We had obviously Shadowed Mage did all this work on the bot. Garlic Tofu, although she is at a convention selling books and stuff, was able to somehow stop in and lend support as well. So yesterday was great, starting with the interview, then going on to the D&D, the Adventures of Middle-earth, the battle in the burning house, so to speak, then moving on to D&D with GOG, that one-shot adventure, the pie fight against the big pie monster, and then having the concert last night with Kilgore, Chronowolf, Zach, and Indy. That was just amazing. And so we raised a ton of money, and we're going to do a bunch today. On the docket today, we have a big marathon session of Eberron coming up right now. That's going to be running until about 7:30-ish or so. Then we're going to be switching over, and tonight at 8 p.m., we have a big event starring the Rick Riordan Presents authors. And I'm very excited about this because we have Will Sobel, who's a wonderful GM, who's going to be GMing it. We have a group also of amazing players that we're going to have as a part of this too. And I could not be more excited to see that group kind of get together. Carlos Hernandez, well known, of course, to this this group will be there. Also, JC Cervantes, also Yunha Lee, and Kwame Mbalia. Those are your 4 players. Will Sobel will be DMing it. It's going to be a big deal, and I'm very excited for it. Thank you for the sub, JD Menders, and it's good to see you, Jeff. I I won't get into details, but I hope you're doing okay. Also, I think I saw a resub before. I think Brahms subbed as well, so thank you, Brahms, for the resub. We also had tons of subs yesterday, which was great, although I'm not pushing that. I'm pushing everything about the charity today, but thank you for everyone who supported in whatever way you did. So donating is the big thing. !donate will get you over to our Tiltify page. That will allow you to do what Classicor already did and will allow you to build up the amount that we have here. And again, let's see how much we can raise. I just want us to keep on rolling and see what we can do. Tomorrow we have 2 events on our final day of ArvCon. That will be at 10:30 a.m. with Brandon O'Brien and the Strange Friends from Speculate fame. They will be back doing a special adventure at 10:30 a.m. And then starting at 1:30 p.m., Mike Underwood will be back GMing the scientists that you saw me interview yesterday. They will be playing a game, and then I will wrap up ArvCon 2022 officially after that happens. So remember, we have donations, we have giveaways, we have all this stuff happening. So please become a part of it because that would be awesome. Now I'm going to turn myself on. Oh my God. As this happens. And Jeff Brozek has donated $100 to the cause. And says in the comment, hopefully my work will also be able to provide a matching donation, helping to fight those evil spells. Thank you so much for doing that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. And that is going to bring us to 3806. I haven't even introduced the players yet, and we're already making serious progress. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you. 3806.66. We are making great progress, and I cannot wait to see how we do today. So thank you very much. Thank you. With that said, I am now going to head over to the crew. I'm going to unmute myself and apologize for interrupting them. I think I saw cat shenanigans going on over there. And then I'm going to unmute them, and I'm going to, last but certainly not least, head over to reveal. I can see that we have here before us cuteness. You can see it, chat. You can see it. This is all part of my cunning plan. That is, see, now I'm going to wait for the donations to pour in with the emergence of the cat. That's just going to, you know the deal. It is great to see these folks. One quick note about the player not available, by the way. Our good friend John Helfers will be joining us, but John is currently on a plane. You'll be shocked to hear that the plane arrived late. That never happens. I mean, planes are always right on time.
Especially not on the biggest travel weekend of the year.
Yeah, no, I know, exactly. That never occurs. So anyway, but he is on the plane. He is flying back, and he will be joining us, but he will be a little bit late. So that's okay. We have decided we will sacrifice a Larian. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be fine. I'm just joking. But yeah,
you're just joking.
You folks, you'll be like, what happened? I'll be like, I don't know. I couldn't control them. They just said they just pushed you out of the train. I don't know. But anyway, no, it is great to see these folks with us. John will be joining us in a moment. But in the meantime, we have this wonderful crew of people, the Infinity and Beyond crew. I will start as per usual at the bottom. You want me? Should I start with?
No, I was just pointing.
Okay, I was gonna say. Oh my goodness, there is the number. Hillness has donated. Dude, Hillness is given, you've given so much, Hillness. I'm pretty sure Hillness is the top donator. He did. The message is simply cats. That's what it actually says.
Oh, and okay. Is Hillness in there? I will go get a cat and show him.
Well, listen, Hillness is in there, but I also have a big announcement, chat, because with that incredibly generous donation, we have just passed the goal. 4,041 and 24. We couldn't even start the game and we're past the goal. Thank you, Hillness. Seriously, Hillness has given hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So thank you so much, Hillness. I really appreciate that. That's really generous of you. And we did it, chat. We have hit the goal before we even started. And so now it's all gravy. Let's do it. Let's make this happen. We had $7,000 was our record last year. Can we surpass it? I think we can. That's amazing. Thank you very, very much. I feel so bad for the bots because they're like, we're caught up. And it's like, have several $100s more. Damn it. All right. Well, I think it's a good damn it, though.
And this is Mina.
And there we go. Another cat.
Yay, there's a kitty.
I like that we brought in. Now, see, I was about to make a joke for Trent, and I'm just going to try to. I was like, surely you have a cat head, a cat costume head in there somewhere, Trent. Surely you do, right?
No, I stopped doing mascot work a long time. Hang on.
I just have to believe that is amazing. Thank you so much, Hilness, and thank you everybody. Wow. I'm going to go tweet that out just quickly while he's finding this.
You said wow, and that's exactly what this guy is. He's one of the
There we go. There we go.
He's got wings and he's got a little scorpion tail. He's one of the
cute.
It's the Wind Rider cubs from World of Warcraft. the horde flying
so
mount.
cute.
That is cute. All right, so Tren, it's good to see you. Thank you again for giving up more of your weekend because you were here for 4 hours yesterday. Thank you for doing this. Just before I'm going to tweet this out, whilst I do so, the exciting news. Whilst I do so, can you tell us a little bit about how you're doing over the last 14 hours since I last saw you or something, and then who are you playing in our campaign today?
Well, how am I doing? Yeah. As you can see, I'm standing at my motorized desk, which we played into the intro yesterday, where while I was doing my intro, the desk was slowly rising and I was falling out of frame as the desk was going up. But I didn't do that this time. But I've replaced my big gun range target of the zombie dog that I used to have right here. I've replaced it with the more stuff from WoW, this beautiful Volpera study piece, and then these 4 inactive action figures from Babylon 5. Aside from that, it's been working on gotta check and see if yes, okay. It was like I had copied the link to my most recent Battletech audiobook narration, which I will put into chat right now. I had copied the URL into the buffer, but I was also sharing art with friends of mine on Discord, and I was like, oh no, which URL do I have? Is it porn or is it the thing from Audible? And so I was like, just be very careful before you hit enter. Okay, it's the right one. Click. Okay, good. We're fine now. Thank you. How are you? Who am I playing? I am playing the very easily distracted, because he has an incredibly high intelligence but very low wisdom, so his perception is awful. So that's why most of the time people are like, what do you think, Danton? And he's like, what? He's like, he had no clue what's been going on because he's been working on something. But anyway, yes, he is a human artificer, a battlesmith artificer who has his trusty sidekick. It has no choice but to be trusty. It's his creation, which is a steel defender named Spanner, who is Mechano Good Boy. Yes.
He is a Mechano Good Boy.
Mm-hmm.
He is a good. All right, good. As you were doing all that, I did listen to all that, but I was also in the process of tweeting,
sure.
so it was good. It was good. It was like stretch. That was good. Yeah, I do want to point out just quickly, Rockwood points out that Hilness might be getting the top prize unless someone donates, because Hilness is donated over this like a lot of money. But I would say there is time for others to challenge the supremacy of all of this is winning for everyone, because what we're doing is raising money for this incredible foundation and also bringing ourselves together as a community, because I have felt the positive vibes, and I'm not joking, all weekend, because that's what happens when people work together towards a common cause. There's an excitement in it, and it's an excitement not just because, yay, we're reaching a number, but because we're working together to do it. So thank you. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot. I would like
to make a request.
Okay, yes.
For future ArvCon,
mm-hmm.
ArvCons,
whatever.
Yeah. Could we stop having like incredibly attractive people on the thing? Because I came back from what I was doing last night, and I'm like, oh my God, who's this guy playing guitar? Oh my God, he's cute. Oh my God. I'm like, no, stop.
I'm sure Kilgore would be flattered that you were yes, that we're speaking, of course, about my friend Jordan Indiana Gonzalez, who is a very good dude. And I was really, the concert was great. Everyone really was like, they did really good performances, and everyone was just really into it. And the numbers were great all day. Anyway, I will do my best to completely ignore what you said, Tren, regarding that problem.
I figured you would.
Yeah.
But more importantly,
now we have, if I can do so without having a coughing fit, we have, of course, Marie, who is with us, and is our second person, although I know that Brahms is in this area too. I saw you talk about it in chat. But we have Marie, who, although storm-tossed, does possess a cat right now at the moment, as you can see.
I caught it during the storm, actually.
It just blew into your house, right?
Just blew into my house.
It is good to see you, Marie. How did you, as they say, weather the storm that Amal was talking about yesterday? How'd everything go there, and how are you doing now, and who are you playing today?
It was fun. In retrospect, it was fun. Even when it was going on, it was kind of neat. We were at some friends in Peterborough, which is about 3 hours away from Ottawa. And we didn't know how bad the storm was going to get, but suddenly I have one of my friends, Mark Robinson. He works at he's a weather network. He's a storm hunter, as it were.
Okay.
And I got a text from him, and he's like, super bad storm coming your way. And I'm like, I'm in Peterborough. He's like, still coming your way. I'm like, okay. And then
great.
the sky got dark, and we're like, okay, well, we were in a screened-in porch, so we're like, we're fine. And then the rain started, and it started going horizontal right into us. So we got in, and we turned around, and this giant tree had fallen between their house and the house next door, and the power went out. It was like this, within 10 seconds, it was like the whole landscape changed. It was
Wow.
crazy. And then we were looking, they have this giant window, beautiful house. And the tree, like the trunk was still in it, was just like one of the major huge branches that had fallen out. And the tree was going like this, like it was like moving. And I'm like, the whole tree. And I'm like, it's good that it's moving because it might not break, but it might get uprooted at this rate, right? So anyways, we made it through. My car took a fight. It was parked in the front, and it got in a fight with a tree. So it
lost that fight, I assume. Yeah.
Not so great. But I only lost like a piece of my bumper cover, so I duct taped the sucker, and my car is dark gray. Like, get dark gray cars or something that you can get a nice like duct tape that matches.
Can confirm. We saw this picture, by the way. So.
It's on social media. Check out Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
You can see what I did. A great patch job, and also it's in my car emergency kit. Always have a car emergency kit because it comes with duct tape. But like down the street, it was like all these giant looming old trees that had fallen down. And then we drove back 3 hours, and for those of you who know Ontario, we were taking the 7, and the whole road was out of power. So it was just a desolate landscape in which I was going, I hope I have enough gas. I hope I have enough gas. I hope I have enough gas. Because unlike in zombie movies, when there's no power, there's no pumping of the gas. So we kept moving, and then we got home to our little boys.
Were they freaked out by the storm? Like are they like dogs? Do they get like type of thing?
Some of them do. These guys seemed okay when we got home. But which is good because not much damage happened to our property though. Like, we were lucky. A tree fell down just 2 doors over, but not here. So we got really lucky because we have these beautiful giant trees in front of our house that form a canopy,
mm-hmm.
and it's beautiful. So we got really lucky that nothing got taken out. It was beautiful to see the insanity. And we had power, no internet for a few days, but overall, like we got off pretty easy.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad because it was the same. Amal basically said that they managed to avoid any serious issues, but yeah, and I guess the power grid was like, it was just a disaster. Like, it just disrupted that. Basically, that it was like, this is catastrophic and they can't just like, okay, we'll fix it in a couple days. Like, it's bad.
It was bad. And I mean, they said it was worse than the 98 ice storm, which was kind of always the thing that people referred to, like,
that's
this
is
baseline, ice storm bad. Yeah. So it was worse than that for the electricity. The good part is it was temperate, so it wasn't too hot or too cold, because that's when it's really dangerous, right?
Well, listen, as I've talked about before, Marie is one of my favorite people, and many of my favorite people live in Ottawa. So all of you are forbidden from having dangerous storms that could hurt you, and I'm glad that you are okay.
Yeah, it's insane. We're getting them more and more, though. Tornadoes and weird storms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we are safe. And yesterday, this is Oreo. He has a brother, Guimauve, somewhere in the house. Oreo played D&D for the first time in person yesterday. He's a big fan.
Okay.
So you might see him a bit. Yeah.
How did his first roll go? Did he?
You know what? He got a natural 20. So Carrie was letting him roll for her. He just kept batting that little sucker around.
Of course he did. Thank you. 7 Raiders from the Dirty 20 So, I mean, I guess there's 13 others that didn't arrive. Thank you very much to the Dirty 20 for the raid. Welcome to Dungeons & Dragons, Eberron-Oracle of War, and also welcome to ArvCon 2022, where we have surpassed our goal, and we are now charging towards what happens next. So, exclamation point, donate for details about that. Otherwise, welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Who are you playing today, Marie?
So I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, a Kalishtar College of Swords bard. So she sings, she stabs, she has a great time, and she especially is having a great time adventuring with her sister, who is played by Jen. So we are, I am very excited to be playing today. I have missed playing Mérimée, so this will be fun.
It's going to be a good time, so I'm very excited for it. And I am also excited, speaking of that aforementioned sister, I'm very excited to see the player for that. Jen, it is very good to see you. I'm glad that you're okay, too. I won't go into details there. I'll just say I'm glad that you're okay. How are you doing, roughly speaking, in the world, big picture,
it
and
has
all
been
that?
a rough couple of days. My husband is fine now. I hate vague booking, so I'm just going to put the blog post up if people want to read what happened like 2 days ago. With my husband. He's fine now. Social rules say tell the parents, and if you're telling a horrible story about loved ones or animals, always start with "they're fine."
Yeah. The school call, right? Every school call is always immediately like, "Hi, this is the school. They're fine. They're okay. They're fine." It's literally the first thing they say, because every parent's like, "What? What happened? What happened?"
Yeah. I have storms happening around me right now, but I should be okay. I don't know if you all saw it, but I have 4 cats, and one of them decided to throw up right next to me. So I was quickly trying to clean that up.
Did not see that.
It was you have a lot going on, and it was very small, and I was just like, what is that smell? Oh my God. Really right now?
Look what I made for you.
My gift to you.
But I recently had a story come out in Heroic Hearts, edited by Terry Hughes and Jim Butcher, and I'm very happy with it. I read the entire anthology, and I am pleased where my story sits in the set. I think it matches very well. Otherwise, I am dealing with lots of things, but I am here. It's early in the morning. I have coffee. I will have more coffee soon, and I have plenty of emotion to express today in whatever happens with our role play.
I was going to say, there'll be a good wellspring from which one can tap. I am very glad to see Jen and Marie and Trent with me. And again, for those of you who just joined, we will be joined fairly reasonably shortly, not too long, he said, hopefully, by our good friend John Helfers, who is currently on a plane and winging back to us. Would already have been here, but the plane was very late, and what a shock. Anyway, but John will be joining us later today. We are going to be on today until about 7:20 to 7:30, somewhere in there Eastern. We will have a couple of breaks along the way, because that's a very long session. But we are going to be talking today quite a bit about Sharn, the City of Towers. And so with that said, let's get into it. And let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session. Let me fire up a little bit of music while I do that. I am forbidden to ever use Spider's Web again, because it's bothersome to some folks. I understand why, actually. Okay, let's see. There we go. Okay, in our last session, the party at the King's Citadel, having saved the town of Salvation, having been the salvation of Salvation, if you will, from a group of assassins that had come seeking actually this artifact that I'll talk about in just a minute, have now traveled down to Sharn, the City of Towers. It is the largest city in Corvair. It is the largest city in the nation of Brayland, which of course is the nation for which this party works. And they took a lightning rail down down there, carrying a very important artifact, an artifact which could literally hold the fate of Corvair with it, because they have with them the Oracle of War, something they discovered when they were in the Mournland, in the Grey. They discovered this place in the ruins of the Fireweave Bazaar, discovered this artifact in the ruins of the Fireweave Bazaar, something which can give those who use it a major tactical advantage over any kind of environment that they happen to be near. So in this case, they actually use the Oracle of War to defeat and escape the Warforged that were hunting them down. But the problem is that, as Brahm said in chat, with great power comes great responsibility. With great artifacts comes great attention. And this thing brought a lot of that attention, because quite clearly this could tip the uneasy balance between the nations that have had an uneasy peace ever since the last war. Therefore, the party, having managed to fight off the assassins that had come seeking this artifact, realized that they couldn't stay in Salvation, and they can't just go out and bury it in the desert and hope for the best. So what they had to do instead was take this to the only place they can think of that might know something about it, Moorgrave University, which is one of the great universities of the known world, and where there are many people who study artifacts of this nature, and who in particular study the Draconic Prophecy. It is the Draconic Prophecy which gives people an understanding of what is to happen. It is said that the Draconic Prophecy predicts everything which will happen to the world of Eberron, and the Oracle of War at one point malfunctioned and started spitting out words from the Draconic Prophecy, which suggests that it's even more powerful than it might have seemed on the surface. So the party has taken the Oracle with them and gone to Sharn, the City of Towers, so they can take it to Moorgrave and find out what the hell this artifact is, and more importantly, what they can do about it. Can it be destroyed? Can it be buried? Can it be moved? Can it be something done with it? On the lightning rail, on the way down, they were able to speak to each other about how they wanted to conduct their business going forward. Their former companion, Yana, had gone into the Grey to return to find her destiny and eventually return perhaps to her people. And so the four that remain, Alarian, Nisiana, Merime, and Tantan, are on their way down to Sharn. But Sharn itself, of course, is filled with its own dangers. There are questions of the past, ones which perhaps Tantan might have some concerns with. There are questions about the loyalties to one's house and the way in which the responsibilities to that house have changed, things which Nisiana might be considering. Some people have not been to Sharn much or at all, and are perhaps uncertain about the condition of that city. That might be someone that Alarian would really fit in. And then there are those whose dreams have given them pause about what the implications of this artifact is and their role in it. And that, of course, is what Merime is dealing with. All four of them, for different reasons then, are coming to Sharn with uncertainties, with tensions, and with doubts. And as we ended our last session, the party was on the last, let's say, 15-minute stretch or so of the lightning rail as they started moving into the city of Sharn. So I want to give the characters a chance to sort of talk to each other about what they want to speak about, sort of last plans and, things to consider. And then when they arrive, they have one of the houses will be there to help take their things to a place where they are supposed to meet Callie Aaron, who is the contact for Hilar Brasal. Callie Aaron is someone who knows a great deal about city politics and also knows a great deal about Moorgrave University, and Hilar trusts her implicitly. And so the party has an appointment, I guess you might say, to meet with Callie at the Golden Horn, which is right near Moorgrave University, to talk a little bit about the university's things to keep in mind as they go to the university, because that is itself fraught. And at that point, the party will be able to do as it so chooses. So as I hand things back over to the party, they are on the lightning rail about 15 minutes outside of the city. They can see the City of Towers rising above them as they come closer and closer. And they also have one last bit of information, a newspaper journal article from last night, the night before the day that this is all happening, from the Sharn Inquisitive, Directive, which talks about a series of thefts at Morgrave University, which has made, in particular, Ilarion a little nervous about the prospect of having an artifact involved with him, too. So with all of that out there, I'm now going to hand things back over to Tantin, Nisiana, and Merime. Ilarion sitting at a table, staring outside the window, that 1,000 Starforge stare, while the three of you are there. Party, what would you like to do?
Nisiana has been a little bit off for the entire trip, basically. And she finally just looks at Merime and kind of gives her that, talk to me telepathy-wise. I don't want to have this discussion out loud. Is staring out.
So you hear, hey, what's up?
I'm really mad at you, but not in a normal way. I've been sitting on this since you died.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Sorry about that.
Well, no. I knew the gray was dangerous, and I knew we were going to be doing dangerous things. And you've always been okay. You've been hurt, but you've always been okay. And ever since I had to bring you back, things have changed. And I couldn't figure out how and why. And I've realized I'm angry. I'm so mad at you because I can't trust you to be okay. I until this point, you were always okay. I don't know how to go forward with this. The war was only 4 years ago. But I wasn't touched like this. What do I do? I'm so mad at you.
I mean, I'm sorry again. I mean, that anger comes, I think, from a place of love. So that's good.
I love you more. You are my world. You realize that, right?
Well, you are mine too. I mean, why? Part of me really wanted you to come out on the road with me, because then you're with me and I can keep you safe and you can keep me safe too. And for me, I always thought that when I was traveling with you, I had to be the big sister, that I was the one keeping you safe. And then when you brought me back, I realized that no, it's about us keeping each other safe. And that's made all the difference for me. I mean, I was in the war without you, and I got through some bad shit, but with you there, it made me, when I woke up after getting hit bad, it made me feel like I wasn't alone, that there was one person who would always have my back no matter what.
But what
So
if
I'm
I
sorry
fail?
you saw that.
What if I fail? What if I'm not there? What if I'm not good enough? What if I can't save you? And she kind of just gestures towards Tansen and the Starforge, and she's just sort of randomly flat flailing.
Merime kind of, I assume we're sitting in front of each other. So Merime leans down and offers her hand so that you put yours in hers if you're willing.
Mm-hmm.
So she takes them, and I don't have all the answers for you, but I know one thing: we're stronger together. And what if I fail? What would you tell me? What if I can't protect you? Because that's possible too, right? What would you tell me?
If you had asked me that before all this, I would have told you you couldn't fail. But that's not true anymore. But I was there, and we are there. I just wanted you to know why. It's a distant anger. It's there, and I don't know what to do with it.
I wish I could just take it out of you. I wish I could just, go back to that time before. I wish that we didn't have to ever step into the gray. And
Well, we're going to Sharn. Sharn's safe. It's not like the gray, right?
Sharn has different dangers, I imagine. I mean, I don't know what this world is, Nisiana. It's dark and sometimes bad things happen, but there's a lot of light too, and you're part of that light.
But we're not going to have people just attacking us in the streets, right?
Sorry, Trendane.
Sorry. Not a character I know, but Nisiana doesn't know, and she's just like,
no, yeah.
We're gonna be okay.
You've been to Sharn. I've
been there once or twice to a house, one of the healing houses. I mean, it's not like I went shopping or anything.
I mean, I grew up before coming to your house pretty much on the streets of Sharn. And I know the underbelly of the city, if you will. And there's good people again. There's always good people if you dare look for them. But there's a lot of people who want a quick penny or want power, or, a lot of people are willing to hurt others. So if all of us keep an eye on each other and keep each other safe, I think we'll be okay. But I wouldn't say
you tell me a fairy tale.
I mean, I could, but would you prefer the lie? The lie won't keep you safe.
No, and I'd just be mad at you even more.
Well, maybe you just be mad at me for a while, but be mad at me with me, and that's okay. I don't mind if you're mad at me, as long as you're still alive, you still love me, that you're still here. Rage at me, scream if ever you're angry, cry. I'll stay with all of it. I'll stand in that fire with you, with any fire.
I can't right now. Do you understand? I can't.
That's okay.
I am responsible for you all.
We're all responsible for you too. We're responsible for each other. You can't just take this on. That's...
Yeah, but I'm the healer. I heal you.
Yes,
and
but
given time, even I can help heal, mend Spanner.
Yeah, but we are here for you too. We'll keep you safe, protect you. Spanner will give you rides. Alarian will take the hits. I will stab as much as I can. Like, we will keep each other safe. That's what works best.
Yeah. I don't know what to do with this, and it's not here. It's up here, and it's waiting, and I feel like I'm going to lash out at the wrong time. And if I do, I want you to understand why.
Yeah, I understand. Just promise me you won't break away from me because of this, because that'll only make everything more dangerous.
No. Do you realize I feel like I can't let you out of my sight now? Like, I can't trust you to be okay. I have to be there. And I know that's wrong. And I know that you are capable. I mean, we may have to watch Tantin. He doesn't really actually pay attention around him, but he's got Spanner. Spanner will protect him. But I am angry. And I'm scared. And I don't want to lose you or anybody, but you, I don't want to lose.
I don't want to lose you either. I mean, if you want, Nisiana, and as you're working through your anger, know that if you ever decide that we leave the King's Citadel and just do something else, we can do that too.
We chose, well, the King's Citadel was chosen for me, but I took that oath, and I believe in that oath. And I hope the rest of us still believe in doing what's right. I mean, I know Alarian has some thoughts, and
yeah, there's a lot going on. We'll feel better once we get this Oracle of War away
safe
from us.
somewhere. Well, yes,
Mhm.
but that's another kettle of fish.
It is. And, maybe while we're here, we'll get the chance to see the beautiful things of Sharn. Maybe we'll get to hit a few shops and have some fun and laugh. I mean, laughter heals so much.
I know. And time. And
Mhm.
but there was so much blood. And you are most important in my world, above all. You know that. I
Same
choose
for you.
you above all.
Same for you. My dreams led me to you, and I've never regretted them, not one day, and I never will. So let's.
Okay.
Thank you for telling me. I know that's not easy, and I knew you were off, but I'm learning to let you. You told me to let you be independent and let you find your own road too. So I'm always with you, but I'm happy walking beside you or even behind you whenever you need me to do that
No,
too.
I want you in front of me so I can see where you are.
All right, I can do that too.
Plus, you have a much better chance of keeping arrows from actually hitting me.
I am here for that. I am trying to become stronger so that I can protect us both more. Just like you're trying to become a stronger healer as well. We're working on it.
I've had conversations with Eberron. I have some new skills that will help.
I have no doubt. You're only getting stronger all the time.
Yes. But this is Sharn. Hopefully we won't actually have to use any of them.
Once we get rid of that oracle, our lives will be different. It'll be nice.
Okay.
She squeezes your hands and gives you a mental hug.
Yes. All right. Sit back, look around for Tantin and Spanner. Just see what Tantin's working on right now.
I was going to ask, what is Tantin doing?
Tanton is still working on his elemental trap.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
Banner is in the cargo car sitting on top of the box that the Oracle is in. He's basically guarding it.
And as you were coming out of this conversation, you can see that Alarian, what is indeed he thinking, or what are they thinking? Perhaps it's something about the time that he first saw this city. Perhaps they're thinking about what must be done for the party, or perhaps they're not thinking at all, but simply in some state of suspended animation. But as the train pulls into Sharn, you get to see your first real sight of the city. Now I'm going to jump over to the map because I want to show the players a little bit of a cutaway of the great city of Sharn. Sharn is called the City of Towers because it is as much vertical as it is horizontal. And you can see here that there are multiple levels. Now, if you go all the way to the bottom of it, right, and you look at these sort of lava pools, that's obviously pretty bad. And the cogs, which is where a lot of the engineering of the city is managed, tends to be a very difficult place. It is a place where there's a great deal of crime. This is where people go when they don't want to be found. They usually go down into the cogs. And there are times where once they get down there, there's a belief from some people, although the city officials had never admitted it, that once they're down in the cogs, sometimes the city's like, okay, good. Now we don't have to worry about tracking them down because they're not going to come out of there. So the cogs, as I said, is a very dangerous place. But a lot of the time that you're going to be spending, at least initially, is going to be in one of these 4 levels. The lower city is the largest of all of the levels of Sharn. And the lower city, starting with the depths and then over to the central plateau, is where a lot of the trade and a lot of the a lot of what people see when they first come to Sharn, it takes place in this lower city. Morgrave University is in the Memphis Plateau, and I think I may have mentioned this before, but in the adventure they talk about how you're going to be walking in Memphis. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So put on my Eberron shoes. Anyway, so there's that. The City of the Dead, which is the graveyard, essentially the mausoleum, a very enormous one, is also on this lower level. When you get up to the middle city and then the upper city, a lot of the merchants will sometimes live in the middle city. And when you get up to the middle and the upper city, you're dealing with where a lot of the governmental officials live and where the folks who run the city actually are. The Skyway above is for the absolute elite of the elite, and there are times where there will be parties and celebrations and things like that that happen up in the Skyway, but you don't get up there without serious credentials or serious money or both. That area is particularly well guarded, and there is surveillance going on all the time, and the Skyway is basically, people do not mess around there. As you can see, this is again a cutaway, so the city is actually built on these towers that lead all the way up. And so there are many bridges that span over and connect places from one to the other, and it is not an uncommon sight to see people occasionally fall from one of those levels. I'm sure that it's always just falling, not, it's always accidents, I'm sure. None of it's ever deliberate. Falling from one level to one of the lower levels. There are also many things that are designed to get you from one place to another, not just by using ground transportation, but by sky transportation. There are what they call these sky coaches, which are powered often by, as you might not be surprised to hear, excuse me, air elementals and elementals just like the lightning rails that are trapped in these sky coaches and then pilot them from one place to another. There's also steam powered technology here too. Yeah, trapped against their will and all this. So steam power technology, there's that too. And so you will see a lot of that. And the higher up you go in the levels, the more spectacular with these these glass-topped bridges and these and glass roofs and the sparkling of the light that hits the top of them. It's really spectacular. And as you get lower and lower in the city, of course, the light doesn't shine down there, either in reality or metaphysically or metaphorically. So it is a city of contradiction. Sharn is also an enormous city, so it's going to take some time if you're walking by foot to get across it. You have to go a very long way to get from one place to another, unless, as I say, you take different forms of transportation. So as you are pulling in... my notes. So as you're pulling in here, you are traveling as you pull into the City of Towers. You are arriving here at the Terminus Station. And the Terminus Station is also near that... Sorry, still getting over this cold that my son gifted me. The cold is gone. Now I'm just dealing with this lingering cough. So the Terminus Station, and you can see as you pull in, Merime and Nisiana, I think, since you're the most interested in looking out the window and not as much at the elemental trap that you're working on. But Merime and Nisiana, looking out the window, you can see the rain falls in sheets across the city. And so its bridges and mezzanines and plateaus are currently covered in wet gloom. And your rail is thundering into Terminus Station. And you can see there's a whole group of people lining up. And at first you think that maybe they're like, family members or something like that getting ready to greet people. But then as you go along, it's not actually that. You can see that they all are dressed in these uniforms and outfits. And you're pretty confident looking at it that you're looking at the marks of House Orion. House Orion, as I might have mentioned, is known for its ability to create travel and transit. They are the House of Travel and Transit. In particular, House Orion here often employs porters to get things from one place to the other. And you may remember that Hilar had mentioned that there's some of your stuff was going to be picked up and brought there. House Orion is renowned for its ability not only to take things from one place to another, but to keep them safe while they do it. Some of the greatest security is not actually in Brayland to be found protecting the houses. It's to be found protecting the various members of House Orion who are taking things from one place to another. So it is the definition of tight security. And so they're also, as I think I mentioned last time, not cheap. So they are quite expensive, but they are very reliable. And so as you arrive and the train pulls to a halt, you can see a bustle of people outside. And one of the House Orion porters greets Hilar, speaks to him briefly, and then sort of signals a couple of people, and you can see your luggage is starting to be offloaded. Now, Tanton, when they get to the box, the House Orion porters are going to, want to unload the box that contains the Oracle of War also.
I'm sure they will.
So what's Spanner and all that stuff?
Oh, he's not letting anybody near that box till I get there.
Right. So I'm curious about that. So there's a moment where, are you aware as the train comes to a stop that people are starting to offload it? Are you just like completely occupied with the trap so that you're not going to try to get off the train, or like what, like how would you do it?
He's too nervous about going back to Sharn that he's completely oblivious about it. He knows he's pulling in, and so he's starting to put his stuff away. Eventually, kind of getting rid of the stuff he's not going to be immediately working on until he's down to like one or two little things that he can just toss into his bag and get up and move. But he is acutely aware of the fact that he is home. And so he's ready to get up and move as soon as the train comes to a stop and he starts seeing the porters move because he's familiar with who they are.
Okay. So then as the porters come in, there's a moment where there's like they're bringing the luggage out, but there's a delay in bringing out some stuff from the baggage carrier. And eventually one of the porters comes out and says, I'm most sorry, but one of the items in there is being guarded by a mechanical dog. And the mechanical dog does not want us to take it. And so Hilar kind of slightly smiles, and I'm not surprised. And he turns to you, Tanton, and he says, are you able to tell Spanner to allow them to transfer this thing now?
And Tanton just sort of looks back and forth and then just lets out this incredibly shrill, loud whistle, and Spanner comes running out, stops, sits down.
You hear one inside the train, ah! Like someone who's still left inside, who kind of like bumps to the side. Okay, so he comes out, and the porter says, thank you, and kind of sidesteps around and gets into the train, and then comes back and he and a few of the other porters bring out the box within which, of course, is the Oracle of War. Hilar, as you're unloading stuff, is kind of, watching intently and whispers a couple more things to the porters as they're, bringing the stuff off the train. And then says, as they're sort of basically moving it onto these carts, which are then going to be trundled away, he then says, all right, so that's going to be taken to the Golden Horn Inn near Morgrave. So now the question is, we have this meeting I told you about with Callie. She's going to be there in a little bit. We can go directly there. You could take a little bit of time if you wish, but you'll probably have more time after that meeting to do what you want. But it's up to you, whether you want to head over to the Golden Horn and meet with her to talk a little bit about Morgrave.
I don't really feel good about leaving the Oracle, but...
Do we already have rooms?
Yes.
Oh.
We already got them. I sent ahead for it.
So it's not like they're just going to leave the box sitting out in the
No,
lobby.
they are.
Oh.
He said and Hilar says, like, his smile disappears. He's like, no, they will be taking the thing directly to the rooms, and that they're going to be actually watched over until we arrive there.
By people you trust?
Yes, all these people are ones that I trust. And he kind of gives a rueful smile. That's why they were expensive. But fortunately, the Citadel is picking it up, as they should be.
And how long do we have before the meeting?
Well, it probably would take us, I would guess, about 30 minutes to get there. Meeting's supposed to take place in a little over an hour. So you could, if you wish, look around for a little bit around the place, or you could go and wait. As I say, afterwards, you'll have some more time to decide how you want to handle things.
Well, travel in a new place usually takes longer than expected. So maybe we should just head towards where we're supposed to go.
Yeah. We can do it at a leisurely pace to get an idea of the sites and kind of get our own footing, if you
Okay.
will.
Where did
And
you
what
say
level are we on? We're on the lower level?
Yes,
Lower
you're on the
city?
lower level, and you're actually in the Memphis Plateau is where you're
Okay.
headed to,
Yeah.
the one that's in the front there of that cutaway.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay, so so you're going to make your leisurely way over, as you said.
I'm
And-
all eyes, by the way. I'm looking at I am a tourist.
Okay. Yeah, and so a couple of things to note about this place that are pretty serious as you're moving along here. So as you're sort of making your way through, it normally would take the Memphis is connected to a couple of places. There's Tavik's Landing. You can see that on the right. Every time you come back, the donation amount doubles. You want to see it at 8,000. So do I, Rock God. So do I. From your lips to the donator's ears, I hope. So on the eastern side of the city, you can see that you've got Tavik's Landing over there. And that's which is Memphis is connected to. Then there is the lower city, and then on the western side, you've got Dura. Now, Dura is one of the largest, probably the largest region in the lower city. But in Memphis Plateau, you have got a couple of things that are particularly notable. There is a residential district, which is where most of the students and faculty live. And literally, many of the students and faculty live in Ivy Towers. Pause. Ivy Towers. Oh, and I think, yes, indeed. I think actually that we have someone who has joined us. The pictures are a little messed up. Cameras are a little messed up. I'm going to address that problem right now. Suddenly, as you're walking along, Larian's like, and suddenly comes to and suddenly seems extremely engaged and interested.
We've managed to waste enough time to get him here for the
Go
part that we
team,
need him for.
Yep.
Yeah, go team, go.
Go team, go! It was not a waste. It was all part of hugely important role play that was part of this.
Oh, dude, your beard. Holy crap.
I'm so tired.
Oh no, Hilarion needs a nap.
Oh no! All right. Let me just capture pictures. I'm going to see if I can get actually John's picture up so that people can see him, and then it sounds like it was quite a time. Quite a time. Okay.
Who
Getting
that
home,
traveling-
yes, quite a time. That is exactly.
Who knew that traveling by lightning rail could be so exhausting?
It's true. This lightning rail that you were on did not actually took a little longer than you expected. Okay, so of course I'm talking here. Your thing is on, by the way, John. I don't know if you know that. Your business. Yeah, your
Everybody can hear
Alarian
you.
voice.
Oh.
Because we're up and rolling and what?
I'm talking the exact way for the whole time. Yeah, exactly. No, hold
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that's fine. I didn't know. You are now here and
on.
you're on.
I kid. Hold on.
Okay. It's like that's your normal voice.
Exactly. What makes you think it isn't? Oh,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. Stop space overlord. There we go.
Hey, there it is. Okay. So good to see you, John. I now got you up there as I'm capturing the rest of the video. Thanks. I'm glad to see that you got in okay in the end and all that. How you doing? How's life in the universe with you and all that kind of good stuff?
Good. There is. It was. So we went to a licensing expo, and the meetings we had and the opportunities there are phenomenal. It's really. The next year is going to be very, very interesting for Catalyst. Huge opportunities. So yeah, it was fun. And then hung out, shot some weapons, including automatic weapons at a range. And a couple of our people who scored high in a contest got to drive a tank over a car. I just got to watch because I was lazy. We saw Cirque du Soleil and went to Omega Mart, which is a weird installation, I guess, created by George R.R. Martin and other people. And it's this very strange installation. Shadowrunny about like the consumer market of the future, and then it gets weirder from there. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So, great time. It's the first time I'd seen a lot of the group in over 2 years, so it was really fantastic to have everyone in the same area.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. So I don't regret it, even though I had to cut it really tight and stay in Detroit overnight, which was fun. Because I didn't make my right flight through Georgia, but it's all fine, and I'm here. So there you go.
You actually made it. I'm glad that you're here. I know you're tired, and thank you for doing that stuff. You're just so you know, your internet's a little in and out on this, or you've roboted out a couple times. It seems to be okay-ish at the moment, but I'm just letting you know a couple times that. Did everyone else catch that, or was that just me?
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, there was some couple like dropouts and stuff. So I'm letting you know. Hopefully that won't be a problem long
It's
term.
not really a robot, though. I mean, that's kind of heartless. You know.
Yeah, like a Starforged, I guess.
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
Yeah. Like that, like something like that.
With intermittent, the slugs in the speech center of their processor. That was Sheriff. Damn it.
Sheriff. We hardly knew you. Hold on.
Are we?
I never got Sigma reports.
There.
There
All
we
right,
are.
I switched to my 5G network, which is more than twice as much as 2.4. So that should fix the problem, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, that seems better.
Oh,
That seems better. So, so yes, it's good to see you. As you might be able to see, we have already passed our goal. We are at 4,041.24. We had a goal of 4,000, so we have surpassed it already.
Guys,
But our record last year was 7,000. So can we
know.
reach this? Can we reach this level?
Well, I have
We will
much less
see.
to shave this time, so you know.
That's true. That's true.
yeah, I'm making up for it. So
There you go.
Yeah, that's true. Is
I
there
don't
like
think
a?
I've ever seen you with a goatee.
Nope. So the reason is I had the full beard, but I was trimming it before I left, and I accidentally cut a line in the side. I'm like, I can't go and meet strangers.
You couldn't do
looking like
a line on either
No.
side.
well, no. And so I'm like, this is a great time to do a goatee and be Evil John for a week, and it actually turned out pretty well. So I kind of enjoy it.
Yep.
No, yeah.
I had
if
goatee
you
for a
wind
while.
up in
I
that
liked it.
situation again, you just do your beard up really weirdly, like the Hunger Games, like the
Right. Curlicues. And,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 'cause I got time to do that. Delightful, sir.
But anyway, so yeah, so the goal's gone
Well,
very well. and
congratulations.
We're making
Yeah,
our way. Thank you.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
great. That's awesome. But we got higher. We got 7 hours of playtime.
That's right. We got time to do this. In, so, so tell us who you're playing today, John, please.
Oh, we're live right now.
Oh yeah, we've been live.
Good. I wasn't cussing up a storm. Yeah.
No, you've been here the whole time. I think that Jen actually said that, or Marie did. Somebody did.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting session. I'm playing Valerian, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis. Yep, that is what I'm doing.
All right, and now that I have all the pictures
Happy
captured,
to be here. Yep.
it is great to have you here. Yep. So we're all here. You're getting hyped up for Gen Con. That's good, Helmus, because many of us will be there. So I'm glad that you're getting hyped up for it. I am excited for it too. And there will be
It's all
a
officially announced, right?
yes, we are. I think we are now officially announced. And the only thing we have not officially announced yet is the author guest of honor, and that is above my pay grade to announce that. So I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, everybody else is announced and all that. So we've also seen some of the events. I'm going to be doing a live D&D event again, with in front of a studio audience, as they say. And we're going to have lots of panels and workshops there. And yeah, so it's going to be good times, and I'm excited about that. Although first my attention has to be on, after this is done, my attention is on Grey Shade and then on Origins. But then after
Grey
that,
Shade
we'll do
comes
that
out.
stuff.
The
Tuesday.
Kickstarter comes out Tuesday.
Gray Shade, the novel comes out. I've actually just got another really nice review from a reviewer this morning. So we've had so far 3 for 3 on really good reviews. And so I'm hoping for the best. But there's a lot riding on it. So, book comes out Tuesday, and then the Kickstarter launches 2 weeks after that for the second 2 books and the tabletop game. So, and Trent's audiobook too. So, yeah. So it's gonna be good. So I'm excited and I'm happy about it. But all right, so just to catch you up very quickly, John, where we are right now is there was a very very involved conversation between Marimé and Nisiana, where Nisiana kind of confessed some of her anger at Marimé for dying on her almost, and the experience that she had as a result.
I got to channel some of my anger about what happened to my husband,
which we talked about before. Yeah.
But you wouldn't have seen it in character. All you would have seen is the two of us looking at each other, Nisiana flailing her arms, and then Marimé grabbing her hands, and the two of them looking at each other kind of intently, and then that's
when you put it that way, it feels much more like a Muppet skit than anything. It's just like
that's literally what it is, because I speak with my hands all the time.
So that happened, and then you actually pulled into Sharn, and the Oracle of War and so on has been offloaded. You remember that House Orion, the porters from House Orion, who are extremely secure, like expensive and secure, this is what they do, brought the stuff, your luggage including that, directly to the Golden Horn Inn. And the
Spanner almost ate a stevedore.
That's true. Yes, Spanner was not happy about any of that until, so to speak, until Tanton was like, okay. So
just to remind you, Greg, it is in a box. It's not like uncovered.
No, I know that. I know.
Okay.
They just took it. It like fell open and everything. No, I know.
It was
see
the Oracle of War.
Yeah, exactly.
Tuppence, that kind of thing.
One night only, Oracle of War.
Protocol active.
Yeah,
exactly.
hear your own draconic prophecy.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, none of that is the case. But we had shenanigans yesterday during a different session during the battle against a big.
You assume we won't?
No, you will have your own different kind of shenanigans. I have no doubt.
Oh my God.
But anyway, so they did that, and then the conversation with Callie Aaron, who is the contact that Hilar is going to speak to, who knows all this stuff about Morgrave. Who's going to be meeting you at the Golden Horn. That's going to take place roughly in about an hour. And it takes about a half hour to get to the Golden Horn. And then after that, it's going to be up to you in terms of, you have the university. You can find out more information about that. You obviously have Sharn in general. I also explained a little bit about the design of Sharn. You can actually see that in Roll20 on your screen. Just very quickly to summarize, the bottom level here, lava pools, are basically, that's where a lot of the geothermal energy that heats the city, and from which they channel a lot of their steam power to be able to control elevators and things like that. Then you've got the cogs, which is really where a lot of the bottom machinery and engineering of the city takes place. It is not a nice place. It's where a lot of criminals and folks go when they don't want to be caught, and sometimes the city's like, great, that just stay down there then, and just kind of leaves people there. So much of the encounter that you have with the city that people have when they go there is in the lower city, which is where you first arrive. That's the largest portion of the city. Dura is the province you can see on the western side, which sort of dominates it. But then you've got also North Edge, you've got the the Central Plateau, and then you've got the Memphis Plateau, which is where Morgrave and the Golden Horn is. That's also where you are at the moment. I mentioned that the adventure talked about walking in Memphis, which I thought was a good joke. Anyway, and then you have the middle city, and then the upper city, which is the middle city is where a lot of the merchants are. The upper city is where you have a lot of the higher ups, the nobles, a lot of government officials, and the Skyway is for where the elite of the elite are. And although there are sky coaches, which are controlled often by trapped air elementals, although there are steam powered devices that get people from one place to another, there are more than a few incidents of people falling from one level to another and not surviving the fall. No doubt always accidents. I'm sure that those aren't ever deliberate in any way. So that happens quite a bit too. And you now are literally standing next to the train, having decided that you were the Nisiana Mermaid and Tantan had just decided that you were going to kind of make your leisurely way over towards the Golden Horn, and then after the meeting with Callie, you could then decide where you wanted to go from there. That was the general consensus, but obviously you can decide what you like too, Larian. And now I think you're caught up.
Okay. Thank you. So we are. Where's the Oracle now? It's being taken into the care of the FedEx guys.
You're correct, House Orion.
Right. And then
yeah.
Are these layers aren't actually floating in midair.
No, they're not. This
they?
is just a cutaway.
Okay.
No, because it's hard to get a map of Sharn for that reason. Yeah, it's literally stacked on top of each other. The Skyway is literally all the way up. Now, the Skyway is partially a floating. That is actually partially magically maintained in the air, but the upper, middle, and lower city, that's just one continuous, set of buildings, basically. That's why it's called the City of Towers, because of these. It's been built up. And the Dagger River is the thing that surrounds basically the western side of the city below. One last note, the City of the Dead is basically the city's mausoleum. The city is enormous, by the way. It usually takes about a half hour just to walk across one of the wards, and the wards are like, Tavix Landing and stuff like that you see on the map. Dura, which as I said is the largest one, probably would take about an hour if you were walking across it by foot. So most people try to, if they walk, they are walking at a leisurely pace. And it's a very sort of, it's a place where a lot of people travel, using other modes of transportation. So as you were walking, I think I was talking about these ivy towers, where the students and faculty of Moorgrave usually live in these ivy towers. There's also in the Menthis Plateau, as you're walking along, there is a thing called the 7th Tower, which is a shopping district. And this shopping district has restaurants and goods of sort of comfortable to wealthy quality. Think like, I'm going to make references you might not know, but sort of like boutique-y, like, Nantucket, or like certain places in Rhode Island where they're like upscale, like little sea towns where everything is small and costs 5 times more than, if you just bought it from a vendor on the city at New York City on a table or something. That sort of thing, right? It's what the market may bear. But there are nice things up there. There's also quite a bit of art in that area, art galleries and little things like that. And the last two things and then there's also, Denius is a haven for many that are interested in the culture of gnomes from Zilargo. So it's a heavily gnomish population, a lot of gnome immigrants there, and there are a lot of sages and artisans in Denius. It's a good place to be able to find wisdom and knowledge about different things. It is also a hotbed of schemes and intrigue because the Zilargo immigrants survived in large part by being able to come up with ways to outthink those who were continually discriminating against them. And so there's a lot of that you can find there. And I think the only other note to mention here is there are other things that I'll be able to talk about as well. There are places of illicit forms of entertainment in Lower Methys called Firelight. That's very much like the seedy side of Vegas, I think might be the way that I would describe it. It's basically the red light district, kind of. And then Torchfire is a district with a notorious reputation. It has great theaters with like musical comedy and lowbrow entertainment, and it's where a lot of like aspiring actors and so forth can get their start down there. But it's also it's got cheap entertainment and very dangerous alleyways. You do not want to go in the alleyways there. It's where they send a lot of tourists because the tourists go in with money and come out with nothing if they're lucky. So you got to be careful and keep your wits about you in Torchfire. And then I think the only other thing I need to mention here is on the magic side, if anyone is interested in that sort of thing, there are magical goods and services which can be found in the Everbright district. Exotic components, there are mage rights for hire who can sometimes infuse things with magic, common or uncommon magic items. Tantan, you have spent more than a little time in Everbright because there's a lot of research that's done there also on elemental work and stuff like that. And so a number of people that come from House Cannith actually hang out a lot in Everbright, basically. And then there's, I'm not going to go through all of it, but those are just some highlights to think about as you go through.
But no, Arv, I want an actual list of every single store and shop.
There's also,
come on, dude.
No, I mean, it's a huge city, so there's a lot, but I don't want to overwhelm people right now.
We do need to do some shopping. Like I need to get some alchemical.
Yeah, I got rid of my glitter kit, so.
Glitter kit, what was it? It was, an alchemist stuff.
Yeah, your alchemist and my makeup kit, we both used those to good effect.
Very good effect, but we no longer have herbalism kits or your glitter kit.
I need my glitter, come on.
So yeah, basically I think the way to do it is to tell me if there are particular places that you want to aim to look. As long as you don't go too far afield, you should be okay to get to where the university district is. As I said, the Golden Horn is in the university district, like not far from the place.
Well, actually, go ahead.
It's like if we do pass some place that looks like it would sell an herbalism kit, I just want to kind of make note of it and point it out so that we have to come back here.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are plenty of places where you'd be able to find that. There is actually a mercantile district called Kassan Bridge, which has a lot of like more modest goods like that, as opposed to the upscale stuff I mentioned. And it's also a place where there are a lot of immigrants from the Shadow Marches. So it's a lot of place where you can find particular kind of Shadow Marcher herbs and cuisine and stuff like that from outside the city. There's, by the way, think of any large city in our own world. There's lots of stuff like that, little neighborhoods, like the equivalent of Little Italy and stuff like that. There's even a place called Little Plains, which was founded by Talenta halflings. Talentas often take dinosaur mounts and companions, and so they've also got a lot of their stuff here. There's a central campground for visiting halfling nomads, and so you can find Talentan foods and crafts there as well. So if you're interested in finding out more about those cultures, there's likely to be a place in Sharn that would have it.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah. So you tell me if there's any other place you want to stop as you go along. Otherwise, I'm just assuming you're making your gradual way, your way towards the Golden Horn. At a certain point, what's the crew? Yeah, Dragon, I think it's at top 3. I have to look at it again. I think Hillness right now is one of the top, because I think Hillness has donated 500 because he's incredibly generous. So I think it's around 500 right now, and I think it's Hillness where we're at. And as you saw, Dragon, we've now passed our goal, which is great. So we're just layering on now. Let's charge it on ahead. I need everybody, as you are passing by one of the alleyways, probably only about 10 minutes now from the Golden Horn. I need everyone to make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, good.
Dinosaur, it's what for dinner? These are kind, gentle dinosaurs, Prince Justin. No, what's up?
I shouldn't have done that.
They will kill you before they
Exactly. They're very merciful dinosaurs.
We're still distracted.
I like the idea that Isiad is just looking up, like the classic,
I am a tourist. I am just like, wow, I haven't been here in years. And
Tanta with a 15K.
Wow.
Coming. Hold on. 17.
Okay. Tantan and Alarian, I think Nisiana and Merame are probably chatting with each other and looking up at the cool places and are not really paying that much attention to the other stuff around them, to a degree. I'm not saying in a silly way, but Tantan and Alarian at one point, you notice, and I would say that Alarian probably notices this a moment before Tantan does. There are, of course, a number of people in this city, many people that are sort of passing around you on their way to various places. Incidentally, Sharn is also known as the City of Colors because the outfits that people wear are often so brightly colored. Like there's just this array of every kind, and I'm talking about not just bright colors, but just all shades, as you're walking along from all of the various communities that live within the city.
Like the Diwali festival.
Like the Diwali festival?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
They have them out here. They're just a cacophony of beautiful
That's
colors
awesome. That's
all
really
over.
awesome.
Oh, it's a beautiful Indian celebration.
That's cool.
It's beautiful.
And thank you, Prince Justin. Yeah, well, Sharn's an amazing city. I would love to go to a place like Sharn too. So as you're walking along, again, people passing by you, but you notice that there is one person in particular who is has kind of short black hair and is dressed in green and brown, basically like a green tunic and then brown, and has these kind of bracers, which suggest that although he's not like a warrior, definitely this is not just decorative, like they're sort of combat oriented things. And Alarian, you have noticed him. Every other thing is just sort of a bunch of different colors and people going by, right? But this is someone that you see repeatedly, like just sort of you're looking over this way and that guy is there, you're looking over that way, that guy is there. And a Tanton, I would say pretty much, if Alarian, whether or not Alarian points him out, eventually you would notice that too. And he seems to be following along at a respectful pace and a respectful distance and pace. Like he's not glaring at you with evil eyes, but definitely you seem to be followed.
All right, I catch Maramay's attention and tap my temple.
Yo.
Not that one.
The other temple.
Bring everyone in, please.
Sure. One phone service coming up. I tap everyone in.
No, TNT.
Please tip your operator.
Sorry, the party you're trying to reach is not available, but this time, please.
If
check
you
the
know
episode.
your party's extension, please dial it now.
Once everyone's together, 'cause I did actually want to say a couple things, but real quick. Number one, Mary or Tanton, do either of you know if the camera housemates that's carrying our thing, Arv, the house, what's his
The
name?
House Orion is the name of the
Yeah.
house. You don't know the particular porter, but
Yeah,
House
that's fine,
Orion.
that's fine. Does House Orion provide for secure storage as well as transport?
I'm sorry. Literally, the fanfare just went off as you said that for the donation. So you said like, does he provide for security? Ta-da! Is literally what went off right after that. Oh my God, that was great. I'm so sorry. And also, that was also a big one coming to us from Dragon Spear, who says, "Death to all cancers, $200.76." Thank you very much, Dragon Spear, for that. That's wonderful. And that brings us to a total of 42 and 0 cents. We have had a war going on about even versus, round numbers versus not round numbers. So anyway,
And
thank
that
you,
war
Dragon.
is probably not over. And I would like to note that death to all cancers probably includes some that are in the Senate and the House. So,
Yes, to other kinds of metaphorical cancers, in other words. Yes, I would agree with that. Anyway, thank you, Dragon, so much for that. Dragon Spear has done an incredible amount for this, as I said, behind the scenes, too. Okay, sorry. So you asked about that. Is anyone else going to answer? I assume that was a question not for
Tanton would
me, but
know.
for everyone else. Yeah, Tanton would certainly know.
Right.
So what is Tanton going to tell him?
I mean, the answer to that is, as I mentioned before, yes, it is exceedingly secure. In fact,
In
as I think,
transit, yes, but what about storage?
no, even when it's in storage, they're very careful about it. Now, they are not long-term storage, right? Like they're not designed to keep, but as far as like for a day or so, they pride themselves. In fact, there is even a branch of House Orion whose job it is, if anything is stolen, to hunt down the thieves, find the item, and I don't want to tell you what they do to the thieves. They do not joke around.
Love it. Love everything about that.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do not joke around. That's why they're so
I'm telling
expensive.
you, they do not joke around.
I just wanted to point out before I forget, Greg, that I have as my urchin background City Secrets. So,
Yep.
so I have that. So just so you know, so we're not in combat. We can travel between any two locations in the city twice as fast as your speed would normally allow.
Okay.
And I can find passages through the urban sprawl that others would miss and stuff. So just so you know, I have that. I don't
Okay.
know how you want to play it. It's up to you, but I just want you to be aware.
Well, I have a quick question about that. Did you, because I don't think, because Maramay did not grow up in Sharn, right?
She spent some time in Charm.
I know she spent some time in Sharn. Okay. So what I would say about that is that's fine. And that's actually very useful. And I think will be helpful information as we go forward for this. there are going to be parts of Sharn that you'll be less capable of doing that in, but definitely I think in the lower districts, which is where I would assume Mermaid spent a lot of her time.
Yeah.
Then
That's where
yes.
she refined,
Yep.
pocket picking and stuff.
And so when I
The
give you some of
urchin
this information,
neighborhoods,
you may
yeah.
even know like, oh, we should check this place out because of this. So yeah, and that's why I'm saying there's so many districts and places to know in Sharn that rather than giving you all like the full gazetteer for 3 hours and boring everyone to death, I think it's better for people to say, I'm looking for this sort of thing, and I can give you some info about whether that would be found. And yes, Merame, travel to that would then be faster and occasionally more secure depending on the circumstances. So
Makes sense. Awesome.
Okay. Good. And then second.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Trent.
Well, it's just meta stuff because I'm sure you're going to appreciate this, John. Marie, since you have different nail colors, you need to change the color of your dice.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
I do appreciate that. You're darn right.
Because it's going to be black dice.
Yes. Black is for the day. So thank you for that. It does have rainbow sparkles, glitter in it, but I don't think you can see them. But
black with
anyways,
rainbow sparkle dice.
Thank
Black
you. I
hole
appreciate you,
dice.
Trent.
Yeah, exactly. And demonetized.
Please,
Anyways.
please. Yes.
Okay, so before I forget, second, and don't look around, but I believe we are being followed. And Ilarion will describe the gentleman and caution them not to look around wildly or, et cetera, et cetera. Just keep going, and they will be keeping an eye on the person. I am open to suggestions as to what we should do, whether we should lure him into an area where we might be able to trap him and find out who he is with, or other options.
I, in fact, even have a picture of this person.
Oh.
I will put that picture up.
And for some reason, Twitch is not working for me, so I can't follow the stream, the chat, unfortunately. I'm going to try to fix it. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, actually, you know what? I probably have to turn it off and turn it on again.
That usually does it.
Most computer things. Also, quick question, Arv.
Yeah.
Is there a house that has the colors of the green and brown, or?
Yes, actually. And I will talk about that in a minute.
Because that would be the kind of thing that I would know,
Right.
even though
Right,
I'm not
right.
supposed to look, and I'm probably.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, that's going to depend on whether you're looking then. I mean, unless you want to ask them, like, wait, what is...
Well, he said he described it.
Right, and I'm going to show you the picture right now. It's popping up on stream. This is what the person looks like.
Oh no, he's hot.
I was just like, oh, he's kind of cute.
Okay, then we're all in agreement, I guess.
So we want to be friends.
Yeah, basically. That's the. So I guess the question is, he's described him. I guess if he does a good job describing him, the house that is being described here, you don't necessarily know about the colors per se, because it looks fairly sort of standard. Like nothing unusual there. But one thing that you can note, and you might not be able to pick it up from the picture or not, is that in all likelihood, you're looking at someone who is half elven. And you do know, although you know very little about them, Nisiana, that there is a half-elven dragon-marked house, which is called House Madani. It is a very young house, relatively speaking, but its operatives seem to be almost everywhere, and its focus tends to be on things relating to detection. Lots of spies and guards and advisors and some researchers come out of House Madani. And even
who do they
sometimes some...
generally work for?
Right. So that's the thing. If you want to track down, like, find me this news about this, or check out information about that, or I need you to... It's almost like a network of private investigators might be a good way to put it. Although there are sometimes bounty hunters that work within them too.
Information brokers. And
You got
such.
it.
So I will actually, I will specifically not look. So probably I'm going to start acting a little weird because I'm trying to look forward and not look around. instead of doing my tourist thing, I will tell everybody about this house.
Just walk casual. Okay.
Okay.
How do I do that?
At this point, Halar looks over and sees you all. And also, I should have asked if you tapped Halar into this, Merime. I should have asked about whether Halar was included in
I would
this.
have been fine with that, so probably. Because
Yeah,
he needs to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless told otherwise, I would have included him because
Mhm.
you know he
That's
needs
what I
to
figured.
know.
I just didn't. Yeah. So when you see that, he kind of takes a moment and he's able to, in a kind of calm way, kind of looking. When he finally gets a hold of it, he says, "Ah, interesting." And he says to all of you, "Well, I don't entirely know what that means, but if he's from House Madani, then the question is who hired him and why." And he kind of, he sort of thinks about it, and he says to all of you telepathically, "I suppose we have a couple of options: keep watching and seeing what he does, or we set up a way to spy on the spy, circle around maybe. But it's up to you. It's not unusual to have people follow others in the city of Sharn."
Yeah, but we just got here.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, we're not subtle, but we just got here.
We could always break off. Nisiana and I could head into a shop, let him pass by. See if he follows us or you, and then we can set a tag on our tag, if you will. See who he'll follow first,
And so Halar doesn't say anything yet. He just kind of is waiting for people to weigh in.
That is an acceptable plan.
If you want, I could see to it that Spanner malfunctions and runs off with Nisiana,
Hmm.
since she would be riding him at this point.
Okay.
To make it easier
Oh, is
to
she
keep
right
up the
now
ride.
as we speak
Well,
riding him?
She's the slowest one among us, so she would be riding him to, and it would enable her to look around and not have to pay attention
That's
to where
true.
she's going.
and you would enjoy that too.
Oh, hell yeah.
The only issue is that Spanner would attract a fair amount of attention by himself, and we're trying to avoid that. I would suggest we go with Nisiana's and Mary's suggestion about going into a shop and seeing if they can fall behind him.
Tanner could always stay with us if you want to split us 3 to 3.
This is true.
It's up to you. But I believe Nisiana and I would like to stick together, at least for now.
Yeah, we actually do need to do a little bit of shopping. And if we want to do something with this dude,
We could,
hello,
yeah.
or watch him. And I actually do start looking back around at the shops. Like, I'm looking for a shop that we can stop in at.
Okay. So
Suddenly I'm being normal again.
So there are a number of places you could probably check out as you're getting closer to the Golden Horn Inn. But there are definitely several shops in particular. Is there a kind of like item you're looking for or thing?
Well, I mean, first herbalism and
Herbalism, that's right.
alchemical stuff, or makeup for Merime,
Or ribbons.
honestly, at this point, any excuse. Girly things, because Nisiana is very girly. She really likes jewelry.
Merime is more than happy to support that. So yeah, anything. We're not too fussy at this point. It's like we haven't been shopping for a while.
Mhm.
Salvation did not have good shopping. So.
No, that's true. There is, so there are actually several places like this. And there is, in fact, there is one that's called the Curled Ribbon as you go by, and it is not subtle. There are just a flood of literally like all kinds of beautifully colored ribbons that are fluttering from above the archway that leads into the store. So you could absolutely stop there if you wish.
Point out, we could get some red ribbon.
Yes, I would love that.
Please tell me there's a barker out front who's like, "Oh my God, we have so much red ribbon! Come inside immediately!"
Did you say? That's funny. No, there's not anyone outside at the moment. There are a couple of people inside the shop, and you could go in now. Just Nisiana and Merime, and did you say that Tantan and Alarian and Halar are going to go like continue or
we're
like
gonna
what?
we're gonna keep moving.
Okay. So Marame and Isiana, you go into the curled ribbon. I will come back to you in just a second. Tantin and Alarian, as you go along, you sort of look back a couple times, and I will, if you're sort of trying to casually, not casually look and see if you're still being followed, I will ask you to make a perception check here to double check and see about that.
And yes, that is exactly what I want to do. So.
Okay. Hey, big boss.
I gotta get back to my character because I just realized I didn't take it out of the thingy. Okay, oh, it's been a while. Where am I? There I am.
It kind of looks like a younger version of the "If Google Was a Guy" YouTube hits. It's all about innovation, really.
That's a 21, sir.
Okay, 21. Love it. Tanton, are you doing the same? Or did you roll already? Or
I hadn't rolled yet. I was.
it's up to you. I mean, you don't have to.
This is gonna be so bad.
You can do it. In trying to look casual, he looks even more out of place and crazy than usual.
Well, I mean, because what he's probably doing is that he's like, since he's turning around to try to point out to either Nisian or Merime, oh, don't forget to look at this. And when he turns around, they're not there. And he's like, while he's looking around to see where they went, that's where he's going to sneak his glance towards
Aren't you
Mr.
clever, sir?
okay.
Mr. Delicious Us. Suspicious?
He looks super suspicious.
Suspicious.
Super suspicious.
15.
Okay.
See? Yeah.
Tanton, I don't actually think you see this person.
See? Told you.
But and then but Ilarion does. You can see that he's sort of taken a glance. At one point, he's looking over his shoulder briefly, back towards where the ribbon, the curled ribbon, is found. But then otherwise has continued to follow you. And again, this is not one of those like cloaked and hooded figures who's like, slipping from alleyway to alleyway. This is just someone sort of walking along.
But he's been walking along behind us for the last several blocks.
Yeah, and Alarian, I want you to make an insight check here for me too, please. Based on that perception check that you originally made.
Good golly, sir. Oh, nope.
No, he said he wanted you to make.
Yeah, make an insight. He did not want you to
Not
fail it. Utterly.
I know. Well,
all of a sudden you're like, why am I here? What is my purpose?
you weren't clear.
What's going on?
Into myself to think about this for several hours.
I need to think more about it. No, okay. So yeah, no, but you do notice that he's continuing to follow slowly.
Okay, actually,
yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Arv. Now that I've spotted this guy, is there anyone else in the surrounding vicinity that happens to have might be in the area, as in following us, or just happen to be going our direction for like several blocks?
Not that you can tell at the moment. It doesn't appear that way. So.
Okay. I will. We left you guys. So Marame,
He's got 60
the open
feet.
channel is done, right? It's only 50-foot radius, right?
Yeah, it's only up to my 10 times my level, so 50 feet right
50
now.
feet. All right.
You start hearing the and then just like goes out completely.
The customer you're trying to contact has moved out of
Moved out of range.
However, Ilarion will get. This is going to be a little tricky because, well, Halar is only normal human size, and Ilarion is taller, so it's going to be hard to talk quietly to him.
Yes,
But
and
he's
you
gonna
do
try-
attract a little bit of attention, Ilarion, although not. There are. I mean, it's such a
there's
big
others,
city, but still. Yeah,
I don't look like the usual Warforged, though.
correct.
Is the thing. So yeah, freaking glow lights around me and everything. Yeah. So, anyways, I'll come up to Halar and quietly. But, I need to write that house down. What is a house of transport and storage?
Olarian, Olerian.
Wait. Okay. All right. House Olerian. Okay. Thank you. Transport and storage. Okay. Storge, because I can't spell. Away from home and I can't type. All right. Thank you. Olarian. All right. Come over to. Hello. I think we should store the package with House Valeria until we can arrange for a safe transport. I do not believe the golden. What was it?
Golden Horn.
Horn? Okay. Golden Horn will be a safe location for it. It should be just for a day or two until we make contact with the universe.
And Hilar says, I thought about that. And in fact, one of House Solarian's porters is actually the one that's actually watching over it right now in the room of the inn. Problem is that I don't know that I trust... Well, I trust him to bring it from place to place. And I may even trust him for them to watch it. I suppose maybe about a day. But longer than that, I don't know how far people will go to be able to get into it and gather information about it. I'd like to think that we've gotten here before people know much detail, but after what happened in Salvation, I have to assume that this thing calls people to it on its own, if you know what I mean.
Delirium nods their great head up and down. Which is why the sooner we offload it from our hands, the better.
And he nods. He says, well, when we get to the inn, we can talk to the porter about it and see if they can move it to a place that might be comparatively safe.
Excellent. Will you be reaching out to the university right away?
Well, that's what we're going to be doing when we talk to Callie. When she tells us what the lay of the land is, we can speak to them next. Although, and then his voice gets a little quieter, and he's like, what do we do about the one following?
Let us see if Nisiana and Merame can find out something. For now, I propose we just go to our inn and see if he either stays there or if he goes off to report back to his superiors.
Okay.
I'm sure they already know where we're going to stand.
And he nods and he's like, all right. And so you continue to move along the
with
road.
Merame there, I'm sure she knows where the inn is, so it's going to be hard for her to find it all.
Right.
Okay.
When you get to, I'm going to stay with you just for just a little longer. When you get to the Golden Horn, there is a moment where, as you kind of look around, you find that your shadow, so to speak, is not there. And then, Tanton, you feel a slight rustle in your pocket. Something has been, a piece of paper or a scroll or something has been placed inside it. And as you're kind of like something is already gone, like just in and vanished.
But it definitely felt like something being put in rather than taken
yes.
out. Okay, good.
Yes.
Then once it gets to it's not going to immediately reach for it.
Oh!
Oh my God, something just put this in my pocket.
Unrolls it, reads it out loud.
Guards! Can you imagine? It says, don't tell anyone.
The treasure has been moved to.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, eventually, once it's he's in a slightly more unobtrusive, situation where he can casually pull it out and take a look at it. He will.
The note says on it, Zodor sent me. Meet me at the King of Fire. I know where I abbreviated period is. And then there's a dash and it says a friend.
Oh, that I. And what, pray tell, is the King of Fire, which is exactly what
the King of Fire.
Ask me a Tanton?
Let's see. I'm trying to think if Tanton would know that. You might. Let me see. There is... I'm looking at the listing of this stuff. Okay. How much time... Let me ask you this. How much... Tanton, from your time when you were in Sharn, what kind of areas did you frequent? I mean, we talked about the magic area, like, the sort of engineering stuff, so that's fine. But, like, was there ever, like, I had actually a food I really liked that I went for, or something like that,
Actually, yeah, I was thinking about that when we were getting off the train.
Okay.
I was trying to remember what I had decided to call it. I think it was called a Limpiton Cream Fizz. was something that he really wanted to introduce the others to. Maybe not so much Alarian, but you know, just hold still. I'll spray it all over you. Maybe you'll enjoy it. I don't know. No, that would not be good. You'd be covered in ants and
that's how you get ants.
yeah, exactly. Arv knows this. He did it yesterday.
Yeah.
So
Literally, an ant crawled over my keyboard at one point, and I was like, "Why is my T moving?" Ah, and I was like, "It's just like." So anyway.
So but he gets that not too far from where the shop that he worked in was. So it's
Okay. Okay, so that makes sense to me.
but he didn't like if it's in a seedy location, he almost never went there unless his master ordered him to go.
Yeah, I don't actually think so. There is a place nearby. So the largest commercial district in Sharn is called literally just the Bazaar. And it's called that because it's enormous. Like, just you can find so much stuff there. And you can buy or sell a lot of used, maybe repurposed / stolen goods at a place called the Bazaar. And right near the Bazaar is a place where you can, it's a place where people can gamble, but it's also a place where people can enjoy modest food and drink. And I think that's a place, it's not that seedy. Like it's, you know, it's a place there's like a lot of, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a modern equivalent. It's not as sort of upscale as the Strip in Vegas, but it's not, you know, a red light district either. And it's called Harith's Folly. It is also a center for aerial sports. It's a place where one of the big races in the city takes place every year. And I would say the thing you're talking about is probably where you could find that Tantin, because it's not far from the Bazaar where you probably would have spent some time. And so it is in Middle Dura, and you're pretty confident that this place that he's talking about might be found actually in Middle Dura. It is partly notable to you because it's called this, the King of Fire, because it is lit by dozens of continual flame spells that are cast on walls and tables and even the backs of chairs. And the building itself is built of black stone and brass. It's very striking. So it's the kind of place that you hung out at because it was really cool, like, and you always wanted to know how they did everything there. And you also could get some of the food that we just mentioned. So yeah, so I think you would actually know this place. So Middle Dura. And also, quick note, it's interesting then that you were given this note.
Dun,
So
dun,
he relates all that.
dun. Okay, what time did you say to meet? Just at the place?
He just said at. Yeah, he didn't give a time.
Okay. Let us get inside. We'll walk into the Golden Horn.
Okay.
Oh. Mia Tantin, do you want to send Sparrow back for Nisiana and Merime?
He's with them.
Yeah, I was going to say
right.
Nisiana's on
Right,
Spanner,
right,
I
okay.
think, right?
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's still riding him.
Okay. Never mind. Okay. So I guess we're going to get inside and get like checked in and then kind of wait for them to show up. Because I assume once they lose him, they're going to come to the Golden Horn, I would expect.
Okay. Yeah.
At least theoretically.
Theoretically.
What happens?
Yeah, and I'm
You don't
thinking-
understand the quality of glitter they've just found.
Or ribbons for that matter.
That's true.
Right.
The curled ribbon, which has just the glitter department. No,
Ribbons.
Glitter
ribbons.
are
you
us.
want them? We got them. He's got a ribbon collar out there.
glitter.
I'm sorry.
Red ribbons, green ribbons, blue ribbons, yellow
Oracle
ribbons.
of what? I got a new job working at the shop, guys. So it's pretty grand.
Exactly. The hell with the King's Citadel. It all branches off, like becomes a comedy
I'm gonna
of
come back
Merime
to
working in a
Salvation and start my own ribbon shop.
da 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 da. Merime used to be a spy for the King's Citadel, but now
He's a franchisee.
No, it's called the Oracle of whatever.
yeah, exactly.
Whatever.
The Oracle of Ribbons.
Did you see our latest drop? It's great. All these ribbons, rainbow ribbons. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not sure whether to jump back to you for the moment, Marie and Merime, or whether to wait for Jen Nisiana to come back. So maybe I'll stay for a moment longer with Tantin and Alarian. Because when you get there, it's probably about 10 minutes from your meeting. I guess I would say, roughly speaking, 10 to 15 minutes from
And
your
this is
meeting
with,
time,
what's her face?
which is with Callie
yeah.
Alren, who is a female human and is a contact here that Hilar knows. So at the Golden Horn, you have a chance to do this. Now, the Golden Horn feels very much, it's one of these kind of like quaint and authentic, in quotes, places. Like it's an inn that has like a lot of decorations on the walls that are sort of like old school tavern stuff, you know, and like equipment from the before times and artifacts from before the last war, supposedly, and all that stuff. But it's all sort of on the walls, and it's fairly pleasant. It also probably is one of those places that kind of profits off of this look. So it looks very quaint, and like you pay for the privilege of quaint, you know. But I mean, that's not a concern for you. Your rooms are paid for here as you arrive. So when you get here, Hilar sort of smiles at the innkeeper, who is an elf, and comes over and shakes Hilar's hand and says, "Welcome. It's been a while. It's been a while, my friend." "Yeah, it has. I don't know whether or not you've got your rooms all set up for us." "Oh yes, it's all arranged. All arranged. They've already arrived with your material, and there are 2 of House Orion upstairs in your room that have been standing guard. Not that is that they really needed to." And so Hilar kind of says, "Well, perhaps this is a little bit more than even you, Fariska, would be able to handle. Oh, my manners. This is Fariska. He's the innkeeper and the proprietor here at the Golden Horn." And Fariska kind of bows slightly and says, "Welcome." He says, "Any friend of Hilar's is a friend of ours, of course. I gather you're going to be going to the university?" And
Fariska, F-A-R?
Fariska, Feriska. And he says, "I gather you're going to be going to the university." And Hilar says, "Well, eventually. Has Callie shown up?" "No, but I expect she'll be here in a few minutes. She's always on time. If you wish, you can look at your arrangements upstairs." And he nods. He says, "Well, maybe we'll do that." And as you're about to head up the stairs, Alarian and Tanton, Hilar says to you, "Fariska has been running this place for a long time. And, well, there's reasons to believe that this will be more secure with him, at least based upon some of the wards he supposedly has on this place. He's a powerful sorcerer, though he doesn't like to spread the word to others, but he does let me, and I'm letting you know, because he knows about the King's Citadel. Not about us specifically, but about the fact they're working for Brayland. He has a contract directly with Brayland, in fact, with the highest levels of it. And he kind of trails off and says, I have known him for a long time. Doesn't mean that it's as secure as, a vault with several dragons guarding it, but still, it could be worse."
If you trust him, Hilar Briseau, then I see no reason why we should not as well.
He says, "I do, but I am just warning you now. Although I trust these people I've talked about, and I've had time enough to make friends and know about the people here." And he says, "What happened in Salvation, I don't know. I think I can trust the people that I've told you. I know that I can trust all of you. But I sometimes have doubted my own judgment of late. I don't know how they found out about the Oracle there." And he kind of trails off, and he looks, Alarian and Tanton both, you can see that he looks troubled. Like this is clearly something he's been kind of ruminating over about, like, who knows how much to wear.
You yourself said this machine draws others to it, I think.
Yes.
As odd as that hypothesis is, it is also one that makes quite a bit of sense.
And he nods and he says, that may be right. Well, I'll tell you this. The Golden Horn stays where it is, largely because no one has ever started a fight inside this place, because Fariska would stop it. And so at this point, you're up at the room, and you can see that there are two people standing outside it, both dressed in House Orion clothing, the same kind of people that you saw. And as you look at them, Alarian, you probably don't have a lot of experience with House Orion, but certainly Tanton, has seen them before. And they have, so they never, the thing about House Orion is that they're porters, right? At least these people are. And so, they just carry stuff. And so you've all seen porters before. You've never seen weapons on them, but there is always something about the way they carry themselves that suggests that you just don't mess with them. They've got to have weapons somewhere. And again, the training that they do is kept a, state secret practically. Like it is something you don't reveal to anybody, but you would not want to mess, again, as I said, with a House Orion guard. So when you come up, they there's a moment where they kind of look over at you, and then one of them says, recognizing you, actually one of the ones who was near the train, yes, it's all inside. You can proceed as you wish. Please let us know how long you'll need us here. We will, of course, remain until asked to depart. And they kind of step aside, and then the door opens if you're willing to go in, the door is unlocked to go there.
Alarian will glance at Hilar, seeing if he's going to answer them or not. If
Hilar,
not,
Hilar says, Hilar says, if you don't mind staying for just a minute or two, we'll probably send you outside at that point, but I would request that you be made available to us at the earliest opportunity. And he kind of does one of these things. And the porter is like, of course, sir, yes. We will, of course, be available to you immediately. Which strikes you as a little like, how is that possible? But apparently something. So
well, it's called a retainer.
Yeah. No, but it's more like, how do you get in contact with them? But apparently they have ways to do that. Okay.
Look, I'm just a star forge from the stars. I don't know about these big city ways.
Okay, so you're able to go inside, and when you go in, you can see a very comfortable, again, some of the same interior quaint decor, but several comfortable beds here, enough for all of you, 4 beds. Actually, sorry, 5 beds, counting Hilar. There are different, there are a couple of, there's a night table basically by each bed. You can see that there is actually off of the room a separate room that, as you look in, apparently is what they call apparently a bathroom, something that you don't see at a lot of inns and taverns, but it's got its own, more than a wash basin. I mean, there's actually a thing there that you can see that has a kind of strange design, and it looks like you don't entirely know what this would be, Alarian, but of course Tanton recognizes it as a place one might relieve themselves, and you're pretty confident that there is some kind of water function, or perhaps even a small water elemental that is used to provide removal services, so to speak, of waste that may be deposited therein, but it's very compared to salvation, compared to salvation, it's like, woo, this is like good stuff. They've clearly given you the best room within the Golden Horn. So as you're there, I'm going to jump back to Merime and Nisiana in the Curled Ribbon. When you come in, Nisiana and Merime, the first thing you are aware of is that you are a little bit overloaded because there are more shades of ribbon colors than you think you've ever seen. There are also strategically placed what look like, if you had to guess, continual light or lantern spells, like magic, that are clearly directed so that the light bounces off of these things, and every time a little breeze blows in, they all flutter and catch the light and sparkle. And you see the proprietor, apparently, you're pretty confident that's who it is, and this is a halfling who comes over and literally is just ribbons off the fringes of the sleeves, ribbons off has what look like almost epaulets, like the shoulder pad things with ribbons around those, ribbons up and down. And she bustles over, looks to be a halfling of middle years maybe, and bustles over and, yes, Yes, welcome to the curled ribbon. We I see, and she catches sight that probably Marimé has a couple of ribbons, right? I know it from the picture of the
In her
character
hair
art
and
in her
on
hair,
her
right?
boots.
And
Yeah,
she
on
says,
her
"Oh,
boots as well.
those are, well, those are really," and she kind of walks around you, taking the circuit of you, and my goodness, that's quite something. I don't think I've seen those, and they look, well, I can see they've taken a little bit of wear, but not as much as I would expect. Wow, those are beautiful, if I may say. And this is, and literally is standing, and Spanner is just sort of silently standing. You see, Hannah, as you're on top of Spanner. So at a moment she kind of looks, and then, oh, and yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't see your pet here. And Spanner just stands there impassively. And she says, now, Nisiana, do you have, I'm trying to remember from the character art, ribbons of any kind that are visible?
I don't think I actually do. I have the red of my clothing, but I don't think she's got any ribbons on her. And
Not yet.
not yet. No,
That will
she's not
change.
even for her hair because, I mean, she's got the red and brown, and yeah, the only thing, the ties for her bag. Yeah, no ribbons.
So she says, yes, well, welcome. And she says, well, you, turning back to you, Marimé, you, I can see, are perhaps a connoisseur of what I sell here. But you, and turns back to you, you, my dear, you are, if I may say, I mean this in the kindest possible way, undressed at present. You don't, well, this is Charn, and you're in Memphis. You're near the university. I assume you're arriving to impress perhaps some colleagues, perhaps your new students, but one thing you don't have. Well, this won't, and she never completes a sentence quite, you notice, and she turns around, goes back up to the kind of main counter, and picks up from a couple of boxes nearby a couple. And these right here are on the house. And she brings over these ribbons that are kind of crossed like this. And they are, one of them is this beautiful shade of red, the other a beautiful shade of green. And she comes over to you and she says, which would you choose? Now, I would say green maybe matches your eyes, but perhaps red might fit more clearly and highlight aspects of your hair. And she's saying this to you, Nisiana. I think either of these would be appropriate. Which one of these? Now, I could also provide a ribbon for your dog here. Spanner just, and she's like, I could, but I don't know.
Believe me, I am frantically trying to figure out how to put a bow on Spanner right now. I am. I'm I could probably get one around his neck.
Right?
And she says, which of these colors would you like? Again, totally free, entirely on the house here at the Curled Ribbon.
I think the green, because it is something I don't have yet.
Of course. And now you do. And she takes it and pins it to your tunic in the front. And she says, that's a start. But you've only covered a slight portion of yourself. And she turns back to you, Marimé, and she says, whereas you understand the importance of accent and discretion, what can I provide? And she raises a hand wide. And at one point, she steps into the center of the store and just says, all of this could be yours. Well, at least portions of it. And again, there's got to be thousands of ribbons in this place.
Ah, that's nice. While she was showing Nisiana the two colors, I want to kind of glance like I'm looking around, but glance outside and see if I can see the man walk by.
Yes, make a perception check for me, please.
And then, well,
Then we're going to get some ribbons.
well, we do. We can't just waste this woman's time. Yeah, I'm distracted. Look at that black dice. It's awesome.
You sort of exactly. You look out, but you just see ribbons. You're like, whoa, know. It's almost literally shiny, almost literally.
I guess he's not following anymore.
We're all good.
I'd like to get a bow for Spanner. Put around his neck.
I agree, and I want to get a few different types of ribbons, depending on how much they are, of course. But I'd love some red that matches my arm, and I'd like something shiny for performances.
So she comes over literally with this array of what you can only describe as color swatches that just have every form of she said red. Well, and she flips up. There's 10 pages of reds, hot crimson to lighter
put up the bracer to see which ones match.
Yeah.
I'd like to get some ribbon for my hair. And
Ah, yes,
Matt
well.
celebrates.
And she bustles over with another set of swatches, and you can see that, like, you literally have everything that can go from, like, shaded. She has, like, here's ones with, like, gradient. And she's like, of course, if you give us time, we can customize these two and perhaps combine the two of them and add this stuff. And, well, I don't know whether, but we might be able to, and she's, like, going through these possibilities.
I mean, I think we'd get Spanner a color that would go with Tantan's outfit.
He wears brown.
Oh, yeah.
He
It's like gray
does.
and brown. Yeah.
Maybe we'll
We could
match.
put brown and red.
Yeah.
Spot
And
of
we-
color wouldn't go amiss, if that's true.
Yeah.
And we can get a bit of extra red ribbon so that Tantan can get a little sprucing up as well. That might not go over super well, but we can offer it.
I don't know. Maybe he might like it to braid it into his beard.
Oh, that would be lovely.
So this image of Danta being like, as you're all looking at this, by the way, a couple of other people, looks possibly like two humans, if you had to guess. One male, one female, walk in, and one of them is saying, well, perhaps for this we could take, and no, she won't want that. And, well, I don't understand why she wouldn't. It looks perfectly good. It was good enough for you. Will you stop? She's not your age. She's not my age. Well, she should act more our age. And there's an argument clearly between what seems to be maybe parents going on as they're like looking at different ribbon choices. And so the proprietor goes over to help them. And at one point you have this experience of watching someone almost feeling like they're bouncing back and forth. Sort of like, well, yes, I'll be able to help with that. And how are you doing? Is there anything I can, maybe I could, and there's like sort of turning around back and forth. She never, by the way, seems flustered, just constantly moving to the next thing.
Well, silently, I asked Mary May, how are we going to find this golden horn? Because we don't actually know where it is.
Oh, Hilary described to me kind of where it was, so it's just,
Okay.
Well,
we shouldn't take too much time. We should get the ribbon and go. But I don't want to take too much time.
No, let's take the ribbon and then let's get the red, and then let's come back later for
And-
more. But
And the brown. The brown.
in the brown,
photo.
yeah, and see if we find the guy on our way there. I mean,
Okay.
awesome. So yeah, we'll take a good length of the red that matches our bracers the most, and then some brown that we think goes well with Tantan.
Put it around Spanner's neck.
Yes.
Okay.
With a bit of shiny in the brown though, not just like flat
Yeah.
brown. Like we want
No,
a
no.
little bit of like
No, you don't just want matte brown, right? You
No,
want
no,
Something
like-
something that's got maybe the metallic.
Sure.
oh yes.
Absolutely. They have metallic non-matte brown 3 is probably what you're looking for. Is
Yeah.
metallic non-matte brown
That
5.
sounds
How much
right.
is this going to cost?
Right. So I like the idea that you do all this, and then you're like, so. She's like, well, yes. There of course is the matter of payment. Well, if you think about the combination of this and this, and she's like doing some mental calculations, I would say that probably about 3 gold would cover it, perhaps. Now,
I've got it.
now you will say that
Oh
3
my
gold
God,
is
a
like
lot of
that is
money.
super expensive for a ribbon, but I mean they had every conceivable color that exists that you could imagine.
They did.
Yes,
and
they did, but we didn't buy them.
That's up to you. Spanner looks great, by the way. Perfectly,
You know what? I'm all for supporting the little businesses and the independent workers and all that. Like, this is not a chain store. This is like her dream thing, and she does a great job. So I am in. I am going to slide the 3 gold pieces.
Yeah, Trent, supporting the independent workers. So, okay.
Trent's like, oh,
He's like, fine.
I agree.
Yeah. So, okay. And she gives this to you. She also gives it to you in this beautiful, like, velvet covered box. The ribbons. And they, I mean, like, it's like, and even the box itself is like looks beautiful, just from the outside of it. And she wraps it carefully in this really pretty colored paper that is colored almost like this sort of sea green. And she says, all right. And she hands it over to you even somewhat reverently. And she says, thank you so much for your patronage. And if you come back another time, I'll think in the meantime about other ways that other ribbons could be used for parts. And for parts of your look, then perhaps with your dog, I could think of, excuse me. And then she goes off to deal with the parents who are, looking at something else.
All right, let's go.
Let's sneak out. And then we're gonna walk up. I think I have more or less the instructions from Hilar. I don't know how much attention I was paying. And we're gonna keep
make
an
an
eye
intelligence check. You end up in the lava pools. Like, I think we took a wrong turn. No, I'm just kidding.
My
you don't do
ribbon's
that.
melted.
She does say, I do want to keep that box. That box is beautiful.
It really is nice too. So you make your way out. Neither of you see the person who had been trailing you before. And when you arrive at the Golden Horn, you go in to see Tantin and Ilarion would just at this point, I think, be kind of starting to walk down the stairs, unless they want to tell me something different, just because it's about time for the meeting. It all kind of syncs up properly.
Correct.
So is that true, Tantin? You doing the same thing? Tantin, when they come in, Nisiana riding on Spanner, you can see Spanner is proudly wearing this, like, did you say brown and reddish?
No, well, it's
Actually, Tantin probably, his perception is terrible. He probably wouldn't notice.
No, well, I mean,
not right away.
It's just around his neck. I mean,
okay, that's fair.
It's metal too, so like it's got like the little wire in it, so we can like form the bow, so the
That's
bow
fair.
is not flat on.
Okay,
him.
that's
It's
fair.
like-
So Ilarion then definitely notices it, and also some things there, but maybe not Tantin, I guess. Immediately, Spanner looks to be in functional order. Tantin, that's what you do notice for sure.
He's walking down the stairs, still working on something. Just kind of following the mass. That
Yeah. Just don't get too far behind.
I mentally high-five my sister.
We did it. He'll never even know.
And Ilarion just raises an eyebrow and then goes back down again. Doesn't say a word.
So when you walk into the main, kind of the main room, I guess, of the bottom of the inn, which has a nice fireplace, again, kind of quaint decor. And there are a series of wooden tables, and there are some people in different places on there. But there's also one in the very back, which is one of those circular tables that you have to get in and kind of like scoot around, right, to get to the back. One of those circular booths. And there is at the moment, a curtain which has been drawn open. And you can see someone, a human female, who's sitting within it. And when you can see that she has she has kind of dark brown skin and is sort of sitting, just kind of waiting, and then sees Hilar, and Hilar sort of nods to her. And then turns to Fariska, who has just come out from behind. And this is, you don't know who this is yet, Nisiana Merame, but you are introduced to Fariska, who is the proprietor of the Golden Horn. And you are brought over to this table. And as you're going, Hilar says to Fariska, "You'll make sure that we're on our own for this one?" And Fariska says, "Of course, you will not be bothered." And so when you get to the circular table, you can all slide in. Now, everyone is able to slide in except, I think, for Ilarion, who's going to have a bit of a rough time doing that. It's a fairly good-sized booth, though. So you might be able to, like, bring over a wooden chair, or you could, like, float above it, but it's might be tight quarters slightly for you.
I think what happens is everyone else will go into the booth, and then at the table, I'll pull up like a bench and sit on the other side.
That makes sense.
Outside, yeah.
And then the curtain is drawn behind you by Fariska. But something odd happens, because when the curtain behind you is drawn, there's a moment's pause, and then you think you hear the sea and like waves, and you're like, And as you look out, you can see that the curtain behind you no longer seems to be a curtain. It now seems as if you are sitting in a booth in a cafe on the beach, and you're looking out at the waves and the ocean. And Hilar sort of grins at all of you and says, "Like I said, Fariska knows his business." And he turns to the woman who's sitting there watching him, and he says, "And what about you?" And she says, "I hope that I know my business too." But there's some business afoot at Morgrave. If what you told me about's true, Hilar, we have a lot to discuss. And it seems like a good place for our first break. You are watching the incredible crew of D&D with Infinity and Beyond playing Eberron-Oracle of War Season 2, A Century of Ashes, Part 2. If you like what you see and hear, I will ask you to follow the channel, but what I mostly want to ask you to do tonight is to donate, please, ! Donate to the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We are up to 4242 out of 4,000. We are past our goal, but now we are charging onwards to 4,500 and then to 5,000 and see if we can maybe take a run at our record $7,000 from last year. So now is the time to do it. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. It's 2:35. We'll be back here at 2:45 and we'll continue. But when I come back, I would love to see that number have gone a little higher. And if I may ask one other thing, hashtag ArvCon 2022 is what we're using for this. Please retweet this. Please let everyone know, hey, there's some really good D&D going on and there's political intrigue and ribbons. Please let people know that you can find all this stuff with the amazing crew of Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, and Jennifer Brozek. Please donate to the cause, and we will be right back to you, folks. In the meantime, please hold tight.
I'm gonna.
And while I am saying that to all of them, then they are taking their break. I'm going to jump over here just quickly to remind everyone again, ! Donate for Damon Runyon. I am exceedingly happy with how well this has gone so far. And we had a big charge yesterday to be able to get to where we did. And I would love to have a charge like this today. If we were to get to the end of today, or the end of this session, I should say, and we were to hit that $5,000 mark, for instance, and we're sitting at 5K going into the Rick Riordan Presents event tonight, that would be super awesome. So I hope you folks will donate to this. Remember, every $100, we have another set of giveaways that are being done. And the top donator, which I think right now is Hillness, is in for that painting you can see. Sorry, that keeps saying painting. That photo right there, which is set on metal. If you donate any amount, you are entered in a drawing for the other thing, which is right there. That is an authentic and original Aliatera painting that was done for the book of non-binary Romanian folk tales published by Athos Arts. That was donated by the artist Matthew Spencer and by an anonymous donator. And then Rock God, of course, did that thing right above my head. That is going to be really awesome. By the way, if for easily, you can just hang it directly, so it's going to be great. If you're the second top donator, remember that you also can get, as the second top donator, you'll get this, which is this incredible piece from Prince Justin that was done. This is a waterfall of a photo, is a photo of a waterfall that Prince Justin himself has gone to, and it's got this stand, so literally you can just set it up. This is mine that he was nice enough to send to me, which I'm super grateful for. But we also have a second one, which I will be sending to you. So we've got all that. We've also got a board game prize pack that we'll be able to send to the third top donator and a bunch of stuff. So we've got all these things, all of it to support the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. So please help us in our cause and help us come together as a community. I'm going to rise on up for a moment and take my own break here, but I will be back to you in just a little bit. Let's get those donations going. Thank you to the mods who continue to do such a spectacular job in running this. And thank you to all of you who have donated and are a part of this. Spread the word, hashtag ArvCon 2022, and I'll be right back in about 7 minutes from now. See you then. Okay. So, welcome everybody in chat. Welcome all to more of ArvCon Day 3, ArvCon 2022 Day 3. And welcome back to the world. I wonder what's been doing that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why it's doing this. It's not... Anyway, never mind. This is an OBS thing. Sorry, I'm being the woman from the ribbon thing. I'm not going to finish a sentence. But I'm just trying to figure out why it's not transitioning smoothly. I will figure that out later. Anyway, we are here for ArvCon 2022. We are at 42 out of 4,000, so we are doing really well. But let's keep it up. As I said, I would love to be able to, by the end of this session, to be at 5K and, moving on up. That's what I'd like to do by the end of tonight if we possibly can. So now is the time to get involved with it if you haven't already done so. We are still busily doing giveaways and busily, continuing with all of the sponsorship stuff. It looks like we're going to end up, in the end, we will have given away all the stuff that we had to give away, which is great because it doesn't stay in my house that way. And also because, it shows that it was all really useful stuff that was helpful to us. So please let us know please let us know about how you're enjoying the event. Please spread the word about it with hashtag ArvCon 2022. All right. So when we last left our heroes, they were sitting in the Golden Horn in this kind of strange... they thought it was a booth, like a private booth, but apparently it's such a private booth that now it appears to be sitting at like a beach type of thing, which seems, unusual and clearly magical in some form. And you were sitting around the table except for Alarian, who's got the bench that is positioned there.
And Spanner's outside. He's outside the...
Yeah, I should have asked about Spanner. Spanner's just
He's
like...
outside the curtain.
Okay. So you're all sitting there, and Callie, Aaron, is talking to you. And so she just told you this thing about, we have some business to discuss. And Hilar says, all right, well, I'm waiting. Or we're waiting, he says. And she... So, I know you haven't been long in Sharn. And for some of you, I don't know how long you've spent here, but Sharn is always a place where there are things going on and material happening and intrigue and all that. But especially at Moorgrave, there's been a lot of extra activity and a lot of things happening. And, well, did you see this? And she pushes across the table to you the front page of the Sharn Inquisitive, which was yesterday's, and so or whatever, I guess 2 days ago. And you did, of course, you had seen it, which talked about these thefts. And Hilar kind of nods, and she says, well, so Moorgrave is definitely the place that you'll need to know, that you'll need to go if you want to find out more information about this thing. But right now, even this article doesn't tell the full extent of it. There are all kinds of treasure seekers right now in Moorgrave, and I'm afraid if you talk to just anybody, there are some people who might kill to get their hands on something like what you have. You didn't give me any details, but just asking around, I get the sense that in general people are on the lookout for power. And Hilar kind of looks grim and sort of nods slowly. And she says, I did some looking into this information about the Oracle of War. The only thing I know is that there were a lot of experiments that were attempting to harness divination on the battlefield during the last war. And there was we involved ourselves in some of it. You remember the Arcane Congress? Now, I would say anyone who wants to can try to make a history check for me. Sorry, Trent.
No, it's all right.
Can make a history check for me about to see if you know what this Arcane Congress is.
I think the answer is no for me.
Isn't the Shadow Dice wonderful, Marie?
I love it. I'm covert rolling.
See? I took so much crap in Ravenloft for that, but it was awesome.
It's cool.
How the hell did I get the highest score? Jeepers, first of all, I have nothing in history.
Because I've rolled pretty much nothing but 15s.
Okay, so let me take a look and see. Excuse me. All right, so we have the 8, 13, 17, 15. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think you would know enough about it to know that. So there was an organization, there was a nation of Onder, which is basically up to the northwest, essentially, of Breland. And there was a thing known as the Arcane Congress, which was basically, it was designed to find out about the mysteries of magic and place these powers at the service of the kingdom. And they were obviously a lot of wizards, and they had their seat in these 4 floating towers above the nation of Onder. And the wizards of the dragon-marked houses, including the ones in Breland, had some difficulty with this group because there were times where it seemed like that group was doing some espionage and trying to gather information, magical information from Breland, and this obviously then exploded into open conflict when we got to stuff regarding the last war. But supposedly there was a program that the Arcane Congress had to sort of gather information about this stuff on the battlefield. And Callie says, this program was codenamed Leadbreaker, and its whole purpose, from what I could understand, was designed to creating a battlefield oracle. No one ever found out whether or not they did anything with it, and the program was supposedly shut down after the last war. But as to what happened beforehand, it's entirely possible that this is it. Obviously, having a Oracle of War like this kind of thing is exactly what they would have been attempting to research. And Hilar's kind of like, it's too bad that no one ever found out and decided to tell us when the war was going on. And she sort of shrugs and she says, how many things weren't we told during that war? And Hilar kind of nods. So you, by the way, can jump in at any point with questions or anything else. She has more things to say, but you could always jump in with questions about any of this.
For part of his identify and like his arcane checks that he made, didn't Tanton figure out that the Oracle of War is much, much older than the last war?
The components of it are, but it's not clear that the whole box is. Okay. It might well have been, though, but there were definitely components that were considerably older. Because you haven't had a chance to like reverse engineer it, right? Because the center of it, there's something that radiates incredible magic. You know that already from there. And what that thing is unclear. Presumably something from the interior of the box. So yes, some components of it, but not necessarily the whole thing. Also, the program Leadbreaker may also not have ended up with this. These are just sort of, rumors and information.
Valerian is going to wait until she's finished giving her information before asking any questions.
Okay. She says, but I found out about this from one of the scholars at the university. He's a man named Zell Mar, kind of a graduate student, but he's in exile from Onderia, and supposedly he worked on this program, Leadbreaker. I talked to him a little bit about it, and he said he would be willing to study the Oracle of War, even though he himself did not actually design it. Well, he's asked that you might help him with something first. And Hilara kind of is like, which is what? And she says, I think it's better if he fill you in on the details. It's a little unusual. And then the last...
You're new to my association, so you don't know me well enough, but let me inform you of one thing real quick. I hate situations like that. Right? This does not sit well with me at all.
And she nods and she says, I know. It's not anything dangerous, I can tell you that at all, really. It's not anything about intrigue or... It's kind of a personal problem.
Is he in love with someone he's not supposed to date?
Make an insight check. You may not need to.
I don't think I do, but...
That's
I think you've already made your own insight check, Britt.
I rolled a 1 But
Wow. I mean, yeah, I'm not, I mean, okay. So you don't know whether what you've concluded, let's put it this way. You don't know whether what you concluded was right. You can make your own insight check personally about whether or not it fits. But you don't know.
He's crushing on Spanner is the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
no, she's trying to decide if it's the wrong class, the wrong house, the wrong.
Yeah, that she has no idea.
And just like he must be in love with somebody or something that he's not supposed to be in love with.
And she sort of hurriedly goes on to, she's like, oh, and the other thing, like happy to leave behind that subject. She says, also, I managed to get some information about the other one you'll need, Flamewind. And Hilar, you could see Hilar's reaction is, Flamewind? Are you sure? Yes, he's got to be it. He's an expert on the Draconic Prophecy, you know that. I mean, I hear what they say about him, but, well, yeah, that's the, well. So Flamewind, she goes on to explain, is a gynosphinx, a kind of smaller sphinx creature, you might say, that are extraordinarily wise, but also tend to be rather cryptic. And apparently Flamewind, I know you're shocked, anything involved in the Draconic Prophecy, right?
Involving a sphinx.
Yeah, well, that's true. That is a good point.
I believe puzzling.
Is an expert on the Draconic Prophecy. He's a resident in Morgrave University. However, the deans only grant audiences when the Sphinx demands them. So basically, they can't just be like, "Oh, sure, you can go see Flamewind." Like that's not how it works. She says, "So that's the problem. You can't just see them, but I think there's a solution that I have to it. At least I think so." Kind of looks a little bit nervously at Hilar, as if not entirely sure how they're going to receive this. And she says, "So Flamewind, she's not easy to see, but I could help you break into the hall and speak to the Sphinx. If you go directly, I'm sure that she would be willing to see you without having to go through all the deans." And Hilar's like, "You want us to break into the university?" She says, "Yes. I mean, you'll need thieves' tools or magic to pick the locks on the doors, but it'll be fine. And then you'll be able to see her. Otherwise, you're going to have to go through the deans, and it's going to take forever. And also, then more people will know. You told me no one should know about this." And Hilar kind of
told someone.
And she says, "Well, no, he said as few people as possible. So I only told people that were directly connected to this, like the person I found out about the possibly Oracle of War from in the first place, Zell. And as I've never spoken to Flamewind myself, but everyone knows that she knows the most about the Draconic Prophecy. I didn't talk to anyone about her. I just know that the deans won't let you see her, at least unless you break in."
If she's an oracle, shouldn't she know that we want to talk to her?
"Well, maybe, but they're always inscrutable. And I don't know, anyway, it's possible that she wouldn't know that you specifically wanted to speak to her. She's always trying to figure out different lines of the prophecy. I obviously couldn't speak to her directly. I couldn't even talk to the deans about it. It's that I just happen to know Flamewind is the person to speak to if you want to." And so Hilar kind of crosses his arms and he says, "So as I see it, we've got this Zell fellow who might have worked on this thing, except we have to solve a personal problem. And then there's this Flamewind, and you want everyone to break in to see her. Well, that would be the best thought, maybe?"
Can this Zell person not just carry a message through the Flamewind?
"Zell can't get in any more than the rest of you can. Zell's only a graduate student, and plus he's an exile from Ondaria. It's going to take him a while to fall into to be trusted by them."
I mean, we wanted to not draw attention or be too noticed, so if there's no paper trail.
I'm just a little curious about how we are going to break into a university.
"Oh," she says, "I know the university pretty
have
well.
you seen us?"
But Hilar said you were the best I mean, that's what
We're
Halar said.
good, but
I think I think we could make it in. I mean, a university still has doors.
well, true.
What are the university's defenses?
And she says, well, there's always, of course, magic defenses that are around the outside of it. They usually have wards. So there's that. The doors themselves tend to be locked. And if you don't unlock them properly, there's a magic alarm that alerts the Sharn Watch. But again, you can get through that, I'm sure. The walls are pretty thick. And of course, there are also sometimes guards that within the halls, but they're not incredibly impressive. I mean, they're and she sort of pauses. She says, the one thing, though, is that everyone in the hall is well dressed. So we'll need to make sure that we dress you up as much as possible. Once you get in the outside, you could probably just mingle with the students and faculty until you got to the last port that you have to open the doors to get to Flamewind. No one would even know. No one questions anyone walking around there as long as they look like they belong. You just have to get through the doors, that's all. And then through the other locked doors without triggering the alarm.
I'm just gonna ping all of my friends at once. They're all gonna hear in their voices. It sounds like fun to me. I'll be honest.
I like that you're, as was said in chat, yeah, you said that, John. I love that you're doing that as Tanton's like, yeah, good.
I mean, it's deception. It's maybe some invisibility. It's some lockpicking. I'm feeling good about this.
This carries a great amount of risk. If we wind up on the wrong side of the universe personnel, they may be disinclined to help us with the Oracle. Zell, Mar, or no Zell Mar. I'm not 100% against it, but I'm not feeling very sanguine about this either.
If we are capable of breaking into the university, I don't think the university is a secure enough space to hold the Oracle.
Aha!
And she says, I wouldn't hold it there, for sure, but I think they are going to be the ones who know the most about it. Just bringing it there so they can look at it, that's the kind of thing you'd want to do. Once you've had a chance to speak to Flamewind and Zell, at least, the Zell will probably come to you once you solve the problem. Flamewind never leaves there, though. You'd have to bring it there. But yeah, I wouldn't leave it in the university, not with the thefts that they've had lately. But it is true, they know more about the Draconic Prophecy and artifacts like this than, well, anyone else, at least in Brayland.
Would it not be wiser to visit Zelmar at university and then slip away to do this other task?
Oh, I think that might be the case if that's what you decide to do. But Zell actually is not going to be too difficult to find once you get there. He actually has an office inside the library, and that's usually open to the public with a little bit of persuasion, not too much. You don't have to break in there. And once you're there, you can certainly speak to him. That won't be a problem. I don't think they much care about Zell.
What kind of persuasion?
Well, you might have to make sure that you say you have the right forms, that kind of thing. But it's nothing that you're going to have to do that's illegal. Do you think, Hilar, maybe if the King's Citadel... And Hilar kind of says, well, I'll see what I can find. The university, he says to all of you, Morgrave has always been notoriously independent. They don't much like government interference, and they don't much like people telling them what to do with their affairs. But they can be persuaded over time, and we've been able to do that with some things. I think we'll be able to get into the library all right. As far as breaking in to see Flamewind, he kind of shrugs.
So, 6 months, at least, worth of training to convince us and teach us not to tell anyone who we are. And now, we're going to tell a bunch of librarians whose job it is to share information who we are.
Well, no, I don't think you should tell them exactly who you... I mean, and she sort of
Just
pauses.
asked if the King's Citadel could get us in.
Well, no, I mean with their secret stuff, not telling them. you know, the things that you all do. Well, I'm only, and she kind of stops, looks at Hilar helplessly, and he smiles a little bit, and he says, Callie here has only been working a little bit with the outer levels, you might say, of the King's Citadel. Yes, we are not going to tell them who we are. That would be a terrible idea. But we might be able to find a way to, let us say, find papers that suggest we are some other people than who we are. That the King's Citadel ought to be able to provide. And there are one or two who work inside the university who are Citadel agents. But they are pretty deep cover, and they probably would not want to have their cover blown. Still, we do have allies there.
Well, that helps. I think we all agree figuring out what to do the Oracle is our top priority. If there are little agents that can help us get to Flamewind, I'm sorry, but we have to make use of them. It's just that simple. Despite the risk.
And Hilar kind of nods and sort of waits and says to hear what the rest of you think.
Do we know anyone who knows this flame wind, at least remotely well?
And she says, it's possible that Zell might know her. Sorry, I keep saying him. Flamewind is female. Might know her a little bit. I know that Zell has been interested in things like the Draconic Prophecy, or at least ways to channel it. So it's possible that she would have seen him. When he first arrived, she would have known about it. She knows about everything that happens at the university, at least so it seems. I don't know that he knows. He's probably met her, but I don't know that he would know how to get to her, though.
No, not that. Just wondering what she likes to eat. She has any dishes she's especially fond of.
She shrugs.
Well, never mind.
All right.
When can we see Zelmar?
I've told him that you would be able to see him probably sometime within a day of your arrival, but I didn't give him an exact time because I didn't know. He said that he was going to be there for most of the rest of today and tomorrow. He, and she kind of stops and says, he doesn't go out much lately. He's kind of, he's been having kind of a hard time.
Because of his unfulfilled love?
I mean...
Or maybe someone's in love with him.
And she kind of, like, does a lot of the sounding like a kettle coming to boil.
You might as well just tell us. Save us all a little bit of work here. Come on.
No, I know. I also don't fully understand it. He's agitated about it.
He's in love with a ghost. Got it.
And and she kind of looks at you like, you think the insight check, you would not even need to make an insight check to know that apparently isn't it. She gives you this like, what expression.
I just want to gauge her expressions. It's good.
And she says, there's one last thing. As I was doing all this, trying to gather information, I think I told you this before, but, well, with all the thefts and everything, Moorgrave has been on edge. And, well, there's a feeling about it around the university, like the people are waiting for something to happen. I would just make sure you keep your wits about you and keep your head on a swivel, These times are dangerous, I think. At least as dangerous as it's been since the last war. And Hilar kind of flashes a look to all of you but doesn't say anything.
Are you aware of any other parties in Charm that know of the Oracle's existence in the city?
I don't think so. I would have found out, I think, about something like that, especially with the questions that I was asking. No. If anyone knows about it, it's not known to me. And she says, but I mean, Sharn is a big city with a lot of people, but I'm pretty confident that no one knows about it, at least certainly not that it's here now, or that you're here with it. And I don't even know all of what it does. And Halar says, that's right. That's nothing against you.
Better that you don't.
And she says, one thing about Zell, you know, he's a good guy. He just, well, he's a little, and she kind of, anyway, he's the kind of person you can trust him once you deal with the personal stuff.
Can I do an insight check on her based on what everything I've heard and
Sure.
what my sister brought up and
Sure.
the fact that I have insight at an advantage? Yeah,
Sure.
perfect.
Yes, you can.
Oh, I know.
Okay, hold on.
Shadow dice.
So we're looking at a 16? Is that what I
Yeah.
see? Okay.
Yeah.
You get the impression that she's being, you know, as apparently truthful with you from what you can tell. She seems to be clear about what she knows. And the hesitations don't seem to be like, I must conceal secrets from them, as much as it just is like this profound sense of awkwardness about talking about uncomfortable stuff, more than like, I cannot tell them because then I would betray them to my dark master. You don't think it's that thing.
Okay.
Are we sure?
But now that you think of it,
No,
though,
she never rolled the 16.
yeah, exactly. You're not sure, but
You know what? I'm going to cast Shatter.
On the table.
you accidentally hit you hit Spanner. Oh, sorry, I did.
Oh,
damn
God.
it.
She's going to work up a hair trigger for that thing. Oops. Just goes off.
The
Anyways,
breeze of the wind kind of blows in from the beach that you're on, apparently.
Well, it would seem there is not much choice in the matter other than to see Zelmar. Kelly, Elrond, there is one other thing I want you to be aware of.
Okay.
Have you heard lately of a person called the Rulin Karnak entering Shaw?
And she kind of thinks about it, and she says, you know, I haven't heard of her. Or did you say her or him or just a Rulin? I want to make sure I don't want to be like, oh, she actually knows.
No, I actually just said a Rulin Karnak. I didn't
Okay, so
actually
then
give any more information
I don't.
yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I don't want to be like, wait, how did you know that then? So he says, I don't know the name Rulin Karnak, but I do know that House Madani has been acting awfully strange lately. At least not strange, but at least active. There are a lot of them going around. I mean, there's always a lot of them, but lately they've been really trying to, I don't know, I've seen a lot of their people out on the streets. A lot of times when I was asking questions, House Madani was right there too. I think they've been employed by someone. I don't know what, but when you talk about someone and where they are, the people that'll know about that are House Madani. They're the ones who will know about new people in Sharn for sure.
And what is House Madani? Are they trackers?
And so House Madani is a relatively new house, but this is a house which has basically it's the information broker house. They are places that they are dragon
The
marked.
guy that was following us was.
Yeah, the guy that was
Correct. The
following.
guy who was following you, you think was from House Madani. Spies, information agents, occasionally
Infiltrators, that kind of thing.
infiltrators, occasionally bounty hunters, that type
Ranking
of thing.
competition for the King's Citadel.
Yes. Now, this is the thing, is that House Madani does sometimes, I wouldn't say come into conflict, but sometimes, in fact, the King's Citadel occasionally has used House Madani for some of its less sensitive stuff. But House Madani and King's Citadel are often can be found sometimes in the same places at the same time. You know what I mean? Like gathering information. Like, you're the good old boys. I thought you were the good old boys. That type of thing. Like they sometimes show up in the same type of spots. But again, I do want to emphasize, though, House Madani is an information broker, and of course they do sell their services. But this is not a house which is like ominous. I mean, they operate as a house. People know that that's who they are. They are regulated by the state, etc. So
Basically, they're the private eyes of Eberron. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying again.
They're the private eyes of Eberron.
Yes, they are exactly. They're an organization of essentially private investigators. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Actually, Illyrian had to continue there. That is interesting. We were followed by Modani member on our way over here.
And she kind of, her eyes widen a little bit, and she's like, oh, that doesn't surprise me. They've been everywhere.
You don't need to go looking for information on Earl and Karnak, but if you happen to overhear that she is in the city, I would appreciate you letting us know about that as soon as possible.
I will.
She caused a lot of trouble in Salvation. And fled the city before we could bring her to justice. So it is very important to me that we keep track of her whereabouts.
And she nods and she says, oh, absolutely, I'll do that. It might not be difficult if she's attracting a lot of attention. I'll see what I can do to gather information. I mean, not going out of my way, as you say, but if I hear about it, yes, I'll pass it on to you. And Halar says, in the meantime, this conversation we're having, it never happened. And she says, I've already forgotten it.
I'm good.
So, if everyone is the same, pretty much, then she will get up, and Halar kind of leans back casually and sort of reaches his hand towards what looks like the sky, and then pulls it over, and like the beach waves kind of like fold over, and all of a sudden you realize you're looking out at the tavern again, at the Golden Horn. And Callie gets up, kind of scoots her way around, and nods to all of you, and then leaves. And as she does, so she does that, and then you see Spanner, by the way, sitting out there, just the way that he was. And then he reaches back over and pulls the curtain.
Where did you get that?
Spanner says nothing.
Doesn't he look wonderful? He matches you.
It makes him be more subtle or fit in more with Sharn, because
I mean, have you
Rupity.
seen the people out here?
There he is.
It was actually unusual that he didn't have something on him.
Exactly. We just wanted
We're
him
more
to
subtle
fit in.
now.
Mm-hmm.
How many of...
He looks wonderful, and I think he looks.
We're not talking about people. We're talking about a mechanical dog. How many mechanical dogs out there have you seen that have been all...
We
We've
saw a
been here
few, and
or like only a little bit. I don't know how many we're gonna
Insight
see.
check.
I'm like, I haven't been out very much anyway, so I'm telling the truth. I'm like, I'm sure there's got to be
Dirty
other
20.
things out there. How many?
Okay, a dirty 20.
I got a dirty
Oh,
20.
For a minute, I thought you said 30-20. Like, you're like, I am
That's
so
what I thought,
determined
too.
to have
What?
insight. I know 600 is my score.
Oh! Oh!
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
Oh,
Wow, how
Now,
do
the
I
only problem
resolve
we can't-
this?
We can't see if that's a natural 20 is the thing.
It's not. It's not.
It's
They're
not.
both
It's
Two
dirty
dirty
20.
It should
20.
be
What-
28. Yeah.
What
that's
is
the
your what's your charisma, Merime?
Like the
It's the raw score.
5, 20.
Not that.
point. 20. Yeah.
20.
20, yeah.
What,
I've got
Tanton, what's your
15.
wisdom?
Oh, oh God. My wisdom's 11.
You believe Merime, I would say then. You tied scores, but she has a higher base stat that she's using than you are.
Before he decides to believe her, there's just several moments of
Yeah. Skeptical
I'll
Alice,
just-
skeptical. Like,
just,
My smile will get bigger and more expansive. I shine more.
just
Larry
starts to
literally
look
just
away.
watches us back and forth and doesn't say anything.
he looks dapper.
Trust this group to spend 5 minutes on whether a mechanical
Oh,
dog
yeah.
should wear a ribbon. Yep. Love it. Elarian will motion to Hilar to draw the curtain again.
okay, and he does, so you're back in the waves again.
It's Tanton. If you can tear yourself away from your decorated spanner and show Nisiana and Merrimaid the note that
Absolutely.
you
No problem.
received outside the inn.
No problem whatsoever. I'd be happy to do so. Mm. And so he hands over the note.
And again, the note, note said, "Oh man, I didn't write down the text of the note." The note, I believe, said,
It's pretty much meet me at the King of Flame.
Well,
Or
meet me-
something.
yeah,
I know where I is.
"That's right." It was the
know
I
why
part
it's
that I wanted to make
Zodar
sure is
sent
that I
me.
know where I is, and it was signed a friend.
You're very
Um,
clear about the I.
And it was
period.
the King of Fire Tavern is the name of the place. And then
wasn't there something about from Zodor or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
Zodor,
yeah.
Zodor told me to
sent
tell you. That's
that
right.
was it.
Zodor
Sent me. That was.
Yep.
Yeah,
that was
Zodar
important.
sent
Okay.
me.
Mhm.
Meet me at the King of Fire. I know where I is, a friend.
Yeah, that's right.
One
Thank
of
you.
us pays attention to your notes, Greg.
Yes, thank you for someone paying attention to my notes.
Their command of the common tongue is less than spectacular. I know where I am, and of course they know where they are. Why wouldn't they know where they are?
I period.
I period. Who would that be? Oh, wait, I know.
Like,
And yes, Ilarion did actually sigh at that.
I'm sorry, I was stuck on how pretty Spanner looks with his bow. I mean, it's distracting.
See, doesn't look casual
I'm,
at all. Doesn't look subtle. You're constantly looking back at it and getting obsessed with it. Clearly, it does the opposite.
can you have a quick confab? Quick.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Bing.
So
Sorry.
This
Including
Sphinx?
Hilar, by the way. Sorry, Jen. Including Hilar. Okay.
including-
All right.
just
Bing.
this Sphinx person, flame something or other, whatever.
Flame wind.
If we're already being followed by the information brokers and we want to get information to someone, maybe we should just use them to get a note to the person we need to speak to so they can demand a meeting. Right? We hire that?
Oh, geez.
Oh.
Why did you go so far?
Today, I consider myself.
A little too much alcohol to play with that a little bit more. Okay. Anyways,
I thought we weren't trying to. I thought we weren't. Okay, that's weird. What happened here?
Ilarian's in a box.
I like that you just see how Larry
It
constantly
changed a
like,
whole bunch of
shifting. Like,
stuff.
oh, geez, that was weird.
I thought we weren't. Oh, jeez. This is all over the place. I'm gonna stop this and start over. It's all screwy now. Anyways, I was gonna say I thought we weren't trying to bring attention to ourselves by involving other parties.
We're, by virtue of the fact that we have already been followed once, that we are not a subtle crew, and that we're going to end up in Margrave at some point, if nothing else, to go see Zell. Why not send some sort of message through the information brokers to this flame person, whose name I can't remember,
Flamewind.
Flamewind, and ask, and the message basically says, ask to have a meeting with us. Make them do our work.
Okay. I forgot what I had.
Said that in the first place.
You're so far away.
There.
oh man.
Let's see. Nope. Still not.
I just like the idea that every time you look at him, like he's on the top of an arena yelling at you, and then he's like in a bathroom, and he's just like, what is going on?
I don't know why you say we're not subtle, Nisiana.
Now remember, you are also in your concealed booth. In fairness, so
And we
Yeah.
are
and
communicating.
telepathically. Yeah.
Oh, we are communicating. It's just,
Well-
it's like, what button did you hit, John?
I was trying to put on echo. Oh, now it's totally gone. I was trying to put on echo for the telepathy, but that did not work at all. So that was
No,
not a
let's
good
not do
idea. Yeah, I'm trying to get it back to normal, and I'm not sure what it is. Like,
I'm
crap.
sure that Ilarian's telepathic voice sounds exactly like yours.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It always
exactly.
does.
It's
Yeah.
not going through the
You sound so
vocal
different
process.
inside your own head.
Yeah.
Right. See, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's
In
great.
any case,
Hmm.
Flamewing.
Flamewind.
We used House Madani, whoever they are.
The
The
House
house-
Midori. I'm like, it's
Oh my
Yeah,
god, my
Madani,
brain
that
just
is.
stopped working. We used them to figure out some way to send a message to Flamewing that says something like, please request a meeting with us. We have something that you're interested in, or something. I don't know how we somebody smarter than me words it in a way that doesn't like say we have the Oracle of War, ask us to come in, but we make them do the work of breaking in. You see? I mean, it no matter what happens, no matter how we meet up with Flame Wind, everybody's going to know once we do. So, do we want to make everybody upset at us by breaking in to meet with them? Because then people are going to know. Because I don't see us walking through the university to meet with them.
Hilar says, but why would everybody know that we met with this person if we're going to break in to see her?
Because we're going to be there physically.
Well,
Have you looked at us?
he says, quite frequently. But I assume we could be dressed the way that she said. Or at least maybe, and he kind of pauses and says, although I don't know if it makes sense for me to be going along, they're probably going to recognize me. But they wouldn't recognize you. Remember, you did your training elsewhere, and then you've been at Salvation. You
That's
probably
true.
might fit in as university students more than someone like I would.
I mean, we could dress the part.
Well, yeah. But it's the whole breaking into everything that's...
If we went with your idea to send a messenger, that message could contain knowledge that we're going to be there at a certain time, and since we're already going to be at the university, they could say, bring these people to me. They're already here in the university. I know this because I'm a freaking oracle or something.
Sure. I mean, that's one way. I mean, if we're going to go in there to see Zell anyway, and figure out what his problem is.
Yeah. We go in, dress accordingly, act accordingly, only open the doors we need to, like illegally. Talk our way through it. I have invisibility if we need it. We can communicate telepathically. I think we're going to do great. I've always wanted to go into university, always. It must be some sight to see.
You would think that they would have ways of detecting invisibility.
Parts of it.
Yeah.
Parts of it are nice.
Oh, you've been, Tanton?
I lived here for decades. Of course
But
I've
you've been
there.
in the university. I lived here for a while too. I've
I
never
had
been
to
in
research
there.
many, many things while
Oh, wow. It must be fantastic in there.
Do they really dress up in a lot of ribbons?
I don't recall any, but I wasn't in there for studying fashion.
And think of the stories they have in there, and the histories and the architecture and the stonework that they have in there. I hear is quite
That is
unlike
very
any
nice, yes.
Yeah. I would love to go in and see, but perhaps I'm getting into the tourism mode a little bit. So I'm willing to follow another plan, of course.
Well, So when are we supposed to meet Zodor's friend?
And the note did not have a time on it. It just said,
Anytime.
meet me at this place.
Why don't we go to that to the King of Fire and pick up some supplies to make disguises on the way back. So then we meet them, and then we can go into the university in disguises later on to meet Flamewind.
Are we going to start with Flamewind, or are we going to start with Zell?
Zell, sorry, yeah, to meet Zell. I'm
Okay.
getting
Yeah, start with
ahead of
Zell.
myself. Yeah, to meet Zell.
Wait, first we're gonna meet with what's his face at the fireplace. Then we're gonna go to Zell. Then Flame.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah, to the friend.
A
At the
friend
King
who
of
we don't
Fire.
actually know who we're meeting.
They'll know us. I mean, I assume they'll know Tanton.
Okay.
Do you think, Tanton, are you concerned about this?
Well, there are many things that are concerning me. One, they're not going to let me bring Spanner into the library.
You don't think so?
No, no.
Why not?
He's the goodest boy.
He is a combat machine.
They don't allow combat machines on the university?
Not without prior, getting permission and for very specific reasons to bring one in, and I would only be able to take him to very specific segments of the university because I was going to be working on him with someone there.
Oh.
They're not just going to let me walk around with him.
What if Nisiana says she's using him as a mobility device?
He's got a bow.
He doesn't look like a combat machine.
Yes, he does.
I have to go
I go
with
to
that.
find the Spanner image. Like,
Like, I gotta go with Tanton on this one. He kind of looks like a.
If
that
he
does
ever
not
opens
exactly
his
look
mouth,
like.
It looks like a wood chipper
I mean-
inside.
He's a
Now he's
dick
got a
duck.
giant bow. on-
Definitely a comfort animal. No
Right.
question about it.
Mhm. Just get him a little tactical vest that says emotional support robot.
A couple more bows, and nobody will even look at the death stare.
The more bows you put on, the less combat of effective you think you see. Just like
Oh yeah.
maybe
The
if he's
second-
festooned with ribbons, then
The second I have already decided this. The second that he has to repair somebody and his panels open up and all the repair tools pop out, it's gonna shred those bows. And
Okay.
Maybe we'll have to get a lot of bows. To have to
yeah.
clear.
maybe the
Damn it.
bows are especially resistant in some bizarre way. Like you open it, it's like, like
Oh no, I'm pretty sure the bow would not stop anything from opening.
probably not.
I mean, have you seen what his mouth does?
Hmm.
Yeah.
To people.
I've seen him save my life by doing things with his mouth. So yeah,
The
no.
bow is made of the same material as the Hulk's pants. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's stretchy.
Brilliant.
Oh, nice and
That's great,
stretchy.
dude.
And it turns purple no matter what color it was.
But
It
Chad is
turns
recommending
purple.
1,200 ribbons. You make him a robot rainbow riding dog, and like that's
Yes.
Native and
I
Oriental.
don't think we can afford 1,200 ribbons. That was a lot of money for those ribbons.
Well, first we go rob people, and then we know this might be a bit off-plan track.
Oh, man. We're just gonna spiral on.
Welcome to day 150 of Infinity Beyond Eberron.
We will
Grand
be down at
The
ribbons.
down in
grand
the cogs.
heist.
Yeah. Where even is the Oracle of War?
It's just Ocean's 11 now. It's just completely.
We're gonna be down in the cogs within 15 minutes.
Yeah,
and
I
we're
mean-
never getting out.
We know we do need to bring him with us to meet this person, right?
The King of Fire, yes, he absolutely
Yes.
can go there with us.
And then we have to figure out what time everything happens and when libraries close and stuff like that. Because what time of day is it actually?
You arrived fairly early in the morning. It's
Okay.
probably about 9:30 a.m., maybe 10 a.m. by now. So
Okay.
it is pretty dull and gray out though because of the weather. Is just it's Seattle weather, right? You know the drill.
It is downpouring right
Yeah.
now.
Okay. So pretty much similar. not quite down. I shouldn't say downpouring, but definitely overcast and gray.
Well, let's start with the friend and then see if a brilliant plan comes to mind by the time we're done.
And he says, Hilar says, my suggestion would be, I'm going to go with you to talk to this this person from House Madani. And then after that, I think I should probably go and make a few inquiries if you're going to be going on to the university. At that point, it doesn't make sense for me to be with you when you go to meet with Zell or the others. I don't want to draw more attention to you than necessary. But I'll leave contact information so you can get a hold of me if you need it. After we meet this individual who was following us.
Okay.
And assuming that is all sounds good to you, then do I take it you will then kind of rise and depart to go meet this contact or whatever, this person with the note? And you are bringing Spanner, you said, for that, right?
The King of Fire.
Yeah,
yes.
okay. It's going to change every time. Is it the King of Fire? But earlier on I was thinking Ring of Fire, and I don't know. Anyway. Just as we head out there, this is a good chance to reset and welcome everybody to, in D&D terms, Day 20 of Oracle of War. You are here in Season 2, A Century of Ashes, Part 2, as you are watching Trendane Sparks and Marie Bilodeau and Jennifer Brozek and John Helfers, the amazing members of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. You are also watching ArvCon Day 3 of hashtag ArvCon 2022 to raise money for the Damon Running Cancer Research Foundation. We have already surpassed our goal. We are sitting at $4,242, $42.42, but I would love to see that number continue to rise. My hope is that we head towards $5,000 by the time we get to this end of the segment. Again, there are still plenty of giveaways. There are still plenty of things you can get individually, but also, most importantly, there are things that we can do to advance the research that we're supporting in Damon Runyon's cancer research. So you can find out more information with !donate. That'll bring you over to the Tiltify page, and then you can put in your link from there. So if Spanner is a good boy, you should donate to DRCRF. Exactly. And we already know that Spanner is not only a good boy, but the best boy. So, clearly that means that you should donate. So please jump on board and support us there. And thank you so much for being with us.
I don't
know. Know about what?
I don't know. Well, he is now.
He is
And
the
then he has
bestest
to
boy.
bowl.
He's the best. I mean, yeah.
He is now.
Have we talked about the ribbons?
It was Nimble. Nimble was the best boy, but he's dead.
Right.
Nimble was the bestest dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nimble didn't make
Pseudo
it.
dragon.
See, if he had, maybe you could have put ribbons on Nimble too, but now.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt he would have loved that.
We'll never know.
Absolutely.
I also
I'm
want
just
to.
hoping.
Yeah.
It's like if we actually do meet the Sphinx, Flamewing,
He's the best.
I don't
Sphinx.
immediately go, "Can I adopt you? You are so cute."
It's true.
Ribbons.
One of the last thing I want to say about donations quickly, by the way, is that you don't want the mods to catch up here, chat too. I mean, they're up to $3,700 level of giveaway, and we're up to $4,242. So just keep adding on with the giveaways.
And I was thinking of that song in the year 2525.
Yeah.
I think it gets like 5510 is one of the things we need to get there so we can use that lyric.
25. Yep.
Yeah, we're already past that though. So
Yeah, that's true. Now we're basically up in like Warhammer territory, right? Isn't it like
no,
42,000?
40K.
Oh,
That's
40K. Is BattleTech?
Which would be fine. We'd be fine with
What
that.
year is BattleTech set?
It depends on which era you're talking about, but in the ones that I'm working on right now, we're in
3151.
yeah, 31.
3151. So we're already past that. So 4242 doesn't have any like resonance in like the nerd universe. You know what I'm saying?
Except for 42 is the answer of that.
Well, that's right. That is the
There's
solution.
that.
That is the answer to the universe. Yes.
I think there was something in the deconstruction of falling stars, one of the last episode, or the last episode of season 4 of Babylon 5. I think there might have been something that happened in the 4000 thing.
Okay. All right. Well,
Maybe.
All right, something to think about. Anyway, okay, so you folks are going to make your way over to the King of Fire. Now, as you are walking to this place, and actually I should say that is in Middle Dora, so if you're going to walk, let's go back to that map, the cutaway map here. If you're going to walk there, as of right now, you were in the Menthis Plateau, which is right here, right? And you're going to be heading over to Middle Dora, which is here, right? The middle city, but Dora. So it's over and up. That's Dora, and this is Middle Dora, the middle city. So what that means is there's obviously many ways to get there. One of the ways to get there would be to take a sky coach, which, as I mentioned, is sort of that's the one that has little elementals that are trapped inside it that allow it to maneuver and whatever. And you can rent one of those. Now, like everything in Sharn, those are not super cheap, but a single gold should be able to get you to this place if you want to take that. Or you could just walk it, and it would be, I think from there you'd be looking at like 30 minutes, 60 minutes. That's probably about an hour and a half worth of walking. So it's up to you as to how you want to
I
travel.
want to take the sky thing. I've never taken a sky thing. I want to do that.
It'd be fun.
Can
Haven't
we
done one in a while.
You're
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Let me see if I have a coach. A coach. Yes. Let me see if I have a picture of the coach.
Remember, Nisiana is all about the transportation. She drove the sled.
Ooh, there is
That's true.
actually WizKids has a miniature of this. That's slick. Okay, well then I'm going to show that because I think that's really cool. Okay, let me show you all then a picture of this miniature of the Sky Coach.
I'm really glad they went with whiz kids and not PP people.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Well, actually, WizKids have been around for a long time.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see. All right, I am going to be showing a picture on stream here right now. That is what the Sky Coach looks like.
Oh, neat.
Yeah,
Oh,
Oh,
are we
that's
inside it
cool.
or just on top of
you
it?
are on the deck.
That is
Oh.
cool.
I can see people getting knocked off of that easily.
What? That never happens.
That only happens on the bridges.
Why would that happen? That's so negative.
There's that. And there you go.
yeah,
That's really
there's half a
cool.
railing. What more do you need?
Yeah. It's really pretty neat. You can get this for $59.99 from
What's the green things around it?
those I suspect are those are like little I think those are like little escort ships, because now the Sky Coach is not enormous, but it's like the size of a school bus, and so those are probably little things that escort it. Now why they would be escorting that, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Pretty eldritch blast bolt that somebody fired at it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and this is actually taken from different, like Eberron rising from the last war. Oh, no, you know what those are? Those are soar sleds. Those are not, I'm sorry, I was thinking they are kind of escort in a way. They are soar sleds, so those are things you can actually ride on. You know the Green Goblin, right, from Spider-Man, the thing that he rides? That's basically what these things are. They're soar sleds, and sometimes people who might be interested in a little bit of piracy might use those soar sleds to come across someone. So anyway, so that's a Sky Coach. Okay. So, yeah, hoverboards, basically, class core, yeah. Okay, so so if you're going to take a Sky Coach to do this, I will tell you that as you are heading up to get on the Sky Coach, as I say, about a gold, roughly speaking. So, Hilar will probably cover this once he leaves you. He won't be continually funneling you money, but he probably will cover this while you are at least, to this extent.
I'll hand him the receipt for the ribbons.
Outstanding. Okay. So, as you head up to this area, as you kind of rise up to middle Dura on the middle level, one thing that strikes you is that as you're moving up there, there are, because you can see this obviously from a distance as you're sort of rising up and maneuvering through the various streets and stuff, that there are multiple different districts, and actually Hilar points out a couple of them to you as you're on this Sky Coach. There is a place called Stormhold, which is in fairly comfortable shape. It's a comfortable residential district is what it looks like, with some nice homes and towers there. And there are several groups that you can see even as you're on the deck of the Sky Coach looking down, of armed guards that are basically like patrolling the streets. So it's in pretty good shape, Stormhold. But that is where a lot of that comes to an end, because there are other places there where there are more difficult spots. There is a tenement district that you can see there where the buildings are run down. It is known popularly as Rattlestone. And Tanton, you had the experience sometimes of passing through Rattlestone. Not a place that you want to go at certain times of night, basically. Although it needs to be said, I want to figure out how to describe this. For anyone who has ever lived in or been in certain neighborhoods in New York, if you live there, you're pretty safe there, right? There's a camaraderie among people in certain neighborhoods in New York. If you're not from there and you are there at certain times, maybe not so much. So it's safe for the people who make it their home, let's put it there. There is another place that used to be a beautiful area, but is now broken into disrepair, which is called Broken Arch. So there is some housing there, but it definitely used to be a lot nicer than it is. And of course, you see this vast array of stalls and shops, and you can hear noises and the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. And that, of course, is the bazaar. And as I said, Tanton's very familiar with that. Marime, you probably would be familiar with the bazaar as well, because it was such a big part of the environment of going places if you were going to shop or whatever. But the other thing I want to highlight, too, as you are settling down, is that if you go a little higher into Upper Dura, you are very familiar, Marime, with a place called Overlook, because Overlook was noteworthy for its Kalashtar community. There is a community center there. There are some restaurants that serve Sarlonan cuisine, and there is a shrine devoted to the Path of Light. And if there is any place that understands the meaning and messages of dreams, it is Overlook. Now that's higher. It's a higher level than you're going to, but just it's in Dura, in Upper Dura. So something to think about. You, however, are getting brought down to Harith's Folly, and Harith's Folly is where the inn is that you're going to. And as I mentioned, Harith's Folly is well named. It is a jumble of architectural styles, basically because at different times, different people have come in and been like, this is a great place to kind of move to and live in, and so as a result, it's all over the place. There are some things that look like that they are quite old. There are some brand new places. There are some ramshackle places. Some places that look like someone kind of stuck a McMansion, or I guess a McTower, in the middle of the rest of this. So it's kind of all over the place. It is, again, a place to gamble and enjoy modest food and drink. And you can see in the center of this place, nearby where you're settling down with your sky coach, is a place called the Hollow Tower, which is a center for aerial sports. And it is Harith's Folly, which is where, and both Marime and Tanton would know of this, maybe even Nisiana, the Race of 8 Winds begins and ends, which is an aerial race, very dangerous but exciting race through the streets and alleyways and the towers of Sharn. So here is Harith's Folly, and as you sort of settle down, I'm feeling very much, this is very Blade Runner-y to me, although it's not neon that you're settling into, but it's that kind of setting, right? You're settling into Vegas here, I guess. You can hear You can hear an anonymous donation of $42. Once again, the timing on that has been spectacular. You can hear ta-da! So that's what you heard. So 42 is the answer, and that means that we are now up to 4284. Thank you for the anonymous donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anonymous has been coming through all through this whole thing. Thank you so much. 4284. Let's keep it up. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
They are probably the biggest donor.
No, not quite, but yes, they are a significant one. Yeah, no, right now I think that's the Hillness has been the one so far. Although Dragon Spear is making a push, and we've had others too. Carlos donated quite a bit too. Anyway, so thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, so I just said McMansions. Do they have fries? And Prince Justin says no, but the people there are Big Macs. Good. That's good. That's good. I see what you did there. Good stuff. Okay, so the Sky Coach settles in, and it basically hooks up to what is basically a platform attached to some stairs. So it kind of hooks up and right next door. And the Sky Coach itself actually was quite steady and stable. It felt a little strange, but it was quite steady and stable. And so as you get in, there's just the slightest swaying as you are on the deck getting ready to get off onto the platform and then go down the stairs. As you're there, you are sort of looking down at the stairs, and you can see, even from here, not actually that far from here, Tanton, the King of Fire Tavern. Again, as I said, built of black stone and brass, and even from here it's striking, and it catches a lot of the lights. One note to make about this area, Harroth's Folly, is that it is always lit at all times, even in the middle of the day, by lights of all descriptions. Different colored lights, and moving lights, and circling lights, and Eat at Joe's lights. No, but, lots of lights all over the place reflecting off the buildings. This feels very much like, to jump out of game for a second, Times Square is what it feels like as you're walking through it. And so you can see it from here. And, of course, there are a lot of people talking, speaking, joking around about things. A lot of people and noise even here in the, close to midday.
Oh, I would hate it. Okay, gotcha.
Your favorite, yeah.
Tiziana's not actually really thrilled with this either. It's probably the most people.
Tangent's fine with it. I would hate it.
Jen would also hate it. Tiziana is like, that's a lot of people. That's a whole lot of people.
Will put my hand on her shoulder and just kind of keep her near so that we don't become separated.
Okay. And let's see if I have... I think this works. I'm going to add... I'm just adding another little bit of sound to this. There we go. Perfect. Great. Okay. So as you are making your way down the stairs, and you're heading over, I guess, to the place, as you're going down this way, Tanton, you can see that there are... actually, make a perception check for me, Tanton, before I tell you what you see.
Because his perception is...
It's so great, I know.
You'll roll a 15 though, so it's okay.
Yeah, just roll high, as you would say.
Uh-huh.
You got this.
No.
No, you don't.
Ta-da!
Oh, you
See?
do.
Yeah, as you are coming down this, you can see a number of people, probably maybe 5 or 6, Stanton, that are clearly dressed in the outfits and colors and markings of House Cannith. And you can see that they are standing, talking to each other, and pointing at a couple of buildings. Now, they are, most of them are younger, younger than you, but there's one person that you're pretty sure you used to see around the house, a fellow artificer, actually. Not that you were enemies or friends with, but you certainly knew enough to say hello. They haven't caught sight of you, and they're not, waiting for you threateningly or anything. They're not paying any attention to you. But you can see them there if that matters to you.
It does.
Am I still on Spanner, or are you? Yeah.
I would
Okay.
presume
So then, I am still on Spanner next to Mary May.
So, seeing this, Tanton's going to kind of and sort of slide around behind Ilarion so that they're, blocking, and he just kind of keeps.
And Hilar kind of looks at you but doesn't say anything.
Ilarion, he's very good for being, a giant block.
Uh-huh.
It's true.
So, assuming you all still make your way down, but behind Ilarion as necessary. So you...
tight.
Yeah, bless you. You make your way over to this King of Fire Tavern, and the sign in front has literally just a crown, and behind it, carved into the sign, cunningly, flames rise behind this crown. And so when you enter it, There are a number of people here, dressed somewhat differently, actually. There are a number of people that you can see in what are clearly the tunics, simple tunics and robes, sometimes more dramatically impressive robes and sometimes less, but a lot of university students. So there's a lot of, obviously, university students. You think there are a couple of older people that you might expect might be faculty that are there sort of talking with each other at one of the tables. And when you come in, you can see this person. Let me go down to here we go. You can see this person is sitting at a table near the back of the room. And
Oh no, he's hot.
and when you come in, you can see him, and he kind of catches your eye and gestures as if to come over. And Halar kind of waits, looks at all of you, and then proceeds forward. And comes up to the table, standing there. And the person sitting at the table just looks up and nods and says, well, I see you got my note. And Halar says, it was kind of hard when you gave it to us directly. Before we do anything else, exactly who are you, and why have you summoned us here? And the one looks up at him, and he's chewing a toothpick. And he's like, well, I came because I was sent. A friend of yours brought me in. Named Zodor. You should know him, I think. As for me, my name is Ivalo de Medani. I belong to House Medani. I'm a bounty hunter. Have a seat. And Halar kind of, his eyes narrow a little bit, and then he slowly sits down in one of the chairs.
Valerian will do the same.
Okay. Rest of you?
I'll wait and see if Nisiana wants to sit or go somewhere else.
Actually, I'm more watching Tanton, because it's like, once I get off, it's like, do I need to get off the dog now, or do I need to wait?
Now or now?
Strictly speaking, you are sitting, so.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I was like, I'm assuming by now we have actually made a comfortable enough seat that I could just sit here. But if not, then I'm going to get off because it's not that comfortable.
I mean, it's comfortable when you're moving.
Okay, if we're just
Sitting
gonna
in one
sit,
place, yeah.
Also, this guy's kind of cute, and he's a friend of, well, he was hired by Zodor. And if he does anything bad, Spanner or Illyrian will bite him, so
Yeah, bite him?
bite him.
Okay. Fight him. Okay. Yeah.
You've got your lights.
This is true.
Your lights will protect. So get off and sit down.
Okay. And Tintin, what about you? Are you sitting down? And Marimay?
Not just yet. He's still kind of staring at the guy a little bit. He's like, a bounty hunter.
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear that.
A bounty hunter.
And he nods and he says, that's right.
Are any of us your bounty? Because if so, I don't think we necessarily want to just throw ourselves onto your table.
And he smiles and he's like, no. If I was after you as a bounty, I wouldn't be talking to you. But no, my bounty's someone else. And I've been asked to tell you about it.
Oh,
Oh, I wonder if this is the whole Zell situation.
and so he will sit down. Spanner just kind of sits at the end of the table.
Okay. And he leans back and he says,
Oh,
First- oh, okay.
and Tandy kind of leans over to Spanner's like, sentry. And the ears are just pivoting back and forth, keeping tabs on everybody around us to see if anybody's
Okay.
listening in on the conversation.
Okay. I have this image whenever you say that his ears move that's like, ding! Like, you know, like just sitting like,
I was like, am I gonna have his head spin all the way around? I'm like, no, I'm like, no.
or the Star Trek. Anyway, okay. So you sit down, and there's a moment, and then he slides across. There's different mugs there, including the one in front of him. So he slides them across, and he says, "This is the mead that I got. It's pretty good, but you can get whatever you like. It's up to you. And it's on the house, or at least on the one who's paying for the house, you might say." And he kind of settles back and then takes his toothpick out, and he says, "So, Zodor Tarnev hired me a while ago. He sent word ahead and said that you were going to be looking for someone to come into town. Well, I found him, and so I decided I would find you. He said that it was important that I keep tabs on them and let you know where they were at all times. And, if I might say so, this is someone that you probably don't want to take lightly. I know where Arulin Karnak is." And there's sort of a pause, and he kind of waits to see if any reaction. Hilar just kind of raises an eyebrow, but doesn't say anything.
Do I think this guy's telling the truth, or?
You can make an insight check if you'd like.
I would like to do that as well. Have I gotten over my... Yes. I'm a little bit more focused now instead
Okay.
of thirsty. Oh.
That's because you have advantage, right? So you're on the. So you have the 20.
I do have advantage on this.
So far, he seems to be truthful, and he's very sort of calm about all of this, almost as calm as I will be when I say 5 Raiders joined from Sir Madness TV. Thank you, Sir Madness TV. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to our D&D event. Also, welcome to our charity event, which is raising money for the Damon Rennie Cancer Research Foundation. Thank you for joining us. So he settles back, and he says, "Yeah, thank you, Sir Madness. Appreciate it." So he settles back and he says, when I was hired to do this, I knew that I had to try to find someone who was an outsider. So I asked around, managed to gather some information that I needed, and I've tracked her down to a low-rent apartment in Lower Dura. I staked the place out. I know that she's using it as a hideout in the city. But the thing that's funny about it is, it's not just her. She's hired a local street gang to protect her hideout, and there's been people coming in and out of that building. One of them is the one that I think you'd be most interested in. From what Zodor explained, you might have had trouble with them before. You know what a Rakshasa is?
Do we?
You might. I'm going to see if I can find a picture.
Rakshasa?
Rakshasa, yeah.
Yeah, I know what it is out of character. I don't know if I know what it is in character.
I think you would probably know what?
What?
What the hell just
I
happened?
think Sean started sneezing, and he just...
I didn't get the mute.
I said something like, I think, and then I was like, word. I was like, what? What just the heck just happened? Okay. Sorry. I was really, really confused. Okay. So, here's what you know, and I would actually say, let me have Marimay, I think you're most likely to know this actually. And I'm going to have you and Nisiana, but for different reasons, make history checks here.
Sure.
Not great at history, but I will try.
Me neither.
Yeah, no.
Both suck.
No.
Okay.
I'm focused on the dude. He's kind of cute. He's saying stuff.
Okay. So we have a 7 and a 10. All right. So you don't know a whole lot, but I would say that you certainly heard of them. Rakshasa are, you at least, this is what I can tell you, even though you don't know a whole lot, but you do know that Rakshasa are a kind of cat creature that have demonic origins. There is a legend that suggests that Rakshasas originally were created because when Kyber was trapped by Eberron, as we know at the beginning of all time in Eberron, that Kyber's last act of defiance was to give birth to a host of fiends, because it was Kyber's hope, according to legend, that the fiends would destroy the descendants of Cyberus and Eberron. And 10 million years ago, the fiends succeeded and overran the world of Eberron, beginning the Age of Demons. Again, this is millions of years ago. And these demons were led by Rakshasa and night hags. So Rakshasa are, according to the legends, very old and very evil. At the very least, you know that Rakshasa tend to be very dangerous, and are masters in particular of disguise, of deception, and often are one of those, like, they walk among us, type of thing. That you know,
And they're adorable.
and some might find them adorable. Yes. So he says, and Deidre was a notorious Rakshasa fugitive. I actually was tasked to try to track them down once, and then was told to forget that I had tracked them down. At that point, it was up in other hands. They've been trying to gather information on what they were doing here, and now they think they've found more of them. And Deidre has links to the Order of the Emerald Claw, and I assume you know who they are.
Yeah.
So he pauses and he says, so those figures have been going in and out of the building where Arulin makes her hideout. And she recently met with two mysterious figures at a nearby bar. They were a pair of bald half-elves, one of them dressed in red, the other one dressed in black. I don't know who they are, but they spell trouble if I know anything about my business. And they've spent a lot of time since then around or near that same hideout that I told you about. So, Arulin's here. She's hired people. She's seeing someone from the Emerald Claw. And there's these figures in red and black. I don't know what to make of them, but they are wild cards, you might say. So if you're looking for Arulin, like I said, I know where she is. And she's here in the city. And he stops. And starts chewing his toothpick again.
Now, how did she get here so quickly?
He says, I don't know, but she came in through airship, not lightning ray.
Oh, well, that...
He says, but actually, I have to assume that the local street gang, you could probably get together pretty quickly, but the rest of this, picking up this hideout, makes me think that she had something ready to go before she arrived.
Test. Well, that does not sound very good at all.
And Hilar's like, I've noticed you've had like a frog in your throat or something. I don't know.
That was Android, but Android sounds terrible, so I'm not going to use that either. Or something. I don't know how to get the Space Overlord back to its normal presets, which is very annoying. I didn't think just turning on an echo would modify everything, but it has. So we're just going to have to go with my regular voice for now, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I don't have any way to fix it until I can
Okay.
actually review it more.
Just double repeat your words. Just be like, it's okay. I'm fine. Just do that.
Don't let me put the echo on, buddy.
Anton pulls out a couple of tools and starts working on Illyrian's throat.
Yeah, I can do that. There you go.
Can you sing for me when the moon is in the seventh house? No, sorry, never mind. Don't do that.
Could you not sing that for me?
This is the dawning.
So,
Anyway.
Illyrian will after all this stupid voice stuff, what does Illyrian want to ask him? It was something. So you were just hired to observe and not take Karnak out
That's right.
or capture her.
That's right. I think it's quite possible that if you were able to build up a hideout like that, it doesn't take much to figure out that you've probably got contacts, especially if she has any contacts with the Emerald Claw. So what that tells me is that she's got contacts to larger groups here, maybe a cartel. Raid the hideout before then, and you break all that down. Plus, Zodor told me my main thing was to make sure I kept tabs on them and to warn you if Arulin was doing anything. So I'm doing that. And right now, I don't want to blow my cover either. If they catch the fact that I've been hanging out near that place, I'm going to be useless to you and useless to Zodor. And as much as he told me to help you out, I am being paid by him.
Right. Oh, there we go.
It works.
Ah, okay. Anyways, not quite as what I had, but it's close enough. Okay. Are you available for assistance if we decide William Carter is very dangerous? Should remove the fool. She could cause more trouble, especially if she's sharp.
Don, I'm sorry. I
I was gonna
literally
say
can't
I can
understand
barely
you at all.
understand that
I
because
mean,
it's
at
so
all.
deep that you're just like it's like you sound a little bit like Tom Waits trying to cosplay a robot. Like,
Test. No, that takes it completely off. It's weird.
could you sing some Waltzing Matilda? You just went.
Yeah. All right, never mind.
Sorry, John. I know that's frustrating.
I had modified that one to work better, but
it does work a little better, but it's still a little. It's just hard to hear. So
that's all right. Yep. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, John's voice has gone to warp, basically.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so sorry. So say that again. You were saying.
So basically, he said Aurelian Karnak is very dangerous, especially if she's in charm, and should be taken out as soon as possible. But you feel that she should be watched and hopefully lead us to more of the Emerald Claw, or who these red and black people dressed people are.
I don't know who they are, but as far as the Emerald Claw is concerned, if Arulin is involved with higher level figures, I can tell you from experience, you don't go after the small fish. Just, you get more small fish. You go after the big ones, the ones that actually get everyone else to do what they tell them to do. You go after Arulin and take her out, all you'll end up doing is telling her employer, whoever it is, that you're there, and then they'll move against you. Now, again, I've got to follow what Zodor tells me to do, and my job as a bounty hunter is to find people and bring them in. My job is not to raid hideouts and take out groups of people. As far as helping out, I will absolutely keep you apprised. And if need be, I could try to defend myself and you in a pinch. But I'm not a bodyguard, and I ain't, I'm not part of the groups that are supposed to protect this city. I'm not part of the watch. My job is to find out about people, and that I've done. Choose the toothpick some more.
Ugh, I do not like the Emerald Claw.
I don't and he hears you say that, and he says, I don't either. The Emerald Claw are a mess. Back during the war, a lot of them decided that it was a good idea to take advantage of some of my people. And he sort of slightly brushes his hand over his slightly pointed ears, and he says, those that weren't pure didn't fit into the Emerald Claw's plans. And that included many of the people in my own house. So as soon as the Emerald Claw gets wiped off of Eberron, that'll be too soon. That'll be not soon enough for me. That said, though, watchword is moving slow and taking your time, and keeping your head down until the time's come to take your shot. And Alar says, and what happens if they decide to pay you? Someone else decides to pay you to take a shot at a different place. And this guy turns back to him. And I don't know if he's introduced himself yet, but he would say that his name, I think he did, right? Evello is who he introduced himself as.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
he said, and he sort of turns almost not snapping, but he kind of like looks rather sharply, and he says, I don't break deals that I make. And the other thing I don't do is take someone else's deal to break the first one, especially when my house is the one telling me how things go down. You know the reputation of House Madani. I am not going to be your problem. And he kind of, and Halar sort of sighs a little bit and says, well, I've heard that before. You haven't heard it from me until now. Ivalo says and turns back. This is the first time that he's even shown even a hint of anger. Not anger, but he was very firm. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, based on what I know about those of us of houses, I believe him. So Well, we've got the information now. What are we supposed to do now?
And so Avello says, well, at that point, that's up to you. As for me, I'm going to make my way back down to the hideout and go back to my watch. If need be, if you have to contact me, you'll be able to find me here. And he sort of like looks around here and he says, I come back here often. You could also, if you want, leave a note for me up there in my room 6, 3rd hall, all the way to the back. But it would be better to just try to find me if you can, rather than leave notes. They can sometimes go awry. And his eyes flicker to you for a minute, Tanton, and sort of is like, at least they can go awry unless I'm the one delivering them. And he comes back to you. Go ahead, Nisiana.
Well, I have another way that we can contact you.
What's that?
I can just say hello in a very short number of words.
And he blinks.
Sending.
Oh, and right. And he says, all right, that's fine. That might be
That
also
way
another way
nobody
get a hold
has
of
to
me.
be leaving any kind of notes unless.
He nods. No, that's safest. You're probably right. So, and when you do, I will then come find you. Again, I don't want to blow my cover. If some big move happens, I can let you know.
You can answer inside your head, but you'll have 25 words.
He says, I can do it in less.
I'm not sure I can, but okay.
When was the last time you talked to Zodor Tarev?
Probably about, I would say, week and a half ago, maybe. He had told me that he had told me to be ready. And then he sent me, I suppose, if you mean him like directly, that's when I talked to him. By message, he sent me a message not long ago, said there were going to be groups of people coming into town, and that probably there was going to be someone else coming in front of him. I needed to find out who that person was and see if it was this Arulin Karnak. He described her to me, said eventually when you came into town that I needed to contact you and let you know what I knew. And I said I would do all that, and I have.
Thank you.
And he nods and he says, no, don't mention it. Money's good. So's my info. And he stands and he says, if I can give you one bit of advice, though, make sure whatever you're doing, whether it's over at Moorgrave or whether you're going to be going elsewhere in Sharn, just keep your wits about you and your head down. If Rulin Karnak, this person, is someone that matters to you, she's got an awful lot of scratch for not a lot of time in the city. I'm not sure that you want someone like that on your bad side. And go ahead, Nisiana.
She just said too late.
Too
might
late.
be a bit late for that.
And Halar kind of folds his arms and nods slowly. And Avello says, pleasure to meet you. Speak to you again soon. And he comes around the table and departs. So you are left now in the King of Fire Inn.
Alarian, you know I can send a message back to Zodor if you want to say that we've met his man.
I am more concerned about the destruction that was reported in that newspaper article as well.
I figure if I send a message back to him, if he's alive, he will be able to let me know. But short amount of words, big spell. It's best that I do it just before I go to bed, or then I can do it. You do a couple of different sendings.
Right.
Assuming I have, the spoons to do it. as it were.
Indeed.
And
yeah.
so Hilar says, all right, from this point, it's going to be up to you. I've got to go find out some things and make some inquiries, and now I got to go find out some stuff about this Ivello. He's probably fine, but House Madani is pretty trustworthy. But I don't know. Until we've got a better handle on what's going on here, I want to make sure that I'm not taking chances with anyone, especially if Zodor was involved. And so he says that. And then he says, what are you folks planning to do?
I personally think we need to focus on the Oracle first, getting it where it needs to be. But
I know we've asked this several times. I'm going to ask it again. What's the name of the transportation house?
House Olarian. No, I'm not getting Olarian. House Orion. There we go. I was about to say House Olarian. I'm like, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
House
that's where I keep
House Orion. Orien, I believe it is.
Okay. So Tanton's like, what if we hire House Orion to transport Cerulean Karnak's heart to one district of the city and her brain to another district of the city at the same time?
the only downside is I think we have to produce the packages of these things for them to transport them.
Damn it.
But I like the plan. I like the plan.
Certainly is creative, if a bit visceral.
Mm.
And Hilar kind of nods.
I thought he was gone.
No, he was leaving. He was just
Oh.
making. She asked, "What are you going to do?" That wasn't me saying. So, what are you going to do? I'm going to affect this southern accent for much of the time I speak to you. That was Hilar saying that. So,
I suppose we should go see Zelmar next.
all right.
Well, don't we have to dress up a little before we do that and get whatever paperwork we need to get into the library?
And he says, yes, I think you might be able to get a pass to the library, too, at least just to get you in that far. It is technically available to the public, though everything costs money. You could either get, let's see, an invitation or pay the gold to get in that way. That only gets you into the library, mind you, not beyond it.
Well, the library is better than nothing. We can work on beyond it once we've made it there.
It'll also give us an idea of exactly this whole dressing up thing we have to do.
And he nods and he says, that's fair enough. And he tosses a gold piece on the table. And he says,
Oh, thank you.
one last benefit from the King's Citadel. And hopefully you can use that to get in on your own. He says, also, as you're making your inquiries, I know I don't need to tell you this. Everyone's warning you to be careful. But in my case, I just want you to make sure that as you're doing this, you're trying to put all the things together into the bigger picture. Sometimes Sharn can get so confusing because everyone's got their own agendas that you kind of forget why you came here in the first place. You know the idea. We're trying to find out about the Oracle of War. You're trying to find out what you can do to minimize it, reduce it, remove it as a threat. And if you can find out the interests of people trying to get it, like the Emerald Claw, that might serve you well too. The other stuff, do with it as you will, but don't let it distract you from the main purpose. That's a good way to kind of throw you into the same confusing mix of alleyways and back streets that you can find in Lower Dura.
Good for us to remember. Thank you.
And he nods and he's like, all right, take care of yourselves. I'll see you later. And he heads out. So now, Tanton, you are alone, relatively speaking.
I'm gonna lean forward. Just be, I'm going to assume that it's going to be easy enough to get rid of our package, but I will assume that only lately. And if ever we're not sure of how worried we are about it, and I'm kind of loath to suggest it, but I will in the interest of our success, we could go, or I could go to Overlook and see if I can get help interpreting my dream and seeing how important the package is as well. It's not my favorite place. It's kind of boring, but it's not dangerous to me or anything like that. Kalishtar are the worst. Present company accepted. Thank you for saying that.
Everyone's just still staring at you. Like,
No, Tangent's
look
looking
how
around
Star are
trying
the
to
worst.
figure out-
Yeah, boy, they really.
Tangent's looking around trying to figure out who the other Clash Star is. It's like,
By yourself?
No, we can all go together as well. I mean, I have no problem with that. Or certainly you can come with me, Nisiana. But Overlook is Kalishtar land. It's a lot of them are there. I was there for a while. It's not my favorite place, but it's not dangerous or anything. But there are a lot of people who would be able to help me interpret the visions then, or the dreams. So if we're not sure how to, or how important things are or something, we might be able to get extra information there. I'm just saying it as a point of interest. I'm not suggesting we go now by any means. And you can tell that she's a little bit like, kind of not liking that she even suggested it, but kind of like she had to mention something, or she wouldn't feel right not mentioning that they have this other avenue of answers as well.
But let's start with the library.
I agree.
Because we have to deal with Morgrave anyway. And then we can, if we run into real big blocks, then we can go to this other place.
And just if we're not sure how, if we need help interpreting certain things. But the library sounds much more fun.
Also, it may have histories of some kind that we can look up.
So is that the plan?
Yeah. That is the plan, and John has left, and therefore Ilarion agrees with me.
Yeah. His chair is slowly leaving to show further agreement.
The chair is just like...
Well, it's kind of like a Trendane's table lifting while he was gone.
Yes, indeed. Okay. So if you're going to make your way over to Morgrave University. So keep reaching down to my book because there's all this cool stuff to kind of fill in as possible details. So Morgrave University is in Upper Memphis. And so as you're sort of rising up here to Upper Memphis, there's a couple things to note about the temple. About the
Upper Memphis or Middle Memphis?
Upper Memphis is where the university is found. Yeah. It is very civilized and elegant in some ways. And there are a couple things to note about the place that are important, which is that in the university area itself, there are some art exhibits like the Art Temple. There are museums, of course, of antiquities. That's not really surprising. We've already talked about the Golden Horn. You've actually already spent some time there a little bit at the Golden Horn. But also that the university itself is kind of a impressive looking... It's well manicured and kept, and it's very, very Ivy League, basically, is what I'm saying. And in fact, I'm going to bring you over for just a moment to the map here, and I'm going to show you a little bit about what the university looks like from a distance. Okay. I'm going to show you a picture on stream.
It's Intravenous League.
Intravenous League. Okay. So there you go. You can see a little bit of a picture now. Let me see if I can fit that in on stream. And you can see there that, so the area is dotted with these grand theaters and these upscale shops that focus on cuisine and fashion, fine cuisine. And at the front of the university, there are these double doors which open into a large courtyard with carefully manicured landscaping. And the sky coach that's bringing you up there drops you at a mezzanine nearby, which is just a short walk from the university gates. Right near where you're dropped off, near the platform that the sky coach attaches to, there is a shop that is called Mermaid's Malevolence. And you can see a bunch of these things around the inside of the store through the door, the open door, that has looks like armor and weapons and like a bunch of like adventuring gear and stuff like that. Might be a place where a lot of the university students might actually equip themselves. So that's possible. But in any case, it's a store that's right near the place where you're dropped off. I just note that in case anybody cares. Otherwise, you can continue to walk on to the university itself.
Make sure you write down the name, Mary May's Malevolence.
Not Mary May's.
No.
There is no malevolence in Mary May.
I mean, if we wanted to look for something to at least disguise a little bit more, it might be somewhere to look. If that's where the university students shop, then they will obviously have things that we can fit in with.
Should we buy a university sweatshirt?
Exactly. Scarf, hat,
Okay.
track pants.
Track pants.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So yeah, it's up to you if you want to stop in there. If not, you can just keep heading on.
I'm just saying that Tanton in track pants is not a good look.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm okay either way. I think we might be able to get something to disguise ourselves a little bit more, but if we're comfortable just going in there and kind of gawking around too as like more touristy, that is totally okay with me too.
Point of order, because I forgot about this. I have bountiful luck. If you roll a 1 while you're within 30 feet of me, roll a 1 when you're doing an attack, a roll, ability check, or savings throw. Because I believe in you, you can re-roll it. And I forgot that when John rolled a 1 on one of his ability checks. So,
Is that over and over again, or is that
over
just
and over again, as long
Wow.
as I have a reaction?
bountiful luck?
Bountiful luck. So now that we're about to start doing some stupid stuff,
What?
and that includes myself, if I roll yet another 1, I believe in myself because Eberron believes in me.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like the idea
Just-
that you're like, oh, I screwed that up, but I believe in you. Maybe I didn't screw it up.
no, but Alarian and I both rolled 1s, and we could have re-rolled them, but I did not remember my bountiful luck.
I see. Okay. Okay. So, assuming it sounds like people are mostly making their way towards the university or the entrance, I guess. And when you get to the actual double doors, you can see that there are several cloaked and robed figures standing outside, but it's odd because they look almost like guards because they're holding halberds, but they are definitely dressed like sages or wizards of a kind. And when you get up there, you can see that one of them, waits, and then they see you and they're like, yes, welcome to Moorgrave. Do you have an invitation?
No, but we've come for the library.
Very well. If you wish to purchase a day pass, that will be a single gold piece, please.
I
you
will
go.
pull out a gold piece.
Yeah,
And I
he'll
will
grab
hand it to
Santa's
them.
one.
And he looks at it and says, excellent, and then looks expectantly at the rest of you.
Waiting for.
Give him a gold piece.
Okay. Looks at Tanton and Hilarion.
No.
Okay. Tanton hands it over. Looks at Hilarion. And if Hilarion also gives a gold, go ahead. It's up to you. And so he nods and he says, very well. Welcome then to Moorgrave University.
Would you have any objections to my
Spanner. And he says,
over there?
sorry, say that again.
Just, go ahead.
Because what he says is, they can be contained in the building of constructs. right over there. And like inside, you can see that there's literally a, not a huge, but a medium-sized to smallish building. And there are several closed double doors. And he says, all of them can be maintained there. We will make sure that nothing happens to him until you return.
And he just kind of looks at Spanner, is like, Spanner.
Goes over, and then as he gets close to the doors, the doors kind of open on their own, and you just get a quick glimpse of like there looks like there's maybe a mechanical, like a raven back there, and there's like a some kind of weird construct horse, and then there's a lot of metallic gleaming and stuff, and then the doors close behind Spanner.
Do any of them have pretty bows like Spanner?
None of them have bows like Spanner does. Spanner is unique in his bow usage.
Yeah.
And so, having done that with the door closing behind them, the guard nods and ushers you on through. And so you are now standing inside the gate of the university, and you can see there is this building of the library. I assume none of you have the background of Moorgrave University professor or researcher, right? Museum researcher. I'm guessing no one did, or I would have known about it before now.
I've been taking correspondence courses.
Yes, I had a feeling that was the case, but okay. As you are sort of walking towards the library, there's this kind of like almost like a whooshing sound above your head, like a and then like past you are at least 4 students, you think students, at least they're dressed like students, sort of laughing and chatting with each other. And they're on these kind of greenish flat platforms. These, we suspect, are soar sleds, the same things that we were talking about before. And they zip by as they're going along. And no one else in the place, which is all like everyone's like, hurrying back and forth. No one seems to notice at all about any of that. And as you go into the actual gates, the front gates, and then through the doors into the library, the library itself is exceedingly impressive. There are rows and rows and rows of bookshelves and levels and levels and levels of books. That might not be surprising. What might be more surprising is the fact that in front of many of these bookshelves are many, many different people in cloaks and or robes on soar sleds that are hovering in front of various bookshelves and things like that. And looking, a couple of them are, several of them are like, and you can see on the soar sleds, there are also some books that are actually piled up like on the soar sled. And every so often you hear, and actually you hear occasionally like a sound of a barking or a shouting sound, like a hut. At first you don't know what that is. And then you hear right near you, you hear, ahead. Like above you, you hear this.
Look off.
Okay.
Duck.
Nisiana and Merime, you get out of the way just in time before a book hits the ground. And suddenly a soar sled comes down and a person in a cloak, sorry about that, picks up the book, gets back in the sled and goes up. And every so often you hear, ahead. And elsewhere in the room, you see occasionally a book is falling and like slams on the ground, and it's sort of like yelling 4 in golf. Like people are just kind of looking up every so often. So there's also many of these perpetual light lanterns that you can see kind of arrayed around the room, both on all levels, many, many levels up, down, left, right, center. And so there's all that stuff too. And as you're wandering, so you're just sort of standing there in the room looking around, but there's no signage that you can see or anything obvious about where to go to find people.
Well, I'm actually also looking at the students to see what they are wearing. So if we're ever going to actually break into this place, how do we make ourselves look like we belong?
Right.
That's why.
All of them are cloaked, and you notice that, or I should say robed, really. And all of their robes have the same they're kind of same brown robes, but the belts, which are these tied rope belts that go around their waist, are all very different in color. There are red, green, blue, purple. Like there's a whole array of different color belts that the students are wearing. But the outfits beyond that are very much just basically basic, brown cloth robes, basically.
I want to have a look around at, like, do I see anywhere else that goes deeper into the university, and how well guarded is it? Just to get, not to run into it right away, but just to kind of scout out, could we have access points here that are worth keeping in mind?
Make a perception check for me, please.
I am amazing at those. I got this.
Okay, well, that's why it wasn't showing up. The dice rolled the wrong way. So you don't. The way I would describe it is there are people walking on the floor. There are people on these source sleds. There are, the lights I've described. There are some people that seem to be kind of not looking at shelves, but are in one place and just sort of looking out at the room. And you can't help but wonder, Marimé, if these might not be people that are sort of guarding what the place actually looks like, and that sort of thing. But they are somewhat discreet in that they're also robed. But you do notice that each one of those people that is standing in place and is not actively looking at a bookshelf, each one of those has a dark crimson belt. So they're all wearing these sort of dark crimson belts. As far as access points are concerned, there are definitely doors leading out of the library, it seems like in several directions and on multiple different levels. So that is certainly the case, but there's nothing obvious that's like, oh, look, that's a place that we could get into. The very top of the library, looking up, you can see there is light filtering in, kind of grayish light because of the weather outside, filtering in through windows in the sloped roof, like 8 or 10 levels above you.
Okay. Perfect. I'll keep all of that in mind for later.
Okay. Otherwise, though, you're just there.
Cool.
I leaned to Tanton. I'm like, is there any books we should be looking for? Any histories or anything?
With regard to what?
Our main subject at hand.
Oh. Well, it's been a while since I've been in here. Could possibly be something with divination over there.
Mm-hmm.
Combat over there. And I'm sure somewhere there is an area with tales and tomes from a forbidden library that would,
That's a major section, actually. That's an entire
yes, I know,
floor
it's
just by itself.
down below the...
We wouldn't be able to get that one, would we?
Well, it's not that difficult, really.
Just have to know a guy.
As long as you know a guy.
Do you know a guy?
I know several, but not the one I need to know.
No. Well, I guess I can start divination, and can you give me a time period to start looking in?
I would say limit your research to the last war,
Mm-hmm.
but some of the componentry was from earlier than that.
Ah, and this is Velmar. Where are we supposed to meet him?
I believe we were told that having access to this library now, we should be able to reach his office without too much difficulty.
Right.
Ah,
His office was supposedly somewhere in the library.
okay. Well, I'm not certain all of us should troop up to his office.
I can take care of that. I'll find out where he is.
You should take somebody with you.
Well, I mean, I'll just find out where it is.
Ah, okay. Okay.
All right. Tintin, how are you going to do that?
Go to the crimson belted.
Okay.
One of them.
Okay. When you come up, he sort of looks at you and says, yes.
And Tanner will tell him, I'm looking for this guy whose name Tanton totally remembers, but I don't. We were told to seek them out at their office. To whom should I speak about having directions, or
Do you have an invitation?
Finding an invitation?
He sort of pauses and he says, were you given a signed invitation?
Not as yet, I don't believe.
And he says, I don't know whether generally people have invitations to the offices that they seek entrance to, but and he kind of pauses and looks and says, are you from one of the houses doing research here?
Yes. House to Kenneth. House Kenneth.
And he kind of nods slowly and he says, would you mind showing your dragon mark, please?
And they just light up through his sleeves.
And he nods slowly and he says, very well. Make a persuasion check for me, please. Danson, you can do this actually at +3.
Persuasion, you say?
Indeed. I do say.
You got this.
That'll be a 27.
Apparently you do.
Boy, howdy.
He's like, wow. He's like,
You
I'm
are
sorry. Let me
impressive.
also give you my home. And also, yeah, he says, the second level, if you take that source sled, it should bring you up to the second level. And he nods to this source sled that's on the ground. It should take you up to the second level. Then 3 doors to the right, you will find where Zelmar is. He is a graduate student.
Thank you. I'll let you return to your,
And he just kind of swirls his head back to doing what he was doing. So yeah, so you see where the source sled is. Now the source sleds, probably with some difficulty, could take 2 at a time. Definitely couldn't take 4 at a time. But there are a few source
It could
sleds that
take
are in the
tandem.
area. So, oh sure,
Like Tanton.
yeah.
Not anybody else. He's fast.
Oh, maybe me with you. I want to get on one of them so bad.
Exactly, Big Boss. Have my wife, my children, my car, my home.
How, wondering how well it would work with Ilarion, because they would be floating above the sled, so the sled might not recognize that they're on it, and it's not
So
going
maybe
up.
he needs me on it.
It's true. You just grab on the bottom of it or something. Okay, so where are you heading to? Are you going back to?
Well, if I presume the rest of the group is more or less together, perhaps with the exception of Nisiana, who has run off to divination sections. But yeah, I'll head back to the rest of the group. All right, I know where to go.
Okay.
All right. Lead the way.
Is Nisiana still there, or is she gone?
Oh, I haven't actually gone looking.
Oh, okay.
Yet. I was.
Okay. All right,
looking
then
to see.
grab one of these and go up to the second level, 3rd door down there on
Do we want to split up? Like, do we want to get 4 against him, or do some of us want to do some look at the library or something? I don't know.
4 against. Are we here to? Why are we here to speak to this person?
I mean, not against him, but he
Oh,
might
all right.
feel like we're many. It might be intimidating, especially with his personal problem. Oh, I really want to hear that. No, never mind. We're all going. I take it back.
Well, let's go.
Glorious,
Let's get on the source sled. Yeah, let's go.
glorious,
What is it?
beribboned Kalash Tarkham soaring into his office. I hear you're having personal problems.
I am here to help. Let me
Hello.
put my sword out.
Thank you for the follows. Yeah.
I'm fully on board.
Well,
How do we
not
make these
aboard.
things go?
You say, Ali go, oop? No, that's different.
Alonzi?
There is actually a command word, although...
Leviosa.
Tintin, I'm going to actually have you make an intelligence check on this because you may remember the command word or may not.
An intelligence check.
This ought to be one you're good at.
Probably, yeah. Watch me roll.
No, I was going to say, we've been doing all these things. You're like, I'm terrible in getting like high scores. And
I'm going to roll a 1. I can feel it. Okay.
Yes, but I believe in you, so.
That's true. Oh, damn.
So you're going to roll a 2.
Close.
Nope, neither.
21.
Yeah, so you remember
There's
exactly.
a 1 and a 2 in that.
You do remember that there's a command word. You also remember that it's a 2-part word. The second part is the level that you're going to. So the equivalent in common would be like lift 2, and that would bring you up to 2, lift 4, etc.
Pass this information on incorrectly and watch the hysterical... No. I'm not gonna, rocket forward 60? What do you mean?
Yes, exactly. Lift unsafely 5. Ah! Okay. So so assuming you give the command word, then it lifts up. Now, so how many people? Again, like as I said, you can maybe fit 2, so you could like tell them all the command word and just like go one at a time or whatever. That's up to you.
I'm okay with that.
I'm actually interested to see if Ilarion can ride one without someone else actually being on there.
Because he hovers.
Yeah.
Excuse me, because they hover, sorry.
Okay.
So that's, I guess, the question for the GM.
We're going to find that out. I mean, is Ilarion getting on now on his own to try to go up on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you get on there, there is a sort of what basically happens is it counts essentially as a surface. So as you rise, your buffer, the hovering buffer between you and the ground does that. Although I was tempted to have it be where it just doesn't sense it till it hits it. So it's just like, like it just keeps hitting the feet as they're going like up
Like
this
a
way.
paddle ball.
Yeah, paddle ball.
Terrible.
I was really tempted, but no. No, it actually that would be. There are indeed other creatures that do hover in this city, so it does lift you up, Ilarion, as normal, and then assuming you use the same command words you were told, eventually all of you were able to get up and over to where the office is supposed to be. And if you go down to the third door, I think is what we said on the right, the door is there. All the doors here, by the way, are a very nice kind of dark wood. That look quite old and but not like falling apart though. I mean like old and well taken care of, but venerable, I think might be the way to describe it. So
Fireball. No.
yeah, fireball. So you are standing in front of the door. It is and there are several students that pass by you and faculty in the other direction. Actually, as you're walking by, and we're walking in front of it, you hear at one point the sound of a scraping, a very loud scraping on the ground, like on this hallway, this second level hallway. And as you look over, you can see that there is a group of disheveled and decidedly not cloaked or robed, that looks almost like a group of people that maybe have just come from out of the city. They're covered in dust and sort of sand, and they are dragging a large chest wrapped in chains behind them. And as they pass behind you, not even talking to each other, just like sort of grunting slightly as they pull this chest, from inside the chest you hear like something banging on the inside of this chest.
The dwarves from yesterday. Covered with
Yes,
soot
exactly.
From the building.
Damn it! But anyway, so yes, so you hear that as these group of explorers maybe are like drifting past you or walking past you, dragging this thing. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Rock God, again. I'll see you later on.
Like they have someone in the chest.
Or something.
Well, it might be one way that we can bring Ilarion in, sneak in.
It's true. I mean, you're standing also in front of the door. I'm not trying to distract you, purely. There's just different things happening around you.
That's fair. That's fair.
Is the door closed?
It is closed, yeah.
Knock.
So there's a pause, and then the door is opened by a lanky young man with long brown hair and pale skin, and he's wearing gray-blue robes. Actually a little different than the robes of the people outside, but you do notice that he also does have the same kind of belt as the others, the color of which is blue as well. And behind him, you see there is a cluttered office filled with machine parts and metalworking tools. And he says, yes, what can I do for you?
Does it look like he's been crying?
Make an insight check for me.
Oh, no.
I would say we've been sent to help you.
Okay, as you're making this insight, so as Tanton is making that insight check,
16.
yeah, he looks tired for sure. You're not sure about crying immediately, but he certainly looks tired. And Nisiana, when you say that about sent to help you, he's like, sent to help me? Oh, do you mean, are you the ones that Callie told me about?
May we come in?
Oh, please. Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. Please, come in. And then you all walk in, and then he sees you, Alarian. He's like, because you were like hovering behind them. He's like, oh, please, no, please come in. And he like practically comes out and almost pushes you inside, Alarian. And when you get in there, he's like, oh, yes, sorry, you can sit anywhere you like. Just make sure, be careful. There's a lot of metal things. And as you look around, you can see that there are indeed chairs, all of which have like books stacked on them, metal, like metal little doodads and gadgets. You know those things you see sometimes in offices with the balls on chain, the 4 little balls that hang down that do the tick, 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 like the perpetual. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. One of those perpetual motion machine deals. So you can see one of those, except that it's the 2 of the sides and the inside are these things that every time it clicks, it goes, ow, 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 like this. And when you look a little bit closer, you think there might be like what first looks like an insect, but it might be a little imp that's like holding on to it and like trying to dodge around as the balls keep hitting back and forth, as they bump into each other. On another place, you can see there is what looks like a mechanical owl that kind of is every so often turns its head, and then turns back and then does whoo, but it makes like a little metallic echoing sound. Elsewhere, you can see there are some very precarious looking towers of metal scraps that are on one edge of a shelf. This place is well used as an office, okay, is what I would say. And as you were all looking, because he practically has forgotten all about you because he's like circling around Delarian. He's like, my goodness, and it couldn't perhaps, and then he grabs like from one of the things, and the couple of things fall off the table with a crash onto the ground, and it's a notebook, and he pulls out his quill, and he's like, all right, let's see. So tell me, the floating sensation that you have here, your ability to float, to hover,
No.
Do you ever
No.
sink lower
No.
than that? He's paying zero attention to you. And also, now I'm curious, do you, and he kind of like bangs on the side of you to hear the sound. He's like, not hollow, amazing. You're not the same kind of, I wonder, what was it like to be built only for war? Are you from war? Are you a different kind of Warforged, perhaps? I'm curious. Do you have feelings? What feelings do you have? Can you tell me those feelings?
I'm gonna ping him in his mind and go, please stop
Do you
now.
have, oh, and then he looks around. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry.
So what's her name? Or his name? Or
What-
their name?
And he blushes crimson, just like,
Okay, so I was right, at least on that.
I don't, first of all, and he turns back to you for a second, Larry, and he says, I'm sorry. I worked in military research during the last war, but I never got to see the fruits of my labor, I suppose, and whenever I see a Warforged or even a variant like you are, I'm just fascinated. I'm sorry. I apologize to have been rude. He turns back and he says to you, as for what's her name, I think you said that, Merame, right? Or Nisiana did. Okay. So you said, he's like, as for
But I
her
was looking
name,
at Nisiana like,
I don't know that what you mean.
I'm gonna come. Look, we've been sent here to help you. We're here to help you. Don't do us the favor of not completely wasting our time here. Give us all the details.
Well, and he says, look, Callie may have described my situation, but I don't want to ask you to solve my problems until I at least try to help with yours. And, well, he says, I've heard that you know something. I'll answer that question in a minute. And you can see he kind of blushes again. He's like, I'll answer it in a minute, but I heard that you had an artifact of power and that there was a connection with draconic prophecy. Is that true?
What about it if we did?
Well, I am not an expert on draconic prophecy, but I am an expert on artifacts of war. As I said, I worked on them myself, and I know something about some of the research that was done. There was research to determine whether or not certain items were, well, and he kind of turns around, and now he looks sort of grim, and he says, at the end of the last war, I was working for the Arcane Congress. It is Onder's own magical order. And I was part of the Leadbreaker program. It was a covert initiative to harness new methods of divination magic on the battlefield. After the horrors of the Day of Mourning, I lost interest in oiling the gears of war. What did any of us gain from that conflict anyway? A century of ashes, that's all. This machine, though, if you do have this artifact, it might have been what we hoped for at Leadbreaker. But if I'm to help you, you need to describe it to me exactly, because I might be able to help at least tell you where it's from or who it was for. And I will help if I can.
I'm going to kind of look at the others and we'll just kind of ping them and say, are we okay with me showing it to him as a minor illusion?
Well, without speaking it aloud.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
look at-
What are Ellery nods at that? Oops.
I'm sorry.
What was that?
All right, something about a telegram that comes out an house.
Turn it off. Going? Yeah, what the hell?
I mean, now it sounds like Valerian, actually.
Yeah.
Well, actually it does. It's true. He's back. Is it... Jenna, can you make it out?
I can make it out more than anything else you have said this
Yeah.
game. So just speak
Cool.
slowly, please.
Yep. Yeah, a second. All right, why am I...
I love that you're like, I'm ready to talk. Wait, why is it working now?
It's like the song "The 12 Pains of Christmas," and one of the loops through, the guy's like, "Why are they blinking?" And when he's trying to set the Christmas lights.
Oh, gee.
No, they're working. Oh god damn it. And,
Well, now I can't turn it off, which is a little strange. And I don't like that at all.
Well, I mean,
Just-
it's working now. Just wait
Just-
until you really want it to be on,
Right.
and then just pretend that it's on, and it'll be
speak
off.
slowly in the meantime.
Yeah, yeah.
Indeed. Well, now that I have Valerian's voice back, actually, I don't think I was saying anything, was I?
Yeah, you were just going to acknowledge whether it was okay for Merame to show this illusion.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. So I conjure basically a minor illusion, and it's just the Oracle of War.
Okay, and let's show that for the benefit of chat. I think I have it somewhere.
Yeah, I have it in my
like-
spell. Oh, yeah, the Oracle. Yeah, I don't have that.
That's all right. I do. Okay. So you show this illusion, and his eyes kind of widen a little bit, and then they widen and then narrow, and he kind of bends in and looks, and he kind of walks around it, because I'm sure it's three-dimensional, and kind of
Yep.
walks around and looks the different sides of it, and he says, I wonder. And he goes over to a bunch of one stack of books, and you have no idea how each of these things, like you see things like the greater care and feeding of construct, construct versions, variants on various race groups of Eberron related to blah blah blah. Like there's all over the place. They're all seem to be either scientific or arcane, research texts, but they're all over the place. Nonetheless, he goes directly to one spot, goes through. It's the classic I know my own organization system, and 3 books down, pulls a book out, and then sort of flips through and yes, maybe, and comes back and looks again at the illusion. And he goes back and forth and does this for probably, I don't know how long a minor illusion lasts, but it's about...
It's a minute, but
okay.
I can keep and it's up to 5 feet actually, 5 feet cubed, so I could make a fairly hefty...
Good size of it, yeah.
Yeah.
So he probably asks you to like recast it, like, it's cantrip, right? So
it is
like,
a cantrip,
like
so I
10
can
times, because he like 10 minutes, because he goes back and forth, and then he says, Yes, this machine looks like everything we hoped for at Leadbreaker, but it isn't ours. And he points to one. He says, you see this mark? And in one of the reliefs, let me see if I can actually increase the size. Okay. In one of the reliefs at the front, so you see where it says like A, B, C, D, right? To the left of the A there's this little relief symbol. And he says, that is the mark of Solring Mronaron. Let me try that again. Mroranon. Mroranon. Really? Oh, I know why. Mror. Okay. Mroranon. That's why. Solring Mroranon, a dwarf artificer from the Emror holds. He made this machine. So if anyone knows anything about it, it's him.
From which holds? The
Emror holds. The Emror holds, if we jump back for just a moment to the main Corvair map. The Emror holds...
Off to the northeast.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. Yep. I was like, I know it's on the map. Yeah. So it's actually past the Morning, right? It's past the Mornland, and it's way up to the northeast over here. So he says, that's the mark of Solring Emroranon, a dwarf artificer from the Emror holds. He made this machine, and so if anyone knows about it, it's him. The problem is, he's been missing since the Day of Mourning. As for the Draconic Prophecy, for that, you're best off speaking to Flamewind if you haven't already done so. So, 2 things I would like you to note. First of all, I'd like you to make a note to yourselves that you have earned a legacy event called Maker's Mark. That is something which may or may not come back later on in the campaign.
nice.
Okay. What?
So it's called Maker's Mark.
Real legacy. There they are.
And what does that do?
That is a legacy event. It means there may be a point later on where if you're like, we'd like to gather information about this person, there will come a later point in the adventure where your having that legacy event may work in your favor or not, depending. Sort of like acknowledging that you've learned something, I guess. And he says, so, almost certainly this oracle is indeed the same kind of thing we were looking for. And it was, therefore, an item that could change the balance and the fortunes of war. But I can tell you that we never made it. We were never able to find what we needed. But if this is true, then Solring did. And that means that this originally comes from the Emror holds. But where did you find this?
Would it matter where we found it?
Yes. Did you find it near the Emror holds?
Nowhere near there, no.
And he kind of shakes his head. He says, well, I assume you didn't find it in Brayland either.
What was the name of the bazaar?
Fireweave.
The Fireweave Bazaar.
Yeah, and he's going to tell him the Fireweave Bazaar. Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Okay, fixed.
And he says, in the Fireweave Bazaar, isn't that in the Mornland?
In the Mornlands, yes.
How did it get there? Why,
Oh,
that's
wait,
nowhere
let me
close.
check. I think we said that already.
And he kind of is just... That means it was either brought there or... He shakes his head. I don't know what being in the gray would have done to this thing, but I do know how powerful it would have been. Solring Eberron was famous, one of the great dwarf artificers from that region. And if he built it, it means it is unquestionably as powerful as you suggest. But I don't know where he is, as I said. I don't even know if he's still alive. But it would be worth finding him if you wanted to know more about where this thing was. And he kind of leans back.
Where it came from?
Sorry, I didn't make that up.
Where this thing was or where it came from?
Where it came from, I think, is important. Where it was is the thing that's strange. I assume this is not particularly portable?
It can be, but not really.
Which means that it had to be brought there. I suppose that could have been used when the morning happened, and then he pauses and he gets a little pale, and he says, "No, that can't." He kind of shakes his head. "You found this in the gray. It was never known, why the morning happened. No one knew what confluence of events or activities or spells led to it. But it was suggested among some that an artifact could have been part of the cause." He kind of stares at the illusion. I can't imagine that's it. But I do wonder if something like this could have been a trigger. And he falls silent.
Do you know, by chance, any way that we could, if we so desired, destroy it?
And he says, "There are many ways to destroy magical artifacts, but the problem is what happens with the magic within them when they are destroyed. As I just mentioned, the morning was created from a massive vortex of magical power. If you destroy this thing, there is no knowing what the released magic would do, either to you, the people around you, or even the city or nation within which you stand."
Well, that's not ominous or anything. The flame wind. How do we meet them?
She is, as you know, mysterious, and the problem is that she is always occupied by thinking of lines of the Draconic Prophecy. Getting into her requires an invitation from the deans, and I'm sorry to say that I am at the moment simply an instructor and a graduate student here, even though, frankly, my knowledge would outstrip some of theirs. But I am from Ondare, you see, and therefore I must be, by definition, untrustworthy. And he does kind of a slight little bow, and he says, "If I could get you in to see her myself, I would. But I have actually not met Flamewind except at the very beginning of my time here, and then only for a minute. She had a strange way of looking almost through you. She looked at me and then said, 'The circle continues,' and then walked away. I don't know what that means, but, well, that's Flamewind for you. I do know where she is, but how you're going to get up to her, that's a whole other matter."
So where is she?
She is here within the university and within a place called Lareth Hall. And he describes a little bit that Lareth Hall is basically the dome of the library. And it's not in this main room with the books. Right next to it is this place where there is a dome that is on top of it. And what he explains to you is that there's a set of stairs from the library that ends in a locked door. And inside Lareth Hall are the master's office, the registrar, the bursar's office, a bunch of faculty offices, and all things like that. and that there are all these like doors with alarms on them. You already knew about that, and so forth. But that one of the entry points, though, comes from this stair that leads to this locked door. And he says, as for the rest of it, well, once you're in there, you should be able to find where Flamewind is. She won't be difficult to track down, but getting into Lareth, well, that's beyond my knowledge. I do know if you trigger one of the alarms fairly shortly, there are 5 knights from Sharn's Watch that will be arriving to deal with intruders, and they are well equipped to handle both magical and mundane threats.
Can you get a message to Flamewind?
She wouldn't accept them. She thinks that any messages from the outside are confusing to her when she's studying the prophecy. It makes her difficult as a research focus, but she has been able to advance Morgrave University's knowledge, because on occasion she will speak forth what she has learned. But it's done, I'm sorry to say, on her timetable, not ours.
What if the message itself involves something from the prophecy?
There are many who know various bits and pieces of it, though. Even if you were to give her one, and even if it were proven to be accurate, she might just be happy that she knows a new line. Figuring out a way to focus on worldly affairs is really the issue with her. She's not a bad creature, of course. She's incredibly wise. But she takes a very broad view of the universe.
Should have been born at Kalishtar.
And he smiles at that and he says, yes, but where Kalishtar have dreams, hers are had while waking.
How close can you get us to her?
Well, and then he starts to look a little uncomfortable. He says, well, I can, I could lead you to the stairs, and I don't want to get further in trouble. I mean, I'm happy to help Callie, and I've tried to give you information here, but beyond this,
So while he's doing that, while he's waffling
sure.
back and forth, Tanton looks over to Mary. Now, it should when Zell said, sit anywhere you like, Tanton went behind his desk and sat in his chair.
Yeah, okay.
So he is sitting behind Zell's desk.
To be
and
clear,
has
you
the
had to
missile.
move 2 widgets off of his chair, too. I'm
that's
just letting
fine.
you know.
That's fine.
Okay.
But Tanton looks over at Mary May.
Yes.
So while he's, rambling, he's like, could you bring everyone else into this?
Of course.
I mean,
Ping,
the
ping.
thing is that I could perhaps, but I would feel really
The reason
nervous. So this
I
is
asked
happening
you-
as you're like
Yeah.
talking. So just imagine that as like the background noise, right?
Yeah.
We've seen the Oracle start spouting things of the Draconic Prophecy. I'm wondering if a message we could get to Flamewing, if it would interest her if she knew that these prophecy snippets were coming from this device. But do we want to tell him about that?
Wouldn't hurt. Nope.
I'll work on your voice later.
Back in the shower. This is all too low. You'll have to do.
No,
Nope. Nope.
nope. It just sounds like roar, roar, roar.
How about that?
Now you sound like
Now I
nothing.
sound
You
like
sound like
you.
you.
It's not even working. She's the voice.
just stick with this.
Anywho, it couldn't hurt.
Couldn't
Okay.
hurt. Yeah. Also, if
He's Bumblebee into Megatron. Yeah, exactly. No.
if she dreams while she's awake, is there any way to contact her in dreams?
I wouldn't know.
Huh.
Unfortunately, you're not familiar enough with her to use sending. So
No. If I could get any, if I could see her from across the room or somewhere, I could send it.
All right. Now, shh.
Shh.
And then I could, yes?
The reason that I ask about a message containing a portion of the prophecy is because this device has begun spouting pieces of the prophecy.
Really?
Yes, see that level of interest that just dawned in you like that? This is why I'm wondering if we could get a message to her that this is doing the...
Yes, the problem is I'm interested because I'm interested in this device. No one knows exactly what captures her interest. Yes, she's interested in the Draconic Prophecy, but that doesn't necessarily mean she'll understand this, and besides, there's no way to get her a message that
was the...
No, not that I know of anyway, although... Well, there's... Look, and then this time he kind of stops. He's like, all right. Here's the problem. If I do something that gets me in great trouble with the researchers here, I'll be kicked out, and then I'll never have a chance to... and he blushes. And I don't want to do that until I know what's happening there, and then I would take any risk that I need to take. And I'm not saying, by the way, that I could succeed in it. I'm not holding out on you. Maybe I can think of some way to do something semi-illegal, but I don't want to do that until I know that this other thing is resolved.
Well, let's resolve this other thing then. Do tell us.
Well, it's not easy to say this to strangers, and you all seem nice enough, I suppose. And he kind of glances around.
Well, I'm glad.
He's looking over. He glances around, like, I suppose.
Oh, Tangent was about to say, she could rip it from your mind.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing from Star Trek 6. He says, well, there's this woman, and she's beautiful and brilliant, and it took me forever to ask her out on a date, and she said yes to dinner tonight, and which is wonderful, but I'm going to screw it up. I know I will. I'm useless around them, and I was hoping you could help me find a way to, well, impress her, I suppose.
You're absolutely right.
And so he kind of sort of looks, and then he says, and he straightens up, and his face gets very intense, and he says, you can't do anything to her mind. No charms,
right,
no control. If you do anything to affect her reasoning, I could never forgive you.
No.
Myself.
I know you said you're going to screw it up, and I said you're absolutely right.
Yes, well, now you see my problem.
No.
Now, what impresses her? What do you think impresses her?
Well, I know that all right, she's a student, a fellow graduate student, and she's very intelligent. Well, she's tall. She's a half-orc, by the way. Deeply tanned skin, dark red hair that she wears in a braid, which catches the light when she. Yeah. So then he stops, and he's like, well, I know that I do have I wrote some notes down because I was hoping I could use them for conversation starters.
Right, please use them. Yes.
Okay. So, let's see. I think... see if I can find where my...
But she knows you, and she said yes.
Yeah, she said yes.
So she
but
must
that was she was probably just being kind to me. That doesn't mean anything. She's very pleasant, and she means well, and all. And
she wouldn't have said yes. She would have made an excuse.
Well, maybe
So
she'll
she
make an
likes
excuse
you.
tonight.
What is she thinking about right now?
I don't know.
Exactly.
So
high five.
Okay. Now he hands out to you
Cue cards. The lavender ones are for interpersonal.
You laugh, but that's actually more or less accurate. Give me just a second. It's not exactly cue cards, but it's not cue cards, but
That's hilarious.
all right. So, all right, I'm just saving that. Okay. Oh. I already have this note. I started to save it. It's like, this note already exists. I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh, yes, because I already saved it. Okay, here we
All
go.
you have to do is sit across the table from her and say, "So, do you like stuff?" And you're fine.
That's how you think you do it?
Yeah, that's how I talk to women all the time.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be popping up here
Boing!
I'm going to put this in all players' journals now.
Okay.
And
Can't wait to see
this
that.
is going to be showing up in Roll20. This is uploading right now. And here we go. So what you
dear.
see is, as I show this to the players, you should see it in your journals now. These are Zell's notes. And you can see that he has notes about this person whose name apparently is Gia. She grew up in Karth. Her parents are still there. And she is in Sharn to attend Morgrave, specializing in transmutation. She wants to study the Mournland so that she can restore the land for crops and homes. She's a really good student, but she prefers to drink and play dice games at detention. She hangs out. Sorry, I just realized that, chat, you were being blocked. Sorry. Let me get rid of that. Okay, there we go. And I'll get rid of Morgrave for a minute too. There we go. Sorry about that. That she orders red wine at the inn he's noticed before, but he doesn't know what her favorite food is. She's brilliant at magic. He saw her arm wrestling once, and obviously she won. Sometimes she likes to occasionally. She squawked like a goose with this one instructor they didn't like. She's really funny. She did a spot-on impression of a professor of ours. She looked and talked just like him. Then you see, I wonder if she likes me. She likes beads. She likes good folklore stories. She likes people talking about her magic skills. She doesn't like people talking about her looks. She loves to laugh. She's really clever. She loves reading historical novels. She likes sea shanties. She doesn't like people staring at her, being rude to her. She doesn't like anyone acting like they're smarter than her. I thought she was going to punch Marin in class, it says, and then being interrupted when she's studying or practicing. So these are all, quite kind of detailed. And so he kind of waits, sort of looking at you, and then is like, and then sort of almost shyly says, so that's what I know.
Tension upon looking at this, just sort of in the scene in Alien where Ash, the robot, is like I don't know how Ian Holm I can't get my eyes to do this, but very slowly, just did this slow scan across there. It's not where his eyes jump from point to point to point to point, like mine would do. Just a slow pan, and that's basically what Tanton does over to Mary May. Just slowly turns over, and just kind of taps his head, and as soon as she pings in, he's gonna be like, "Stalker!
Stalker!"
Stalker much?
We're all just gonna scream that into each other's heads.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So, tell us about how you asked her out and when.
Well, we were in class, and I said that I really appreciated the work that she had done on this one research project that was really brilliant, and she smiled and she said that was nice, and I said, I was hoping maybe she could tell me a little more about that research, and would she be willing to have dinner to talk about it? And she smiled and said yes, and I tried not to fall over, and because I didn't think she would say yes, and I said that was wonderful, and I.
Where are you going to take her for dinner?
Well, there's this place that we're going to. It's detention, and so he says that a couple more times, and you realize he's obviously talking about not this condition, but a place. Detention is actually the name of a tavern, a 2-story tavern.
Oh, okay.
And he says it serves delicious food and drink, and sometimes students can get rowdy, but well, she really likes it, and I have to say I like it too. I like the food there, and and I thought it would be safe and good place to be, and maybe I wouldn't seem as, well, I don't know, foolish as I might come across.
Did you mean what you said about her project?
Yes, she really is a brilliant researcher. That's the most fascinating thing. I mean, yes, she is certainly attractive, I suppose, but what really attracted me to her is, well, she's brilliant.
Well,
She has knowledge of the world and the universe and Corvair, and she can talk about anything, and then she can beat you in an arm wrestling competition. It's extraordinary.
right. And you're going to go to dinner and you're going to ask her about this project.
Yes. Well, that was the plan anyway. But
And-
I'm going to ask her this, and she's going to just, I don't know, at some point I'll probably say something stupid.
Okay. Remember when we just asked you what she was thinking about right now?
Yes?
And you said you didn't know?
Well, of course not. Right. Yes.
Well, stop putting thoughts in her head before you've actually met. That is the wrong thing to do. You asked her out, you meant it genuinely, and you want to actually hear what she has to say. So go out, have a good meal, and listen to what she has to say.
But you don't understand. Look, my doing this is going to, I'm going to mess up somehow. I won't say the right thing at the right time, and I look.
Mary May, it's time for your thing.
Rip the knowledge from his mind.
No, it's time for her to get one of her morale boosting things.
Wait,
I say mentally.
I said, but okay, go ahead. But wait. I have, well, there's. Look, and he pulls out from a pouch at his belt 2 stones, and they have these little faces carved on them. And he says, "I've spent over a month bolstering the enchantments on these so they can work 6 times in one day. If you, all of you, could take one of these, I take the other, and you can give me suggestions. You know, like maybe I should ask her this, or maybe I should think about that, or at least just like you're all doing now. I was just raving on, and well, you," he turns to you, Tanton, told me, or no, it was you, he turns to you, Mermaid, told me to stop in my head, and so I did stop in my head, and you were right to do so, and you, and he looks over to you, Tanton, he said, "You asked me that question about how do I know what she's thinking, and of course I don't know." Well, you're totally right. I can't think of that at the moment, though. I'm a good researcher, but without this, and he kind of gestures helplessly at the office filled with books, I'm just helpless, and she really is a good person, you know, and well,
You know, I can save you a tremendous amount of time and magical power.
if it's just going to tell me to give up, then, well...
No. But I can guarantee you that virtually every time I would contact you through those stones, the advice I will give you would be exactly the same thing.
All right.
Relax.
And he sort of is like, and he kind of gets
Exactly
agitated.
the opposite of that.
Well, but that's, and he kind of turns away, frustrated, and with one hand he sweeps away a pile of metal on a chair, and then sits
that's
down
tetanus,
heavily.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need moral support. That's what you're asking for.
Yes, and I don't want to come across, I'm sure this seems ridiculous to you, but when I was
No.
in Ondair, all that I focused on was my work. And what was the result, as I said? Nothing but sadness and ashes and war. And, well, now that I'm here, I want to focus on other things too, but I'm not good at it. I haven't been trained for it. I don't know how to do it. And yes, you could say trial and error, but then I might hurt people without intending to, and I'm done with hurting people. And besides that, I think that we might be good for each other if I don't screw it up first. And if she says to me no and I have no interest, I will happily walk out of the room. I am not going to do anything that would in any way harm her, including pursuing her beyond her belief. I wouldn't even be talking to you except she smiled and seemed happy to go on this date with me, and I don't know what
Start
that
there.
means.
Start there.
If,
So you say she said yes.
yes. But maybe she was just thinking good
No.
things. And he's like, ah. And
What
the owl
fire
goes,
mag-
the
what
owl above
fire
him goes,
magic?
whoo.
Yes, exactly. What fire magic do you know?
Well, I don't really know any magic to do it, but I certainly know of it. Several
But you
students
have
here.
Any of your devices here which are capable of
Of starting a fire? Oh, well, yes,
Yeah.
of course. I mean,
All right.
behind me, and he kind of looks up and he pulls out, like, literally next to the old paper books, he pulls out one thing and he's like, there's this, and flick, and it literally is like a modern-day lighter, is what it's like.
All right. So here's what I suggest. These notes that you have, use that on them. This is you constructing an idea of who she is, what her interests are, what she wants, what she doesn't want. Let her teach that to you.
You mean I should take notes?
No, I mean you should not take notes.
Oh, yes.
Sit across the table from her, smile, listen.
And he starts
genuinely.
scribbling as you say, and you see it says,
What
don't
did
take
I
notes.
just say,
Sorry, I'm sorry,
Captain?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Listen.
I kind of actually want to go on a date with, well, be his backup on the watch this, because
He's got the stones, you know.
He's got the stones, so he could do it. but
Problem is he
it's
doesn't really
like-
have the stones in another
Well,
sense.
oh yeah. So what we do is you take one, and then like one of the rest of you take one of the other stones and go to the Oracle of War, and as you're listening to him, just start feeding information into it.
And all of a sudden it's like
no.
fourth protocol active. Crap, the son of a...
Destroy all of it.
Destroy all romantic potential couples.
That's right.
Damn it.
Kill him. Kill him now.
I can imagine Ted being like, I don't think that's exactly what I meant.
Burned attention to the ground. Exactly.
Anyway, he says, look, I'm not asking you to, please understand, I'm not asking you to do my work for me at all. I'm asking for some help. And I can't ask just anybody around here. If I ask any graduate student, first they'll laugh at me, second they'll kick me out of the school, and then they'll laugh at me again while I'm kicked out. And that's
Why
not
would they
right.
kick
And
you out of the school? Are
Look-
you not allowed to date? Are you not supposed to date other graduates?
no, there's no restriction against that. These are graduate students. We are equals.
Okay.
That's not the problem. It's that they'll spread rumors and you see, the reason I was partly surprised is because I'm from Ondair, some of the students here have treated me with suspicion. I understand that after the war. I even feel some of it myself, towards myself. But she's never treated me that way, do you understand?
Then that is all you need focus on.
And he just like...
You're doing it again.
Even if the date goes
perfectly, still do it. The rumors will spread regardless about you two.
I heard something about regardless of.
I heard regardless,
Al
even if the date doesn't go well, then I lost
I
it.
said even if the date goes perfectly, the rumors will spread regardless about you two.
Yes, but
basically.
if that... And he
They're going to
says...
spread the rumors no matter what.
He says, yes, but the difference will be then that if we're actually maybe together, I'm not sure that'll even happen, but if at least the date goes well enough that we go on another, then that's a rumor that I can deal with because, well, they won't mess as much with me if they know about her. She nearly punched Melon in the face. I've seen her do it. Not that I need her to defend me, just that it would be someone else who was choosing me and not choosing to, well, look askance at me because of who I used to be or who I worked for.
Okay, so when is this date? You said it's tonight. What time?
And he says, it should be happening tonight at the 6th bell. And right now you know that it's about I guess by now it's about the 1st or 2nd bell, basically 2 o'clock, and it's happening at like 6. And he says, and we're supposed to meet there. And listen, I don't want her to be tricked or anything. I'm not doing that. I just want to be confident, I guess, and to feel like I'm not going to make a mistake, at least the first time. I'll make many mistakes later, just not the first time.
You are going to make mistakes regardless.
But
If she genuinely likes you, she won't care.
yeah. And he just shakes his head.
I want to go on this date. I want to watch.
This is a job for Nisiana and Maramé.
Yes, it is. You guys go do something else.
Right.
Or me and Spanner.
I was
Go
going to, no,
out.
Spanner.
Are two of you going to break in? Wait. Is this a buddy comedy where Alarian and Tantin break in to get Flamewind while Maramé and Nisiana deal with the
See,
date?
that's kind of what I'm thinking, actually.
Just
Yes.
bounce back and forth.
Yes.
Well, actually, it may be that Tantan should be with me because Marimay has the sneaking ability.
And I'm going to be dead honest. Larian wants nothing to do with this.
absolutely zero. And if Tanton doesn't eat, well, wait, Tanton, yeah, that's true. That's true. With her, with Maramy at me, the concealment and magic would probably be much more useful, and the lockpicking stuff. Although you've done terribly at lockpicking, I'm just gonna say that.
The
Marty.
last time I did great. Remember that one time?
Now, do
Once.
remember, you won't have my
Once.
access to my I believe in you.
I
You won't be
know.
within 30 feet.
I also have-
However,
yeah.
I can't. This is a GM question.
Yeah.
If Tanton and I are having dinner next to Zelmar, can he be part of my? Because I believe in him, so he gets to reroll any ones.
I don't think I'm going to extend it to that. I think you need to know those folks better. You've actually trained with your companions
true.
as opposed to
Okay.
this guy.
That's
Also,
funny.
by the way, Zelmar, just so you know, is 2 words. His first name is Zell. His last name is Mar.
Oh, Zel.
Just so
Okay.
you know, yeah.
Keep in mind,
So-
yeah, I just keep pronouncing his full name. So
Yeah, no,
there you go.
you, I imagine would. I do also want to note very quickly, Zell looks extremely earnest to you, and the part where he looks most earnest is when he keeps saying he doesn't want her tricked, he doesn't want her fooled. Like, you don't get the impression he's actually creeping on her. You get, in fact, he even says to you at one point, he wants her respect. Like, that's what he's looking for first. So he goes on about this repeatedly. It's the only time that he actually stops hemming and hawing is when he says, don't trick her, don't charm her, and don't fool her.
I have absolutely been in this situation. It just wasn't with a half-orc woman. It was just,
I would hope not, because I'd have a lot of questions, Tren. I
Well,
would have.
this is why it should be me, Naciana, and Tantan. Tantan can be like, "Stop being an idiot," and Naciana can say, "You got this."
so
Just
two
be-
things.
Right.
So
Right.
Triffid says pose as waiters, which immediately makes me imagine Tanton coming over with a towel over his arm and a pitcher and say, "Can I refill your glass of shut the fuck up?" You know? And then the other
The lady
thing
looks
Triffid-
lovely tonight, doesn't she, sir?
I have a glass of trying too hard here. What?
Right.
Nothing. I just
and Triffid also says cast guidance. That's a touch spell. So that means
I did.
you can do it. Like it's just.
people at the next table are constantly
water
leaning
boy.
over and tapping.
Oh my god.
She'll think the waiter's coming on to him.
Yeah, right. All of a sudden, she's just like, "Oh, Tanton is. God damn it! This isn't working right."
No, it would be beautiful because it would reverse. She would think that Tanton was hitting on him. She'd get it like, "This is my man. Get away from me."
Yeah. Oh, I see. It's this whole
And
setup.
Tanton gets punched out, which would be hilarious.
Wouldn't take much. Yeah.
And meanwhile, Halar's just like, "What exactly did you do to keep from drawing attention to?" Like, right?
Hey, look, she punched me out. Spanner saw it. I didn't have time to stop him, and he ate her. So it was just-
So Zelmar's not really happy with us at all now. So.
No. It's like Spanner could be there. I could be petting Spanner and like touch the back of this chair or something. I don't know where this place is. We could be sitting. Actually, I will ask. So this place, this detention, are the
Yes.
tables close together?
Oh yes, they try to pack in as many as they possibly can. Not much
So we
social
could sit-
distancing going on there. And he kind of
So
laughs.
we
and
could sit really close to you guys while you're on your date, right?
You could. I mean, not. Well, yes. No, that's true. You could. I mean, you
true.
couldn't whisper to me, then she would know.
I
and-
don't need to whisper to you. All I need to do is be sitting next to you because I can guide you. You will be doing it, but with Eberron's power,
But you're not going to.
Just,
You're not going to convey. Like, wait, guide doesn't mean you're going to twist her or anything, are you?
No. I'm giving you the ability to reach your inner confidence simply by sitting next to you.
Oh yes. Well, that would be wonderful. So if there's ever a moment of confusion or where I'm saying something stupid, I can just look over to you and you'll look at me
Don't
and
look
wink
at
or
me.
something.
No.
No?
You
I'll
do not have
reach
to talk
over and
to me
you'll
at all.
high five me if I'm doing the job.
No. Remember, we're gonna have stones. We can talk without.
That's true. We do have the stones. So
Do
I'll
we-
just
do we
hold
still
up the
have-
stone. No, I can't do that. She'll
No.
see it.
Do we still have the mind link up, right?
I assume so. Yeah.
Where
Because
she
we're
gets up.
probably pinging each other the whole
Yeah.
way. through
Yeah.
this conversation.
You could just suggest a tap on the foot.
Oh, thank you. Just think, I would just tap you with the foot. That's all I need to do.
Oh yes, that's That makes sense. Yes. And then if you tap me on the foot, what is that? Is that the signal that I'm supposed to? Do I
No,
clear
you
my
don't have
throat?
to
Do I stand
anything.
up?
It's,
Do I?
it's
Oh,
magic. It's magic.
Tapping me on the foot is magic?
Yeah.
What kind of
I
magic
have-
tapping is this?
I can guide you.
Oh,
It's guidance.
guidance.
Divine guidance to you.
Divine.
To reach your inner confidence.
And he kind of looks for a moment. He's like, I
There's,
thought I
there's
saw this in a
nothing-
self-help book once. I'm sorry, that was a terrible thing to say. I believe you. So you would tap me on the foot, and I will gain some guidance. All right, that sounds good. Although, yeah.
Is there something that you have a difficult time doing? Something like threading a
up?
needle or something?
Thinking
So that I can show you,
talking to someone I appreciate
no.
and like.
right? Oh, how do I show that what it would be?
What is a piece of research you've been trying to complete that has stumped you several times recently?
Well, I've been trying to discover this.
Be brief.
He's like, well, chapter 1. No, he
Good luck.
he says, well, you see the owl behind me, and the owl's like, whoo.
Yes, you.
Well, the owl there, he's capable of flight, he's capable of sight, he's capable even of communication in certain small forms, but, well, the range is the problem. I haven't been able to get him to go far enough and to come back from far enough. He gets a certain way out of the way of my presence, and he just falls to the ground. There's not much use in having a sending owl if you don't have someone that can come back to you. Get outside 100 feet, and he just goes inert, and I haven't been able to figure out why yet.
Try again.
Okay, so think about the problem. And I basically move my foot so it touches his foot, and I give him guidance.
Okay.
I'm like, think about the problem again, and what you can do to
The
fix
problem
it.
of the range, well, it's a simple issue of weight ratios, and then he's thinking about it, and
He's got the +4.
although he kind of stops, and then he's like,
Move to the African swallow. Oh, sorry.
exactly. Glad someone picked up on that. And I was like, it's like, well, I guess I suppose well, wait a minute now. Yes, an amplifier. An amplifier. If it has an amplifying device, the problem was it was too heavy. But if I lighten the amplifying device, and then his eyes widen, he says,
Tent
Do
is
you
starting
know-
to reach out and
do
pulls
you
his
know?
hand back.
No, but this is not about my research. It's about Gia. Do you know that one of the things she's been working on is the reduction of weight in materials? It is
We do
clearly
now.
divine inspiration. And he sort of looks at you and Nisiana and says, "You, brilliant! Amazing! Yes. Well,
Deep
I
breath.
see." Sorry. What did you say? Oh,
Deep breath and calm.
And that's exactly how it will work. You'll never have to acknowledge me.
all right, but you realize that I've also done a great deal of research, and I'm fairly good as a researcher. I am fairly terrible on dates. If you guide me,
How do
maybe
you
I'll go
know?
from fairly terrible to terrible. Well,
How
I've
many
been on
dates?
one or
How do you
two
eat a
of them
meal?
back in Ondair, and I was dreadful.
You know how to eat a meal, yes.
But yes, certainly.
And you know how to ask questions.
But they're all research questions.
Does she enjoy
And
research?
she's a researcher.
Well, yes, of course.
Well, during the whole research, after she tells you about the stuff that you wanted to know, you can bring up the idea of the owl, the thing that you were working on, and ask her for help.
Oh, but doesn't that make it all about me? I don't want to do that. Make it all about my problems.
No, you have listened to her.
All right.
You have talked about her project. You have admired.
His hand drifts towards the notebook.
Don't
Slowly.
you do it. Don't you do it.
Danton's hand disappears into his bag of holding and wraps around something that's very much like a whip antenna and starts to pull it out. Like,
Don't.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. You were saying.
Just, and we'll have the stones. Just occasionally, we can say,
damn it, Big Ball.
ask another question, or we can say, this would be a good time to ask about the owl.
Oh, well, I suppose that's true. Archimedes has always been, well, he's a pet project of mine, and also a project pet, I suppose. Yes. Well, It'll be
And that's what we can do. And we will be sitting near you. You'll never have to know when things are going on, when I've guided you, because it will happen very naturally like it just did.
And he says, if you can do this, I will be able to... Well, at that point, I would break any rule and figure out a way to get you the rest of the way to Flamewind. Perhaps with this confidence that you're telling me about, if it worked out, I might be able to... And he stops and he kind of says, you know, you're the first ones who have ever...
Listen to this long.
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Heard. Which is
And
a good
how do
place
you-
for us to go on our break. We are going to take our second break of the evening. Very lovely, by the way, everybody. It was a lot of fun. Very much trying to avoid the this is creepy. I was very much trying to avoid that.
Says the DM who, previous to all of this, was saying, I'm not trying to distract you from what you're doing. Yes, you are.
This is all part of the mix, though. It's all part of the mix. You are watching the spectacular crew of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron-Oracle of War, Season 2, A Century of Ashes. Now you know what that title came from, Part 2. And you are watching this amazing crew as we are here for Day 2 of ArvCon, hashtag ArvCon 2022. We are up to 4284, so please continue to donate and support. We are very happy with how we've done so far, but I'd love to see that number get higher. So while we're gone on our about 10-minute break, we'll get back here right after 6 p.m. Eastern. Please make sure that you donate and support us here. We're going to be going until right around 7:30-ish Eastern, and then we will close up shop. These folks have already been on for about 5 hours or so they've been on a long time, and I'm really grateful to them for taking time out of their day, but this has also been a lot of fun, and I hope that they're having a good time, because I'm definitely having a good time as well. So, Tren, Marie, John, and Jen, I will see you folks in about 10 minutes, and we'll be right back to you in a bit. Hold tight. And he said, as he puts up his camera again, because I know I have one, this has really been a blast. I really am enjoying it. I was so anxious to make sure that we're not doing creep. It's not about creep. But I think as a Rudinell, I think some of us have all been have had a similar kind of situation before. If you are enjoying what you're watching, first of all, please make sure to follow us on the channel and check out all the future shows that there are going to be of this campaign, because it's going to be running for a while, folks. This campaign is designed to bring them all the way to level 20, so it's going to sweep in various directions. And right now we're doing a little bit of a rom-com, right? That's basically what we're at. But otherwise, of course, for the moment, please support us here at ArvCon 2022. Coming up tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, we have the Rick Riordan Presents authors who are going to be coming at you and giving you some awesome stuff. We are going to have Kwame Mbalia. We're going to have Carlos Hernandez, JC Cervantes, and Yoon Ha Lee are going to be playing with Will Sobel, playing something called Feast of the Title Keep. It looks like it's going to be really cool. Will's going to be GMing it. And again, these are all Rick Riordan Presents authors. So that's going to be happening tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. But I would love us to have that number floating at around 4,500 or higher by the time we get to that event. So if you haven't already done so, please consider donating to support the cause. We're here to support the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, and that foundation does amazing, amazing work to support young researchers and has really affected lives in a positive direction. So take a break with us, then come back and donate. Thank you to my incredible mods who continue to run these giveaways tirelessly. And please, if you haven't done so already, donate and spread the word about this show. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. Please spread the word. Please let people know. And let's keep raising money for Damon Runyon. We want to make sure that we help out our boy Zell, but we also want to make sure that we help out the people, the millions and millions and millions and millions of people that have been affected by cancer. Let's do this for both the people that have gone and the people that are still with us, the survivors who have benefited from this research. It's in their honor, as well as the memory of those that we've lost, that we do this. Let's come together as a community to do it. I'm going to go take a break myself. I'll be back in a little over 5 minutes. Until then, everyone, thank you. And of course, hold tight. Back in a minute. All right, everybody. Welcome back. And just before I go over to this, let me just change the total because Triffid has brought us up to 4,300, and apparently also deeply disturbed garlic tofu in the process because of the fanfare. Yeah, I had already turned down a little bit, but I'll turn it down. Okay, sorry, garlic.
This is why I have things muted on that tab.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just one of those like, whoa. But yes, so we are up to 4,300. Thank you so much, Triffid. And yes, as you said, now the math is even, so that'll make things easier for that. You left up in your. I'm sorry, garlic. Oh man. I turned it down a little bit. The thing is though, like it also helps me. I don't want to turn it off completely because it does help me to be like, aha, something just happened. So I gotta put it somewhere in between. This is what happens on the regular though for a lot of Twitch streamers who put on these like alert things when people follow or sub that are like incredibly disturbing. And so it's like which I have never understood myself. Anyway, sorry for the jump scare, but thank you, Triffid, so much for the contribution. And now we are at 4,300, so let's keep it up, chat. Again, exclamation point donate for that. All right. In the meantime, though, we are here at 6:05, and we're going to be going for about another hour and 25 minutes. So with that said, I am going to bring things back over to the party where they were in the office of Zell Mar, and where Zell has just confessed his love, his request for them to help him. As Triffid said in the comment on the donation, she loved the IAB Cyrano de Bergerac scene. There is a little bit of that going on here. And so, yeah. So now we have the opportunity to see what the party says, as Zell has just said that he feels heard by the party. And that was a lovely feeling for Zell. So with that said.
And then Nisiano was going to say, don't you want to give that feeling too? Gia.
Of course I'd like to hear. Of course. Yes. Certainly.
Keep that in your head while you're on your date.
All right. And he doesn't reach the notebook. He's just like, all right, I must remember to hear. Not to be heard, just to hear. To listen and to hear. And just keep listening. Whatever she says, just don't say anything. Just keep taking in.
Zell, you have to have a conversation with her.
Oh, all right. Well, I can. All right. Yes. All right. I can do that. I can do that.
You're overthinking it.
Really?
A little bit.
And he nods. He says, "All right. Well, all right. Yes. I will. I will. I'll do that. So, look. And he kind of, for the first time, he kind of catches sight of the fact that none of you are really dressed. He says, all right, look, if you're going to be at this thing, and frankly, if you're going to try to mingle enough to be able to get to the stairs to go up to the locked door that you're then going to have to get through so you can go see Flamewind, but if you're going to do any of that, you can't be dressed like this. You're going to have to dress as well, one of us, as students. Let's see, or graduate students, or faculty anyway. And he kind of, rubs his beard and he says, or rubs his chin, doesn't have a beard. He says, yes, I know. And he gets up from the chair where he was sitting and he goes to behind his desk. And from behind he says, you see, oftentimes
Is he leaning under the desk while I'm sitting there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He kind of ignores that you're there for a moment, and he's pulling at a drawer that's at the bottom, and he says, you see, there's this thing that I do where cloaks of mine sometimes get, affected by my craft, you see. And then he pulls out a cloak and practically throws it over your head, not realizing that's what he's doing, Tanton. But it's a definite cloak that has seen better days. And he says, and so, the problem is, I should just get new ones, but when I do, I lose it, and so it's always important to me, and he puts a second one on top, so now you have two of them on you, Tanton, to find these ones that fit, and they give us one every year, and then a third one he puts on top of you. Yeah, that's perfect, exactly. And so I have, and then he puts the fourth one on top of you. So he's got four of these. So basically, that's exactly right. And he says, so, I have these four that I'll be able to. And then he stands up and he's like, oh, Yeah, I'm sorry. And he takes the cloaks off of your head. And he says, they all have used sort of like they've been in better condition. He's like, so these ones are ones that you should be able to use, but the concern isn't so much the cloaks as it is the belts. Now those I've only got mine, which I'll be happy to lend to you after the date tonight. But then also you're going to need at least 3 more. I only have one other, and it was from before I became in my position as instructor here. And so he looks and kind of goes to another drawer and starts kind of like, the classic throwing things out. So, you hear like sounds of crashing metal, and then at one point you hear like what sounds like a cat going, "Meow," even though you don't see a cat. It's just this kind of thing. And then pulls out this one sort of rope looking thing, and then you see it's a belt. And he's like, and this one is white. And he says, well, this is the lowest level. It's for initiates, but perhaps if they don't look very closely, they might not even pay attention. Sometimes they won't. At least it'll get you far enough. But that still leaves us 2 belts short. And he kind of... go ahead.
Just looking at the belts, like, how hard would it be to counterfeit the belts? Like,
doesn't look like it would be difficult, although, because they're very simple in nature. Although, no, I mean, it doesn't...
Nobody has that much ribbon.
Yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't look like it would be very difficult, although obviously there's the chance that they could actually test to see that the belt exists. But yes, they could. You get the impression that they could be counterfeited, yes.
Okay, well, I'm feeling good about that. I've got a bunch of ribbon. And if I can't do it, I might be able to go find somebody who can do it. But otherwise, I've got a bunch of ribbons, so I could try to mimic some of the colors I've seen, or run in by Zell and see what he thinks.
Specifically, you've got a bunch of red ribbon, so you guys would be the security guards.
I'm a guard.
Yeah, I've got the red ribbons, so I could be a security guard. I've also got some yellow ribbons currently tied in my hair and boots, which I could swap out the red to have the yellow. So I'm not sure what the yellow symbolizes, but...
Janitors.
Does the yellow symbolize anything? Or if
and
I
he
show
says, yellow. Well, yes, that would be... well, those are specific... they're adjuncts, really. Those are the ones that they don't have their own offices, and everyone pretends that they don't exist and doesn't give them any voting rights. But anyway, sorry, I just felt the need. But he says, but they do allow access to different portions of the library. I don't know whether they would let you get into the master's office by themselves, although you would need a key for that anyway. Yes, I think that might work. If you had 1 yellow, 1 red, 1 white belt, and then my purple one, well, it would seem like an odd combination, but again, if they don't look too closely, it might work.
All right. Perfect. I will, I'll get to work kind of just while I'll kind of just braid the ribbons to get the belt stuff.
As you're doing that, that's going to take you, so that'll take you a little while, which is good timing because you obviously have a little while to wait for this date. Alarian, I know you said you had 0 interest in this, so if Nisiana and Tantan are going, Maramé, you're also going on to watch this date, I assume, or not.
I was going to stick maybe with Alarian. I think we were going to go 2 and 2.
So Nisiana and Tantan are going to do theirs. So then the question I have for Maramé and Alarian is what the 2 of you are going to do here. What is your plan here? Are you going to try to get into... I mean, I'm joking aside. Are you going to try to do the Flame Wind thing? I don't know.
Well, I mean, now...
What do you think, Marie?
We don't necessarily need to wait for the other belt now, to be honest. If we go 2, we might be harder to detect, and if we get into any trouble, we have 2 people outside who can help us.
That's kind of what I was... Oops.
Yeah, so...
That's kind of what I was thinking. Am I having problems here? No,
we hear you.
And if we don't get Zell into it, right? If we don't get Zell involved, then...
If I can avoid getting him involved at all, if we can somehow pull this off, and I do mean somehow, because it's going to be difficult, that would probably be for the best.
So negative.
I still wish we knew one of the freaking King Citadel people in the library or in the university.
Yeah.
Alar, but so you have how many robes do we have right now?
We have 4.
You have 4 robes. The problem is the belts, not the robes. But Maramé's trying to.
And how many belts do we have?
We currently have 3. We'd have 4 with the belt he's wearing, but I can make a yellow belt and a red belt, and we have a white belt.
Well, then we're good to go. So screw
basically,
it. Let's give it a shot.
if
Yeah.
Nisiana and Tantan keep him busy, and then we don't involve.
You know, of course, I'm not the most stealthy of creatures. I'm just letting you know that. Just reminding you of that. My floatiness.
I mean, I could give us extra stealth by casting invisibility, and I'll just
Except once you start using your thieves' tools, you will be visible again.
just on you at least. I'm more subtle than you
See, that's not a bad idea.
because you're.
Because the only way I would break that is if, well, you were being attacked, basically. I would really try not to.
Remember, I have high deception, so.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because you will do all the talking.
Does
But
Minute
give me
Maid have
the
thieves'
robe
tools?
and the belt anyways, just in case it might come in handy. Although I'm not sure how it's going to fit me since I'm 8 feet friggin' tall.
Does Mirime have thieves' tools?
I do.
I wasn't sure if you had
I'm not necessarily.
sacrificed them for something else or whatever. Like with your glitter thing or whatever.
She's still getting the hang of it. Let's put it that way.
No, I definitely sacrificed the glitter. The thieves' tools are still rocking though.
Okay.
Thank you though.
Because Tantan can make any set of tools. So.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tantan, can you make me better thieves' tools?
Can make you new thieves' tools.
It'd probably be the same concept, but that's
Uh-huh.
good.
But
Thank you.
I believe you can cast guidance on yourself, can't you?
I don't have guidance.
Okay, then.
That's a
no, you
clerical
can't.
thing. Yep. And I can say I can believe in her all I want. That's not going to help very much.
Right.
I don't think I can inspire myself.
I thought it was others. Yeah.
Yeah, others. I can flourish. So I can stab the
Flourish?
lock.
In front of the lock,
Baby.
you're just kind of like, ha ha, lock. You have nothing.
And the locks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I really feel like I can open up to you.
I didn't know who I was holding out. I see. Now your skills are far too. I poor mechanicals.
I have a +6 to my thieves tool, so you think I could do it more often. But I feel good about this. I feel really confident about this.
Oh boy. Okay. So do I.
Thank you for the vote of confidence. I feel that.
Please make me invisible so I can flee if I have to.
Remember,
So,
if you want to see Nisiana go full villain, just let her sister die.
No. You know what, Larian would never let
Yeah,
that
I
happen.
know I wouldn't.
Worst comes to worst, we end up in jail. It's not that bad.
Never been in jail.
Oh, the shame of seeing Hilar. I don't know, man. That would just be not good.
You don't know if I've never been in jail.
Yeah, I do, because you'd probably still be there.
All right. So as I understand it, we have a split that we're going to do here. So the question is, because this is going to be happening more or less at the same time, because the university is going to be closing at 5 roughly, and the date is happening at 5:30 really, and the date is happening at 6. So presumably, the people will be heading over, including Zell, Tantan, and Nisiana, get ready for the date, whereas Merime and Alarian will be getting ready to try to infiltrate and speak to Flamewind. Is there anything else that Alarian and Merime want to do in preparation for this, other than, the belt construction? I know about that, and, you have the thieves' tools and all that. And I'm not saying that so they're like, are you sure you don't want to? I'm just asking if there's anything else that you need to do.
Well, put on the robes that look more like a tunic for me, but yeah.
The robes actually are pretty long. If anything, the bigger concern is what they would have looked like on Nisiana, because it would have been like
Swimming in them.
like the Jawa, like just walking along.
It would not have gone over very well, or it would have gone way over well.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's even better then. That's surprisingly roomy. So, you okay?
The second you armor up, it's just going to rip those robes apart.
Just like Spanner and his ribbons. Yes, that's correct.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gee.
So, then let's see. So, looking
And
at
I'm under the impression we're just waiting in his office until things close down and everyone
Yep.
leaves, and then we'll be
I would kind of get some information from him just to help my deception. So I'd ask him about, who does get access there, who does, so that I can pretend I'm,
Okay.
so
Yeah, he's
I would
able
get
to answer some of those questions actually. The several of the things that are kind of like important bits of info about them. as he's talking a little bit about what Flamewood would do. Hold on a second, because I have those. I have those codes. Yes, right. So he tells you that I mentioned that it was a set of stairs that end in a locked door that comes out of like this common area, which is in the library. Excuse me. And there are, again, the offices of various places are inside Lareth Hall. Now, Flamewind keeps from a separate residence in her own chamber at the top of that dome. So Lareth Hall is the dome, and then at the top of the dome is where Flamewind actually keeps her residence. He also lets you know that the offices are closed at night, but there are faculty who may be about, because sometimes faculty stay later to do extra research or something like that. So you may see some people. It's not going to be completely empty. And of course, there are also guards, usually one of the knights from the Sharn Watch, that are usually patrolling and looking around as they go through. Especially, he says, the security patrols have been beefed up slightly in recent weeks because of the rash of thefts that have been happening as of late.
And if we are caught and I'm trying to kind of talk my way out of it, is there any more probable reason that I would be there?
He says, if you are a faculty or a student, oftentimes you're asked to do study after hours. You could probably tell them something like that. And assuming you're convincing, I'm sure you could be, they would probably believe that.
Perfect. Good.
Also, Classicor has just contributed $12.34 so that the chaos continues. This is the odd-even battle. So we are now up to $4,312.34. And that is done entirely on purpose because the war between round numbers and non-round numbers continues. Thank you, Classicor, so much for the donation. Thank you.
It's a palindrome.
Exactly. Thanks, Classicor. Okay. Yeah, while riding a mechanical dog. No, he is not there. He's actually inside the building for constructs at the front of the place.
Wait, no, it's not a palindrome. Sorry, I screwed up.
Yeah, it's not quite a
I was
palindrome.
about to say.
You're right, yeah. It would have to be 4312 134 is what it would have to be, ultimately.
Right.
Anyway, so, yes. So that's the information that he gives you, Maramé, that there will be other faculty, but that also faculty are not guards, right? So even though everyone is a little bit more aware of the whole thefts thing, that faculty are not like, what? Tell me what I need to know. You know, like they're not likely to do that. So that may be of some
zone of truth. Oh, shit.
Some of value to you. Yeah, well, then we're all in trouble, I guess.
Yep. Cool. Okay. I can work with that. I think Hilarion and I have got this.
Okay. So Tantan and Isiana, you're going to have to leave a little earlier than Maramé and Hilarion are. So probably about 15 minutes before the hour or so. Zell, who, by the way, has been doing everything he can has been getting increasingly nervous, basically, as the time draws closer, and has now taken to winding this one thing, like this one spring, and like just, winding, and Tantan, you're almost positive, having done this many times yourself, that you hear the thing winding well beyond the endurance of what a spring should basically manage, so you're just like, wait for it, ping! And then it like shoots out and barely misses him. And
always one turn too many.
Always one turn too many. Yes, very nice, very nice. Okay, so he, I like that.
Turned to Nisiana and said, "Can you prestidigitate at all?" No. What
I
about
can
you?
prestidigitate.
You're not going to be there.
No.
Just he's starting to sweat profusely.
This is true. Stains underneath the cloak type of, arm stains,
Would
everything.
mending help at least the cloak and the clothing?
I think you could at least do that. Probably. And so Zell finally leaves you. He says, all right, well, I suppose we need to go to get to detention. So follow me. You have your cloaks ready? Your own robes? So he says that to you because, again, the two of you, Nisiana and Tantan, are going to be dressed also because, to look like students, I think is what you said, or faculty.
Do students never not wear the robes?
Very seldom, at least not out in public. I mean, well, not in this area. Once they left this area of the university, I'm sure that they wouldn't if they went to some other area of Sharn. But, if they're partying down at the, Tethlin's Folly or whatever, maybe, but not here. Because
I
their
put on the
teachers
robe
might
and
see
I'm
them.
like,
That's why. Yep, it's a little long.
This is a bit obvious.
You can have Tanton, not Tanton, that's me. You can have Spanner fix it when we get downstairs.
Okay.
All right, so he leads you downstairs, and accompanied with Zell, no one pays any attention to you at all, pretty much. The hall is fairly empty anyway by the time that you get out and are heading out the way. There's a stream of people right near the door that are heading out, towards having left chatting with each other, some carrying books, some speaking to each other. There's, you can see several students walk by, and they are holding like some heavy object upon the top of which it looks like there's a glass case, and in it there is an imp dancing, you think, but it's not 100% clear. There's a lot of stuff happening as you walk out. And of course, I assume, Tanton, you're stopping by the building to pick up Spanner, who is just there, and so you pick up Spanner, and you're able to depart from there. It is a short walk, this place from the university, and some of the people who left out of the hall, out of the Morgrave University, are also heading in that same direction. And so when you get there, it's already quite rowdy and, very busy. Not rowdy in a disturbing way, but just a lot of stuff going on there. Let's see, give me some ambient music here. I literally said, give me some ambient music, and the fanfare went off. Give me some ambient music.
That's not
ambient. That is not at all. Okay, I want something a little bit more upbeat than that. I'll talk about that in just a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's see. How about this one?
So once we get to a point where we can use Spanner to the thing, basically Tanda just takes the bottom of the robes,
okay,
like, where it would normally stop for her, and just is like, all right, open up, and just slices through the bottom of the robe that just cut it off at the right level.
But of course, well, yeah, but it is a little bit like it's a little jagged at the bottom, so it's just like no, I see it. I want to thank Anonymous for donating $37.66 to bring us up to $43.50. Chaos has failed again, at least for the moment. Thank you so much to the anonymous donator. Thank you. So we are at $43.50. Awesome. Let's keep it up, folks. Thank you so much. There we go. Okay. Now, so you do that, and you come up to this tavern again. A lot of people inside, and when you come inside, you can see that there is actually a Warforged who's standing near the entrance with his arms folded. Now, that's not that surprising, maybe, but as you see, a couple of people near the front are having an argument about something, and one of them's like, "I told you, you don't know what you're talking about." "Well, maybe if you didn't start drinking at 2 bells, you might actually know what I was talking about." "You shut up, you stupid. You don't even know what look, you want to cause problems? You found it, buddy." And so it's getting more and more. And eventually the Warforged sort of takes note of this, apparently, and goes over and says to them, "I would ask you to cease hostilities and separate." And one of them's like, "Shut up, Bumper. You don't know what you're talking about." And the aforementioned Bumper says, "I know that you are causing problems. You are, Master Stevenson, too drunk for this establishment." "I'm fine. I can handle my..." And Bumper takes him and throws him with one hand directly outside the tavern door. And he hits with a poof and roll, and then, "You son of a... you're not even a real... you... and he kind of gets up and then sort of stumbles backward and away. And the other person who was arguing with him comes up and says, "Oh, thank you, Bumper. I really..." And Bumper turns and says, "I would ask you to depart too, Master Francis." He says, "What? I wasn't causing any problems." "You were arguing with him, and I saw that it was you who was pushing drinks on him before. Please depart the premises. I would hate to cause you to leave not on your own 2 feet." And he sort of is like, "Ugh, whatever, you, and he gets out and just walks past him and down the street, and Bumper impassively turns, comes back to the front as you are walking into the tavern.
Before we had gotten there, did he show us how the rocks work?
Yes, he did. Also, the rocks only work, by the way, 6 times per day. So be aware that you can't be like, hey, this. Oh, I just thought of something. Oh, by the way.
Hey, does this work?
Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Testing,
Can you hear me now?
No,
3,
no,
4, 5. Yeah. Okay. So, and so, yeah, they're just there. And Zell says, hello, Bumper. And Bumper nods. Student Mar. And Zell, as you're walking in, says, Bumper's actually one of the reasons that this is, despite the fact it gets a little crazy in here, Bumper keeps everything pretty normal. He's actually an all right type when you get to know him. And so they walk to the back of the place, and Zell sits down, and he's sort of just waiting in this table, and he says, she's supposed to be here a little bit in a few minutes. I don't know exactly where.
Wait a minute. You say he's an all right guy once you get to know him. Does that mean he's not an all right guy before that point?
Well, you saw for yourself. He can be a little harsh.
Well, it looked perfectly reasonable to me.
Well, then you get along with him. I mean, that's how I feel. I don't want people to cause trouble. But, sometimes if Bumper thinks he misunderstands, Bumper never thinks he misunderstands anybody, is what I'm saying.
Okay. That's not neither here nor there. Where do you want us to sit?
Well, okay, so let's see. If I, and he's found a table in this one area, and it's starting to fill up rapidly. So there is a table behind you, or behind him. That's probably, it's not like a foot away, but it's not like 5 feet. It's probably a couple of feet. It's fairly near that you can find, and it's a table for 2.
Okay.
And he says, probably back there. Just so you know, you'll probably be asked to either pay a cover charge or get some food. They have nachos, I think. It's fine. I'll pay for whatever it is that you need. Don't worry.
Calm down. We got it.
Okay.
We're good.
Can you reach me with your foot? Like, can you?
I can do it.
Okay. Because I
Sit
could
down.
move my chair back if you want, and I could just.
No,
be
I got
here.
it. I got it.
I could face this way. if
No.
you- Okay.
No. Trust me that I know what I am doing.
Okay.
Your job is to focus on your date,
My date. Right.
and just like before, you're never really going to know when it happens, but you know it's going to happen.
Okay.
Confidence.
Confidence. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Right. I'm there.
So I'm going to sit down in the chair and move my chair back a little, pull the table a little bit closer to me, have Tanton kind of do his thing. So we are close enough that I can just sort of reach back and like touch his arm or touch his cloak or something.
Okay.
Or drop something in.
And he says, all right, yeah, okay, so I'm ready. Let me just get,
Relaxed
right.
confidence.
right, okay. Still waters. Functional gears. Functional
Tanton
gears.
looks around
functional
to see if
gears.
there's like a waitress or some wait staff kind of thing.
There are a couple. They all seem very like not harried, like they're in bed. Just like people are like they're running back and forth, basically.
Mm-hmm. And he just kind of flags on him. It's like, when you have a moment, Valerian tea for this one.
Oh, sure. Or sorry, that wasn't him. That was her. It says,
No, not to him.
Oh,
For him.
Valerian tea. All right. I'll see what I can do. And comes back, is holding a tray of like 55 drinks that are somehow stacked in some amazing combination that keeps him from falling. Goes over, talks to the bartender, blah, 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 blah. And while that's all happening, Zell is kind of looking around. You think, Tanton, make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, no.
Actually, Nisiana can make this check too, now that I think of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I got this.
Yeah, you definitely see it. Tanton, not so much.
Apparently, I've been a wingman before.
Every so often, Nisiana, you see him like looking down in an odd way at his sleeve, like every so often. And he's like, and you see him like maybe moving his lips, and then he kind of, and every so often he looks back down again at his sleeve. And he's like,
You know what?
Canton didn't see that.
She said yes to him. She knows what he's like. She will think he's enduring, that it's nervousness, I hope.
okay. And
Because at this point, it's too late.
yeah. Okay. So after a few minutes passes, you see, as you're waiting, you see kind of Zell sort of look up, and you see a tall half-orc with deeply tanned skin and this dark red hair in a elaborate fishtail braid. And she's wearing this, she is wearing this embroidered navy tunic over, oh my goodness, 534. We have gotten a donation from Classicor as Team Chaos returns. Sorry, bear with me one second. Thank you.
$534. That's amazing.
43.55.34. Thank you, Classicor, so much. 43.55.34. All right, the battle continues. The war continues. Now we're talking.
This is
Thank
the
you,
kind of
Classicor.
war where we all win.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so that's right. Everybody wins. So,
And
thank you.
is a palindrome. Thank you so much.
That's true. So he is, so she's wearing this embroidered navy tunic over leather breeches. She has a very kind of, like, she seems very like a friendly, open face. And as she comes in, she sees and kind of has this like big smile as she comes over to the table. And Tanton and Nisiana, you don't need this check to see that his hands are gripping the thing of his chair, like the railing of his chair, like this. You can see like his knuckles almost turning white. And she comes over and sits down, and she says, "Well, hello, Zell." He says,
Hello.
yeah, he says, exactly. He's like, "Hi, Gia. Gee, I'm glad you're here. I mean, I knew you would be here because you said, but I'm
gonna
glad."
use one of the things, and I'm going to say in his head, confidence, you got this. You both want to be here.
Right, and he says, he's like, so I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that we're getting a chance to talk. And she says, I am too. I'm really glad, actually. And she says, have you been here long? And he says, not an hour. I mean, not long. No, I'm not too long. We were supposed to meet now, and let's. I'm just gonna order drinks for us, if that's all right. If that's. And she says, oh yes, yeah, that would be great. And
It
so
looks like you already started.
yeah, well, he had just had a thing of water though. But he orders. Oh, that's right. You brought the Laurentian tea. That's what I forgot. The Valerian tea. And he's like, oh yeah, this is some tea. And then he stops and says, right, it's some stuff that I was drinking just beforehand, but would you like something else? And she's like, oh, it's fine. I could have some tea, or if you're having some mead or ale. Or he says, sure. I think maybe just a little bit of, and he thinks, he's like, maybe red wine? And she's like, oh, well, absolutely. Red wine would be great. Yes. And so he sort of, he looks over and he orders the barkeep over. And I am going to, let's see. So the way that this is going to work is Zell is going to be the one who's actually making these checks. And I'm going to do this openly in front of everybody. However, based upon your actions, you'll be able to grant advantage or not. Now, the question is, what kind of red wine should he be ordering that you can sort of remind him about?
Do I know anything about red wine?
I do.
She likes. I know she likes red wine, but I can't remember what kind of red wine. Tren?
I'm reading through it. The problem is the note, when you click on the magnifying glass to make it bigger, it doesn't get any bigger.
Right.
Oh, really?
It doesn't-
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
it doesn't get any bigger at
Oh,
all.
all right. Well,
So
let
it's
me bring.
actually-
That's okay. Let me bring it up on the stream then. I didn't know that. I don't know why it's doing that.
It has
okay.
never done that for as long as we've been playing. It
Yeah,
has
that's
never
weird.
done that.
Okay. Actually, where the devil? Where is it?
Something red wine prefers. Wait, orders red wine
Oh, there we go.
most of the time. What's her favorite food there? It doesn't actually say what kind of red wine.
Mm-hmm. So when they go over, they have a choice, and the choice is Crimson Rose, Stardew Red, or Moorgrave Red. So there's Crimson Rose, Stardew Red, or Moorgrave Red.
As someone who doesn't drink wine, I'm gonna.
None of these are real wines, by the way.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, no,
'cause
none of them are real wines.
I just like.
At least as far as I know, I don't drink them either. But wow, the bots are out in force today. No, I
Really?
don't want to buy followers in anything. I've got
Ugh.
love the followers that I have. Anyway, so
I like Stardew because I like the name.
okay, is it Tanton? Or are you
I'm looking.
okay?
Because she's from Karnath, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the other place? What was the third wine?
Moorgrave Red, which is Moorgrave University Red, like
Oh.
Moorgrave University.
Eh. I stick by Stardew.
He's from Karnath?
No, he's not from Karnath. He's from Ondare. Sorry, I misheard you.
No, I mean her.
Yeah, that's
Was
what
it-
I thought she asked. That's yeah.
Wait, grew up in Car.
No,
I
she is from Karth, I think, right?
Karth. Where is Karth?
Right, that's what I'm.
From Karnath, rather.
So she is from Karnath.
She is from. I think she is from Karnath. Yes, I believe so. Let's see if I have the note that says that. I think she's from Karnath.
It said grew up in.
No,
it
grew up in
looks like it's
Karth, but I don't.
Karth.
Karth may be a place that I'm actually forgetting about, to be
I
honest.
mean, because if she's from Karnath and he's worried about people, thinking badly of him because of where he's from, she's from freaking Karnath.
that
He got
can't-
nothing to
No,
worry
it
about.
can't be right. It's got to be. It can't be right. I think it's probably Karth, which is probably in Brayland, and I'm just forgetting it for now. There's a
Okay.
lot of different places. So no, I think it's actually a city here in Eberron. So my bad that I don't know it off the top of my head. I think it's Karth, not Karnath. Yeah.
Then yeah, Stardew's fine.
Okay, that's what we're going with.
Yep. Stardew.
All- that's fine. So you order Stardew Red, and because he has ordered specifically Stardew Red, he's going to make this roll at advantage. All right. So, and let's see. So he's going to roll twice. Or
Oh,
okay.
that was almost a 17.
So close.
It was. Well, let's see. Oh, and he has the +3 modifier. Okay. So we have basically a 14 or a 6. You'll be happy to know that the DC on that check is 12. So, so she says, "Oh, Stardew, that," and she kind of takes a sip, sort of in surprise almost, and she says, "How did you know that?" He's like, "Well, I sort of, I know you're from Karth. You said before, so I just, I figured it was the right, the right stuff to get. I mean, I hope it is okay." And she smiles and she says, "It's perfect." So, now, so they start talking a little bit, start talking about, various research work and stuff like that. And then she at one point says, my latest transmutation class, I was with Professor Boyle there, and he was in the midst of this, and then I was able to cast Rope Trick. He's like, Rope Trick? She says, yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to do it, and it's not really my line, but there was this whole question about the extra dimensional space that we were involved in, and you know, so I thought that if I could cast Rope Trick, so they get into this kind of back and forth thing, and for a while it seems to be on very good ground. You know, he's sort of like, oh really, and what do you think about that? And it's like back and forth, you know, really good, and then at one point he says, you know, and that's the thing, is that, you know, when you're in a space somewhere else, you're not here, you know, I mean, you're there, not here. And she says, well, yeah, I mean, that's extra dimensional. He's like, no, I mean, like you're in a different, you know, you're there, but you're not here, you know, right? You know what I'm saying? And she kind of gives him this confused look, and he's like, so, and he kind of reaches up his sleeve. Please help me. He says like this.
I will.
He has this big fixed smile on his face.
Yeah.
You know?
I say in his head, I said, this is a good time to talk about the owl and the transmutation, the lightning of metal.
He coughs and he's like, first I have to finish the extra space convo. And she says, are you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just a little, you know, a little
And
mind
I'm sorry,
blown
Arv,
away.
I didn't actually hear what you said there.
Have to finish the extra dimensional space conversation first.
No, you don't.
Yes.
But she's gonna.
Don't
She's
just
gonna know.
Doesn't matter. Shift it.
He's like, you know, I want to ask you a question. She's like, okay. And he's like, it's about owls. She said owls. It's about my owl, really. So I have this mechanical owl.
I'm gonna drop my napkin, and I'm gonna when I reach down to grab it, I'm gonna definitely touch his leg so he can feel it and know the confidence, and I'm gonna guidance him.
Okay. So he says, and as he's speaking, he's like, so I have this owl. And she's like, you're okay? Yes, that's fine. At this point, he's moved his leg back. So he's like, and well, I've been trying to figure out something about the range. And you know, I've been working on it. You know, it's a process of figuring out something involving transmutation like you were talking about. And she's like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah. And I figured out a way to get it to, you know, I can get it a distance, and I can, you know, there's no problem with the resending. I figured out the recoil possibility vectors and, you know, whatever. And she's like, oh, okay. And he talks a little bit, and he says, but I can't figure out the range. If it gets too far, more than 100 feet, then it just goes inert, falls from the sky. And that's not much use for an owl, right? And you know what I mean? And so for a moment he pauses, and she says, no, exactly. You don't want a mechanical owl that doesn't go long enough, right? You want something that can actually do some good for you, right? And he's like, yes, exactly. You know the feeling, and that's it. He's like, but I don't know what to do. And she's like, well, I can't really help you, I don't think, with distance. And he said, no, but I thought of a solution. He said, this is the solution. It's about weight ratios. And she says, weight ratios? He's like, yeah. It's about figuring out how to lighten the load. She says, the load? Yeah. The load to lighten, it's an amplifier. If we could just put an amplifier on the owl, but it's too heavy unless you were there. I mean, unless you lightened the weight, the load on me, on it, on the owl.
Tanton sitting on the other thing goes,
and he's like, and he stops and he goes, so I was wondering, would you know about lightning materials, metal, I mean, to put on an owl for the amplifier of it? And he kind of stops. Now, we're just going to get a chance to make another one of these checks. Now, your guidance is going to be helpful. And I'm also going to give an additional +2 because of Tanton kind of bringing him back into line. So that's a total of +5, and then it's, what is it, 1d4?
1d4.
Okay. So we're going to have, let's see, 1d20 +5. And we're going to add 4 to it. All right, so that is 13.
Oh, you added D4. Okay, so 16.
And 3. So right, because it's 1d4, right? It's not 4. It's so 16. Okay. So there's a sort of a moment, a pregnant pause, if you will. Everyone's like, oh, and then she's like, Yeah, well, sure. Yeah, of course I could do that. Yeah, I'm sure that I could. I'd be happy to help. I think it's just probably a kind of an alloy you're looking for, and I think so. But I mean, are you able to build the amplifier if I gave you the materials? He's like, yes, yes, I could make materials out of any. Sure, no problem. I could totally do that. And she's like, all right, well, yeah, we could work together. It might be fun. It'd be like a project. I'd like to do that. He's like, yes, I would really like to do. The project. I would totally. Yes, I think that's sure. That's great. So that is continuing, and then as the date progresses. By the way, while this is happening, it's gotten louder and louder in the facility, in the tavern, and people have kind of come over, and some people have kept asking you the classic. They keep asking you what you want, and for a while you were just saying water, and then clearly that was starting to get to the point where they were getting a little annoyed about you just having water. So, what have you ordered, Tanton and Nisiana, for food?
I mean,
or drink, I guess.
He had me at nachos, man.
Yeah, I was like, I would totally chow down on some nachos,
Yeah.
and because I can pick at that for as long as necessary. Plus, if they have something sweet, I will want that too.
All right, so he, so the person nods, brings back the classic, like just some corn chips, and the even tastier nacho chips. Brings it over. They have some fresh guacamole if you want, that they're able to produce, for you, or they have some salsa if you prefer.
Is it
a new thing called
possible
guacamole.
Guacamole.
Is it possible that she is from Korth, not Karth?
It's possible maybe that's what I'm misreading. Could be Korth.
Oh shit!
Why? Is that
That's
changed
the
things?
capital of Karnath.
Grew up in Korth.
It's if you
Yeah, so it's
go
Karnath, yeah. And that
directly
actually,
north
so
of
it
the
is
Mournland,
Karnath. Yeah, Korth is Karnath. Okay, yeah, that explains it. I was looking at it as an A.
between the Nightwood and the
That
Redwood.
explains why I didn't remember any of it. Yeah, so Korth, that's right. And that is the capital of Karnath. And so, yeah. And that may also explain a little bit about the exile thing. So as he's going along, she says, at one point she says, so I wondered, Zell, you came originally from Ondair, right? He says, sure. And she says, so have you heard stories about the Mournland? Because I never actually went through it. I just heard from my parents and so on. So do you have any stories in there? He's like, oh, sure. I mean, I've been there, before, right there. And she's like, oh, tell me a story about it. I'd really like to hear. And he's like, he nods. He's like, sure, I can tell you a story.
I will
Tell
use
you a story. And he kind of just scrolls back going, I can tell you a story.
Yeah, I used the next one. We're on number 4, by the way. I'm keeping track. I will actually tell him about the Doom Dogs, or the dire dogs.
Okay.
Death
Something
dogs.
about the Death Dogs, and how they're part of the Mournlands, and what they represent, and
Excuse me.
they are sentient, and just tell him about that.
Okay.
That's
So as you're telling him this, he's kind of like, yeah, so there are these, this one time where there were these dogs, that were, they were really fierce and
wow,
but
I just thought this is probably a bad thing for a date.
they were really fierce and dangerous. And as you're telling him this, he's piecing it together. He's like, dangerous. And, but they were sort of watching, us, me and friends of mine, there. And they didn't attack, but it was clear they didn't want us to leave. And so
They're known as a symbol of
known as a symbol of
oh God, help.
God help.
No.
Help.
No. Okay. I am better than this. Hold on. I need to make a roll because Jen is not doing this very well.
You got this, Jen. You got this.
What roll do I make? Oh God, is it performance? Please don't tell me it's performance.
No, I don't think necessarily. Well, I guess actually probably, now that I think of it, probably performance. It's not. Yeah, you're assisting him, so you don't. It's not quite as as I have to do it all on my own, so to speak.
Well, I could do persuasion because that is charisma, and I'm trying.
Well, but you're not really persuading her to do anything.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, not with this story, except to pretend like persuading you that I actually was there.
Can I?
I would say deception, but you're not
myself?
you're not deceiving. You're telling a story.
That's true. Can I guidance myself? I don't think I've ever done that.
Yes, you can.
I guess you can, yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
you
guidance
touch.
myself.
So he's presumably waiting for the foot, and he's like, yeah, and then touch the
Okay,
foot.
So
You
guidance
touch the foot.
myself.
Touch.
I touch the foot, and then
Uh,
I get better at this because Misiana plus
Yeah, no, Triffid, she's not messing with her mind. it's
No,
it's
hell
the
no. So okay, so 21. I get back on track,
okay.
and I basically shift from their symbol of doom and such like that, but then I bring it back to the technology. Something that I think that they would like. But
And
Jen
the
cannot
amazing
own.
thing is, at the end of all of this, well, we were able to figure out a way to, there was something they were responding to the electrical current, I think, in the area that might have brought them together. And so we thought that maybe this is the sort of thing that they could be channeled and used. Can you imagine if you had a group of these dogs, but you were using them with some kind of elemental control? And she's like, yeah. He's like, then that would really make it so that you could have some kind of, I don't know, group of creatures that one would control. And she says, well, control to take advantage of them? And he's like, well, no, just to free them, which literally seems to come out of nowhere. And there's a moment where she's like, wow, that's really kind that you would do that. He's like, well, yeah. And he's clearly almost shocked himself. He's just like, yeah, well, so now he's going to make another roll, but he's going to do this at advantage. Okay. And this one's going to be only +3, but he's going to roll it twice. All right. Or 14. Okay. And she says, that's really kind. And, you know, I don't think I knew, actually, that you thought about things this way sometimes, Zell. I didn't realize it. He's like, well, I guess I'm not always good about showing who I really am sometimes. And she sort of smiles at him, and there's a moment, and smiles at him. And he says, you know, Gia, I wanted to say something. I wanted to tell you a little bit about how I was feeling about you. And she says, okay. And he says, so I was kind of, nervous for this, to meet with you here in the place, detention. That's where we are now. And she says, yes. And he's like, because, I wanted, I really think I really respect the work you're doing. And I just think, you've got so many great qualities, and she says, okay. And he's like, yeah, great. The qualities that you have are good and great ones. They're qualities that exist, and that I appreciate about you in yourself that you have. And you realize that it's been like several seconds before he's constructed a sentence of any validity. It just wanders. He's like, I was wondering, and he's struggling very badly. And one point he's just like, oh, sorry, I just gotta stretch back here. And he's like, he reaches a couple times, and he's just like, my arm's a little, and he's like reaching back towards your table, kind of, you chanting, you feel him kind of bumping into your chair a little bit once or twice. And she's like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, I'm just, I just, what did you say? Sorry.
I said stab him with a fork.
My shoulder, this old war wound. My shoulder is actually. Oh yeah.
It's my old war wound. It sometimes manifests by being stabbed by a fork.
I am so tempted to do something that it could go so wrong. Man, I'm so tempted. But I'm basically going to wait and see if Nisiana guidances him again.
I will guidance him again once I can get a hold. Just
Excuse me. Okay, so you're guidancing him again.
I will guidance him again.
What is it that you're telling him also, or suggesting that he say? This is
this
like
is
what,
number
5
5.
on the standing?
Number 5. I tell.
Okay.
I tell him. You tell her that you appreciate her, and you love listening to her.
And he says, you know, I guess I really appreciate you being here and listening to me, because and me listening to you. Neither of us are from here, you know. We're not from Sharn or Morgrave, and you came from Karnath. And her face gets very serious, and he's like, and I came from Ondare, and you always feel like people know that about you, and they treat you that way. Except you. You've never treated me that way, and I hope I've never treated you that way either. And I'm just glad that we're able to talk to each other without that weight that we're holding, you know? So, now he's going to get a chance to make one last one. This time he will add his normal roll, but he will also do the guidance thing. Okay, and now your guidance is 1d4, we said, yes?
Yes.
Well, 12 plus 4. And she pauses and she says, she puts her hand out, and she says, puts her hand on top of his, and she says, you know, Zell, you're right. I never felt like I had anyone that really listened to me the way that I should. When I was back in Karnath, I was asked to do things a certain way. When I came here, they did the same thing. They see me, strong, half-orc. I must punch things, right? The gods forbid I actually care about anything beyond just being physical about it. I have a brain and desires to do something with it, you know? He says, I do know. And she smiles at him. Several more minutes pass, and at the end of the date, which is about an hour or so, they both get up because she has to head out. And as they're on their way, and you can kind of sort of listen in as she's getting up from the table, he says, all right, well, thank you. I thank you. It's great to see you. And, you know, I guess I'll see you in class. And she puts her hand on his shoulder and she says, are you free tomorrow to talk and go out somewhere? It doesn't have to be here. You know, it could be down the way. The tavern is a little quieter if you wanted.
No, and it's 2 golden hour.
The golden hour, maybe. I hear there's a room that's locked, that's guarded. No, he says, yes, yeah, sure. And she reaches down and just gives him a little peck on the cheek and says,
which for a half orc is
and she says, thank you. Thanks for remembering the wine too. And she turns around and leaves, and then he kind of does this, like looking at both of you. He's like, did that?
Yes.
Did
yes.
that?
Yes, she would like to see you again. She likes you for you.
And he's like, ale all around, and he just stands up and, like, you know, there's just a rave. This dude's like, ah, and he just like mead for everyone. While that is happening, meanwhile, back in Morgrave University.
Now the pendulum swings.
Back in Morgrave
that went
University.
well, so let's go to the not so well.
Meanwhile, back in Morgrave, Alarian and Marame, you are making your way, and for this I'm going to jump back over to this. You are making your way slowly through the common area. And as you are sort of making your way there...
And Marame's casting invisibility on me, correct?
Is that actually
Right.
true?
Or were you going to hold off on it in case we needed it later?
I would have asked Zell if they had any like magic detection, like what their magic detection would have been like, and if invisibility would have been easily found out. Like,
They do have magic detection. The impression that you got was that the invisibility probably wasn't going to help you once you got into the hall. They have anti-magic wards there and things of that nature. Now, if you're super powerful, you can override them. But I mean,
no.
Sure, the fifth level should be able to take care of that without, a problem. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we'll just rock.
All right,
it
we'll
then.
just
rock and roll.
act like we belong here. Exactly.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
You are...
We're berobed and bebelted.
So you walk over to the common room, and this is the part where as you get to you see the stairs that Zell described that leads up to the door leading out of the library. And actually, I'm going to get rid of the tavern music because we're not there anymore.
Damn.
We are no more tavern music. Okay. Now, instead of the tavern, we are back here. Where's my sounds here?
Wait,
exactly.
It's just happy jaunty music.
That's such a great theme too. Okay. Oh no, that's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. It was this one that I was playing. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, so as you are making your way up the stairs, you make your way up the stairs to this locked door. And when you get there to the locked door, it is a large rosewood door. And you are just standing in front of it now, Marimé and Ilarion, dressed in your respective robes.
Is anybody looking directly at us, or can I try to?
At the moment, no. There's only you and Ilarion are basically right next to each other, and there's not a lot of room in this hall, in this set of stairs. But no one is coming up the stairs towards you. You don't know if anyone's on the other side of the door, obviously.
I'll step down a couple so she'll have room to work.
Okay.
Perfect. So now Zell told me that this was locked, but
Correct.
is it also? It's alarmed as well, right? It is an alarmed
probably.
door. So if I miss my lock picking, the alarm will go off.
Maybe.
Okay. If it does that, I can still try to talk our way out of this. Okay. Okay. So if anybody,
Conceivably.
I am going to roll for.
Does Chad have inspirations, by the way?
Please have
Because we do have inspirations I know that exist, that are here, and we're almost to the end of the month. I mean, I know we have other events happening tonight and tomorrow, but
And we're almost to the end of this.
True, you are almost to the end of this segment. We got about another 20 minutes or so. Inspirations exist. Prince Justin has used up. I know Prince Justin did that to save some of the people in Espergenesis. I can't blame him.
Inspire me, please.
Hillness is asking who needs inspired. Who
that
needs
I can pick a
inspired?
lock.
Marimé does.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be
so
Marimé. Hillness
I'm
waits for the moment.
I'm
then-
studying the lock in the meantime.
The donation inspirations for donations yesterday still count. Yes, I'm not taking new ones that we're giving out, but yes, they do still count. But Hillness has inspired Marimé Hawksmoor.
Thank you,
Hillness. Thanks, Hillness.
Okay.
Now
So
she's
then
gonna
I
roll
will.
2 2s.
Keep
Okay,
those in reserve. Maybe
Stop
Triff it for
that.
tonight then, or tomorrow. And Trend does have one, yeah.
Is that enough of your nonsense, sir?
So I'm rolling this at advantage, Dan. That's how inspiration works, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I got this. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
That's right. You used your inspiration to help Flaherty Carl Pie. What's up, Words White Will? Exactly. Save them. Exactly, says
Hi.
Will Sobel, who's going to be our GM for our event tonight. So that's why. Okay. All right. So you hear this kind of click, and then the door opens. And you are able to see this. And I actually have another map for you folks here.
That's exciting.
I'm going to bring us all to.
After
The map
7
of
hours
New
of
Mexico.
play.
And it's a map
It's
of.
never a good sign when he has a map.
Isn't it?
What does that mean? That combat will happen? Okay, so Marimé and Ilarion, if you can bring your tokens over here. And I
hang
will
on, I gotta
show
find-
chat that as well.
I'm huge.
Wow, you are as large as the hallway. Not quite
Yes.
accurate.
I mean, that's kind of close.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I'm being
A
very.
little bigger.
There you go. How's that?
Oh wait,
Just
that's
kidding.
smaller.
Oh, I am also big. I'm very
Back
proud
of the
of
50-foot
myself.
shrunken knucklehead woman.
Ah,
Okay, there we go.
I feel jostled.
Sorry, I was just making sure that, and I guess Hilarion is. I'm just because you folks can't size them, so that's why I'm trying to.
Fair.
All right. That
All
is-
right.
Yes.
All right, good. So, you open it, and before I reveal more than I should, let me just. Make
I
sure
will
that have
turn
this right
around and just make sure that Ilarion sees how proud I am at how well I did with that lock picking, and then I will
And
go
they
through.
nod in acknowledgement of your skills very solemnly. Absolutely. I mean, that was impressive. Don't get me wrong.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I felt inspired,
Yep.
Okay.
You must have been drawing from your sister.
Exactly. I'm sure she's doing great too.
That's right around the time that we're getting the whole like story about the dogs that are. I don't.
They just kind of stand there.
Let anybody leave?
So okay, so
Sorry,
that's
just
like
give me
the
1
corridor
second.
we're seeing.
Yeah. I'm trying to make sure I'm not revealing too much.
that's
Okay. So
Eventually, you're
here
going to
we go.
reveal it all. So you might. as
Well,
go
that
ahead.
depends
Yeah.
on you, my friend. Actually, not you. It depends on them.
I was going to say I'm not there. Then.
That's true. Okay, so here you go. There is, as you can see, a hallway, a circular, or rather a curved hallway, that extends both to the north and to the south. It is a curved hallway with plush red carpet, and there's rosewood wainscoting on the walls. And there are doors which are evenly spaced on one side. The other side has framed portraits of people wearing serious expressions. There's a small plaque on the frame of each painting, which names the professor and the years of their tenure.
Okay.
And when where we are, we cannot see anyone coming or going.
Not at the moment.
Okay. Well,
So he said that we should be able to find her easily once we get in. That's really all. That's all I wrote down. Once in, should be able to find her.
doors.
There are. She's in the dome. Do they?
So there are doors across the hallway as well. You can see the one that's right, like, yeah.
Just follow the stench of cat pee. You'll find her.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we don't want to trigger an alarm. No. We don't want to trigger an alarm.
No, you don't.
No, we don't. And he didn't give us any other useful information, did he, Mr. Boydate?
He did not, although he may not have known. I mean, as I said, he's not really come up here very much himself, because this is an area where people only come for certain specific reasons for, research purposes and things like that.
Okay, well, there's no choice. Let's walk and see if we can see something that might lead us to her, and then we'll have to just try. She lives in the dome, which is like
Would be in the center somewhere, right?
yeah.
Yep.
But if there's
So
so
we know
many,
the doors would be on the. Okay.
but they're all doors, right? Or
Yeah, but
No. So those yellow ones are not. The yellow ones are the portraits
Are
that I talked
portraits.
about
Oh,
before.
the
so-
brown is the doors.
Right.
And
So
actually,
should-
so far I'm seeing one door on this side right here. The rest are all portraits.
right. So do you want to try to? Should we
A
try
floof.
that door?
Yes. You work on that. I'll look down here.
Okay, I'll
just
open
to
the door.
see,
Why not?
and there's no more doors around. I go to that side, and how far can I see?
Let's see. You can see more. It begins to curve up the other direction.
Oh, crap! There's another door.
They might all. Oh,
That's as far as you can see, I would
Yep.
say.
Yeah, but I got the other. If I go over here, oops! I said if I go over here, yeah, it's. Ugh.
because there's faculty there too, right? So
I don't suppose any of these doors are marked, are they?
Yes. In fact, the doors are marked with what seem to be professors' names,
Okay.
from what you can see, except for No, actually, from where you can see, yes, that would be the case. So, yeah, they mostly seem to have just various, various like faculty names and things like that.
It actually says, "Do you think Flamewind's name would be on the door?"
I mean, I'm guessing it would be either her name or it would be a blank door. Because I don't think he didn't say that she works specifically with the professor or anything, so. Keep looking, maybe do a once around and see if we find a door that looks more likely.
Yep. Alarian agrees, and Keith starts moving again.
Can we try to keep an ear out though for any guards?
You could certainly try to do that.
Ilarion, what's your perception like?
It's +5. It's not terrible.
Maybe you should keep an ear out. I'll focus on doors.
Oh boy.
Okay. As you come around here, suddenly, yeah. So you don't hear anybody, but that's probably because somebody comes right out of this door here.
Oh.
And comes out and is like, "Oh!" And you can see that it's a it seems to be a older, probably a faculty member, if you had to guess. And they are holding several books under their arm, and then they have what looks like the equivalent of like a case, not a briefcase, but like the equivalent of like a folder that would be have. And they, who are you?
Oh, good day. Can I see the name of his
on the
name?
door?
Nope,
On the
because
door?
he's in front of it.
Shoot. Good day, Professor. I'm wearing the adjunct belt, I'm assuming, and you're wearing the red belt.
Oh, yeah.
I'm assuming.
Yeah.
We are just doing some research here. We're a little bit lost, but this guard here is doing a bit of a once around. You know how it is with all of the latest.
Adjuncts aren't supposed to be in this area.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit lost. I'm doing some research right now, and I've been told that I could come here to complete my research. And I start looking, pretending like I'm looking for my invitation letter.
And make a deception check for me.
Okie dokie.
I'll just stand there looking imposing.
And then you can look like you're about to throw me out.
I might have to.
That's okay. Deception.
So he sort of pauses and then says, all right, well, you might as well just make sure you're not here for long, all right? They don't want us to have faculty adjuncts in there. I mean, I'm sure you're perfectly fine, just, And,
I promise I'll be quick. I'm sorry. I'm it's been a day and there's just so much to learn and there are always more questions and I just really want to do a good job.
Yes, all right. And he says, he sort of kind of passes by you. All right, well, good luck to you. And,
Thank you,
and
Professor.
he hurries on and then he exits out this way down the stairs that you came from.
Too close.
Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah. And I'm actively looking for Flamewind's name on the door. Or an unmarked door.
Yeah.
One of the two.
So far, you have found neither of either one of those. You have not found anything that says Flamewind on it, nor have you found an unmarked door.
Anything that looks out of the ordinary or that, yeah.
Okay. Right now, it's just more of this hallway. I do wish Roll20 would do something that isn't just polygon-based, but you could actually draw the reveal. That would make it look a lot nicer instead of jagged like this. Anyway. Okay, so... yeah, so it looks like the same thing, and you can see it's starting to appear, starting to curve back, towards the other side.
Get up!
So, make perception checks, both of you, please.
Okie dokie.
That's like the only roll I've made all session, which is funny.
Whew. I hope you're seeing Ilarion.
Nope.
Okay. So, I would say that you're moving along until you suddenly hear doof, 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 steps walking towards you. And perhaps you didn't hear it because it was velveted before. But there is definitely something heavy walking towards you on the hallway.
And they said that there were magic detectors in this corridor.
No, maybe. Yeah, that there are wards that might prevent you from doing spells of some kind.
Yep.
And there might
Maybe
be wards that prevent you from doing stuff.
Well, maybe we can walk back to the professor who just left. Oh, let's go back to the professor who just left his door.
Or following.
Follow your lead, okay.
And Valerian grips her
Woo.
by the arm and
Thanks.
starts actually going forward.
Okay. And you suddenly see a fairly well-armored guard, presumably this is a knight, who marches around the hallway, and he stops when he sees you. What's all this?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I got lost.
Oh,
Silence
silence.
you. Sir, I found this pipeline in the hallway and I'm taking you back to the shadows. If you want to start the spy, we'll finish and we'll get her out of here.
He says, I'll have to report this.
Oh, please don't. My professor would be so mad. I am so sorry. You know how this place is. I just, I'm just trying to do my research and do great on my work. I am so sorry.
And he says, and he holds up a hand, and he's just like, And you're slightly out of your area, too. You're not supposed to be in here, he says to you, Valerian.
Understood, sir. I've had to stop the trespasser.
And he sort of pauses.
She has blocked everything here. I suggest we just take her back to the stairway and let her go.
Make a deception check for me, Valerian.
Can I gently inspire him?
Can you inspire him?
I am holding her arm.
How
I
would
am
you
touching
do
her,
it?
Actually.
Here. It's verbal, right? Inspiration? Here,
Yes.
Let me just, okay. How would I do it? I'd say, please don't call me a trespasser like you just did. I know that people believe what you say. And
All right, because I'm going to need all the inspiration I can get on this one. So if anyone wants to throw me an inspiration, if they have one to spare, that would be great.
Inspiration
Fine,
call
okay.
number 2.
My
Does-
deception
was bad.
score is
Does-
not good.
will you allow that for an inspiration for him at least for an extra D8?
That your inspiration is fine. I'm thinking about
Good.
whether there's an inspiration coming from elsewhere. That's an
That's fair.
Give them a
actual
minute. Yeah.
advantage or
That's right.
disadvantage
It's a D8
inspiration.
now.
Yeah,
it's a
Triffid.
D8 now.
That could be really handy.
And
for you.
Triffid,
know.
Triffid, if you wanted to use yours, then you could do that. I know
But
that.
you don't have to. Hopefully
don't have
this will
to.
get thrown out. But if you want to save it, save it. Don't worry about it. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna do it. I
Oh
hope.
god, look at the cute cat. He will inspire you.
Ooh. Okay, so 13 so far. Do I roll the D8 or do you?
You roll the d8.
You roll the D8, yeah.
Okay.
It's,
Well, that's 15
it's
So he says,
off the 8.
all right. Just keep bringing her along all the way around the hallway. You'll get back there. Just make sure I don't catch you when I come back this direction.
Yes, sir. Call
You.
And
and put her along again to get out of his sight as soon as possible.
13 wouldn't have been enough either.
Mm.
So,
oh, good.
so you head along the way.
Still looking for.
Yep. Still
Yeah.
have seen none of that as you're curving around this way.
Damn it.
Curving around this
Should
way.
have gone the other way.
Well, we're gonna come up to the stairs. Either way, we might have to make a decision whether we're gonna, run for it, because we are pushing our luck. Anything up top? No. All these damn pictures. That is kind of jaggedy, Arv.
I know. Because I'm trying to do it fast.
Just
I
wait.
mean,
Oh, what is this? What is,
Oh, wait.
a couple things I will note. This is a little different.
Yeah, indeed.
So, see if you just gone north in the first place.
I know, right? We totally picked the wrong way to go.
Okay. First of all, these are 4 marble pedestals that have detailed sculpted busts evenly placed along the hallway, marked with apparently previous masters' names and their years of service. And Right over here are a set of double doors.
So we totally should have gone north.
Yeah.
Which seem to have...
This has to be it.
But they have locks, though. They are locked with a heavy iron bolt.
We're thinking this
looks,
door here.
This looks beyond your ability to pick very easily.
There's 2 doors. There's a set there and one set here too, right?
That's true.
Doors?
That's true. Yeah, I was talking about the other side of the doors.
Okay.
These doors there, the other side of the other double doors though do not have that same bolt. They may be locked, but they don't have that same, extra bolt that the outer ones do.
Well, it said that she lived within the dome. So I feel that the dome is more central than there, I'm hoping. Maybe I'm just being too literary.
So I'm sorry, all right, I'm not following. Which doors are the ones that have the heavy lock?
The heavy lock is right here.
Oh, that one.
These ones here do not. They may be locked, but they don't have the heavy
Well,
bolt.
I think this one should be the dome she lives in, so try to get that open. Forget that one. I don't really care about it. I think this one is the one we're looking for. It makes the most sense because this is the dome, right?
Yeah, and the one to the north I can't pick anyway. So because you said it was beyond my abilities,
You
right,
think
Arv?
you think so? I mean, without taking a lot of extra time, basically.
And without mentioning that to him. Okay, I will try to pick these doors here.
Oh yeah, without mentioning to him that it's beyond your abilities. Not that it is.
think
I mean,
it's
I
this
could get
door.
this easily. Yeah.
I could do this if I wanted to.
Okay. All right. So do I sense a lock picking in the future?
I do. You sense a bit of trepidation over it, though.
Mm-hmm.
I will inspire Mary May.
Oh, will you?
Hey.
You're like a hero. You just pop up at the perfect
Literally,
time.
ha.
Uh-huh.
That's why Trent likes this new setup. It's not about the standing desk exercise, so they could just be like, ha.
Yeah, I will inspire you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Then I will do it at advantage.
Yep.
Correct.
Wow.
Okay.
So with no problem, you hear this
Thank
click,
you.
click, 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 chink, and you see this.
The claws of a gyne sphinx. Right through your
Yeah,
face.
exactly, going right for your face now.
So every door would have led here, is what you're freaking selling me.
Well, you only had whatever two, one, two,
three.
well,
There's three other
three
ones.
sets of doors. Yes, I
Actually,
suppose.
Four of the doors besides one.
I suppose there were other kinds of doors. There are large panels of glass which form a dome overhead here.
The frickin'
And
set-
it
and close the
stretches-
door behind us, by the way.
Okay.
Yes.
And
You
it
can get here,
stretches.
Mary May.
It stretches over 100 feet high and is
crap.
decorated with stained glass that depicts major moments in Corvair's history. There is a spiral staircase in the center of the hall which ascends to a room at the apex of the dome. Rosewood reading tables and elegant seating are spaced throughout the hall, while curved bookcases follow the lines of the walls crowded with books. But you are not alone, because a stern woman is sitting at a table near the staircase, her nose deep in a book. Now, right now, she is literally just staring in the books, in her book right now.
Okay, where exactly is she?
So she is right, let's see, right about,
Assuming we would have come in right here, basically.
the table is roughly about here. Well, she's probably at this table, I would say.
Shit.
What color is her belt?
Purple.
Okay.
Oh, no, I take that back. No, dark blue.
Dark blue, so that's a professor then.
Yep, probably.
These are tables, and these are bookshelves, and the tables are waist high. Well, I'm not hiding. What am I kidding?
And there's a stairway in the middle?
There's a stairway right there. So she's facing away from the stairs, looking in her book.
Why don't we gently just...
Did you
I'll
take
just-
something on the other side of the room?
What? I'm just going to ping you telepathically, but...
Press to digitate something on the other side of the room to distract her, so we can get to the stairs.
Yeah, I can do that. I can definitely do that. Or we can go slowly.
I think she's gonna. I'm huge.
That's well, but you're so quiet though. Okay, so I am going.
Your Iron Man jet boots.
Just floaty boots.
Okay.
So I don't want her to turn around, so I am going to so if she's here, I'm going to make a sound over here that's like a book falling.
Okay. All right, with prestidigitation.
Yeah, let me see what the range on that is.
Yeah, that's the one slight possible issue I might have on that one.
Yeah, because these are 5-foot squares, so you're talking
geez,
about.
so that's really long.
44,
Oh no, it does not go far.
It's about 80
10
feet from there.
And minor illusion goes 30 feet. I could shatter.
Right, calm down. Of course, you're casting just invisibility.
There's a beautiful glass dome above you.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, if she's reading, we could try to stealth through, but I don't know if that's going to work.
I don't have a sleep spell or anything, so
You can press sleep spell right now.
I'm gonna get a freaking sleep spelling. I'm sorry.
She's probably at full hit points. A sleep spell would not.
Just
fully
staring-
do it.
just staring.
5d8 even maxed out? No.
I can do vicious mockery. I can make her hurt.
Okay, that's not going to help us either.
Emotionally.
All right.
Okay, well, why don't we just
Well, you know what?
move
Well,
forward
no.
with intention?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Even though if she looks up, she's going to bust our ass. But let's go. Screw it.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Arv, we're going to stride forward purposefully to the stairway.
Okay. When you get there, she kind of so go ahead and place your figures.
Yeah, like right there.
When you get to the center there, she's like, and kind of clears her. Well, you've returned from an expedition and you're looking for someone?
Yeah, we're just here to look for, and at this point, I'm kind of pinging Ilarion, but I'm like, I'm just gonna tell her the truth at this point, because we're looking for Flamewind.
And were you summoned?
Yes.
I need you to make a deception check for me, please.
Would we be here otherwise?
John, I'll miss you when you die.
Wow. And she's like, oh, all right then. And like turns back to her book.
It's a good thing Larian doesn't breathe because the gusty sigh of relief would like blow over books off the shelves. And they grab her, like pull her up the stairs before the woman can change her mind.
Yay!
As you get onto the stairs, above you, suddenly there is the sound of glass breaking, and you look up, and above you, you see hooded figures armed with spears and long swords, who leap through a hole in the curved glass dome, and apparently, magically, float down toward the floor. In their midst is an armored Rakshasa, a feline warrior with the head of a tiger. A rope slung around his waist coils up to a wooden ship hovering in the air outside. And as he heads towards you, his mouth bears in a feline grin. And we will bring our session to a close of Century of Ashes Part 2. Maybe my favorite session that we've had so far. This was absolutely spectacular. That sounds bad. Yes, it does. Oh my goodness. So good. So good. Man, I from the Cyrano de Bergerac business to actually the ribbon situation to the infiltration with the finding the place with the dome and it's absolutely great. I loved it, and I cannot wait to see how you're going to do in the two of you dealing with a Rakshasa. I'm sure it'll be just fine. I hope
this professor has lots of magic.
Let's hope so.
I'm going to put a link in chat here for people to go and look and see what a really nice looking Rakshasa looks like, in case they don't know.
I want to go see. Oh no!
right.
Oh,
It's
that's
right there.
nice. So
Now that's interesting because
he looks friendly.
Looks like a cat folk.
We could be friends.
yeah.
Which chat did you put that in? Where'd you put that?
In stream
in
chat.
the
Oh,
in the stream.
oh, there we go.
Very nice.
It looks friendly, so that's okay. We're gonna be friends.
Let me show you what I think might actually be closer to it.
Well, I mean, we could have
I don't know, buddy.
scholarly
The,
debate about it, I
I'm just
suppose.
saying.
There you go. How's that?
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh no, see, I like trends better. Let's
Yeah,
vote.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
We're
We get
going to
a vote,
see.
right?
I think this is actually the first time that any of you, at least in one of my campaigns, have encountered a Rakshasa, and these are interesting creatures. So I am looking forward to seeing how you handle it. But I will start, first of all, on the right side and move over. First of all, again, Jen, thank you so much for being here. So many hours all day, but I hope that it was enjoyable, and I hope that there was a little bit of, laughter and peace that came out of it. I loved the stuff that Nisiana was doing with the guidance and the dates thing, and I was absolutely dying at the whole business about like the Doom Dogs, and you're like, oh God, help, and oh God, like this is just not.
That was great.
That was so much fun.
Like I went down the wrong path. Oh my God.
It was one of those things where you're just like, it was cool. What's up, Right Teach Play? Looks like Sleepwell. Yeah, but considerably meaner than Sleepwell ever would be. I love that.
Painful date.
I love, yeah, but you also, I mean, what I loved about it though was that everybody, it seemed to me in the end, was like felt that it was somewhat endearing. That like everyone's like, yeah, this is all right, but it was so awkward. I love the idea that you were with Tantan, who's just like, oh, what is going on here? And you're like, it's all right, you can handle it. Like, the guidance thing. It was really fun to see. How did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you?
Up until the very end of this session, where suddenly my sister is now facing down a Rakshasa.
You don't know that though.
I don't know it in character.
It'll be fine.
It'll be hilarious, because one of the things I had planned to do with that before, I mean, I'm still planning to do it, but it'll have to be next session, was once we left the place, I was going to do a sending tour and be like, okay, we're good. We're out. How are you? You'll have to tell me.
Not so good.
Yeah.
Some problems. There's some problems.
That could be the start of the next game, but oh my God, I enjoyed it. It did not feel like 8 hours. It really didn't.
We were about 7 hours and 15 minutes, 7 hours and 20 minutes roughly, but still, yeah, no, it did pass very quickly. Yeah.
Had a good time. All the cats who all need their claws clipped, I will say, because now kept coming to say hello. And I appreciate Team Chaos versus Team Evens. That was fun to watch.
Yep.
And I think we're doing really good. And by the way, remember, if you donate and your corporation has matching, you can always do that after the fact.
That's true. And when we talked a little bit about that, yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. That is an option that's available for some. I know not every company offers it, but some do. So that is a good call. Chaos is reigning at the moment, but who knows for how long, until Order takes over and builds things up. So we'll see. Where will the fine folks find you next, Jen?
Honestly, I think the next time people will see me will be at Origins.
Yes, indeed.
Which is less than 2 weeks away.
Oh, and Anonymous has just donated. Wait a second. Anonymous has donated $22.22 to the David Ruddy Cancer Research Foundation. Thank you, Anonymous. Once again, coming together here. 4377.56.
Wait, what?
Is there some special thing that I don't? 4377. I am so glad we went with Tiltify this year. Oh my God, I would have lost my mind if I was having to do that math on my own. I mean, I that kind of basic math I'm actually quite good at, but when I'm also trying to do 6 million other things, like, anyway, so yeah.
Chaos definitely reigns, but I will be at Origins next, or you can find me on Twitter, Facebook. My most recent story is The Necessity of Pragmatic Magic, which is in Heroic Hearts, edited by Carrie Hughes and Jim Butcher. And it's getting good. Wow, I hear something. Somebody got a siren going?
Bikes or something?
Sounds like a motorcycle to me.
That's probably motorcycles outside my, yeah.
Okay. It's all getting good reviews, so you should check out that anthology. Otherwise, come see me at Origins. I will have all the books, all of them.
Even all the ones from the Library of Alexandria.
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
for
All
you.
those those books too.
All the Shadowrun, all the BattleTech, all my newly released stuff. I'm very, very happy. Marie will be with me. I will be actually running a game, but not on Twitch. So
That's going to be cool though. And you will also, of course, if folks go there, they will find Garlic Tofu, who is in chat. They will find Write Teach Play, who is in chat. So we got lots of peoples that are going to be there. So, but thank you, Jen, so much again for giving up your Sunday and for being willing to do this. And and you did great. So thank you so much, as always, for being here. Thank you also to John, who despite being jet lagged and dealing with the plane and rushing and all that kind of stuff, you got here, you made it, and dealing with all the tech stuff with the voice, you made it. And Alarian definitely had these moments where you were just like, where Alarian was just kind of like, I'm not doing the date thing, I'm going to do this thing instead. And of course, if you think about it,
Which
you folks
they
got
may regret.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you folks got a lot of information though today. You had to gather information on Arul and Karnak that you found out about. You found out obviously about what was going on with this business with Flamewind and with Zell and all that stuff. And then now you just have to deal with a Rakshasa, so it should be fine. How did you feel about today's session, John? And where will the fun folks?
Well, I agree with Jen. It was pretty good until the end. So yeah, don't lie there. No, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad I made it. As tricky as that was, and being ill and everything else, and it's just been a hoot. But no, this was absolutely worth coming back for. And yeah, now I gotta wait on pins and needles until the next session and see what's gonna happen there. But this is awesome. A worthy game for a worthy cause, which is fantastic, and it's not done yet. So everyone dig deep and give it a money for screw cancer, basically. That's what I have to say. Yep.
Yeah, thanks, John. Where will the fine folks see you next?
Unfortunately, I won't be at Origins this year, so it'll be here next month when Merime and I try to survive a Rakshasa and their henchmen. So,
we got this.
We got this. And we got in here, so far so good. Just keep saying
we went
that.
the long way too.
You really did. I was just man, I can't believe that.
Opened,
just like, let me go around this other. Thank God you did not do what some groups have been in the past have done, where you try every single door and like, oh God, please.
Well, I knew it was on the inside. I was like, it can't be the outside, because every professor like, what are you doing here? Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
So at least we knew that part. But yeah, we really should try the first door we came in, but I didn't know. We didn't know. And that double door seemed like, well, that makes the most sense. So yeah.
It worked out in the end.
So far.
Got it.
And also, as Runo says, that second voice attempt was you could always do Bumblebee if you wanted, John. You're sounding quite transformery with some of the voice checks. But thank you, John. Good stuff, and definitely get some rest after this. And thank you so much for making time as well.
I will.
Also, as always, it was a pleasure to have Marie with us. And again, Marie, you same sort of situation. You had a lot of stuff going on actually in this session, both in terms of when you were with Zell before you went to they went on the date, dealing with that, dealing with the stuff with Nisiana with the ribbons, obviously then figuring out how to get through this hallway, having to talk fast on multiple occasions. And you had some clutch rolls like 25, 26, like you were really, I was wondering what was going to happen if one of those things like mega failed, and it just didn't. So you did great stuff with that. And it was an active and varied session, it feels like, for me to you. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I loved it. I like the fact that, there was a lot of role play. I mean, we didn't engage in combat one, so there was entirely role play, and it was fun. Even when I wasn't participating, it was fun to watch. So it didn't feel, I'll echo Jan's sentiment, it didn't feel like as long a session as it was, but I enjoyed all the parts of it. I mean, from having to chat with Nisiana to going shopping to being a little bit silly to the date thing to just, and then the big crashing through the window.
Yeah, speaking of combat, that will change next time. Guess who's getting some combat next time?
It seems that way. I like it felt like she was a bit in her element there towards the end when it was
very much so. Yeah.
It's like a performance, right? You got to be ready for like the story on stage at any time. You don't know when you're going to have to pull something out. So she was ready. She was kind of excited. So
yeah,
her skills had gone underutilized in Salvation.
That's right, and you're going to get that. You'll have a chance to sort of show more of them here. Also, it was funny to me the image of you being at the entrance to this place, and you with Alarian kind of like arguing. Well, maybe I could do this. Well, I could do prestidigitation. It only goes 10 feet. Like finally, just like fine. Let's just walk forward and deceive then instead of doing it the other way. So.
That was fun. It's a good thing I have the telepathy thing, because without that, we would be.
No kidding. The whole constant tap the head thing. Yeah.
Right. Like this works a lot better. We can get more complex. So yes, I really enjoyed that. So I'm looking forward to the next session already. And also kudos to you for still having so much energy after doing like playing for like basically all weekend.
Nothing
like,
gives me energy like playing with good people.
It's amazing. So kudos to you. And I will see you and Jen at Origin. So
yes,
please
indeed.
come see me. I will have books. I don't have many books though, because I got 2, because I'm from Canada. So I got 2 boxes of books over, and Garlic Tofu will gently bring them with her in her very stuck SUV. So run to the table, pick up some of my books, pick up some of Jen's books, and come say hi. I would love to meet some of you. It's the first time I'm going to meet Jen in people. That's very exciting. It's the first time I'll meet a bunch of you in people. And Greg, I've met you before, but it'll be a pleasure to see you again.
As always.
So yeah, so please come by. I'm very excited for this.
Awesome. Thank you, Marie. And again, thank you for using up so much of your day. And and I'm excited for Origins. It's going to be good times. Last but certainly not least, Tren, there was a lot of stuff actually that came out of work with Tanton, both in initially, like, we had the thing about seeing some of House Cannith and then figuring out different aspects. I love the idea that you didn't see the ribbon at first and you're like, where did you get that? And the whole, like, are you really, like, the whole very sus, that was funny. And then the idea of sending you with Nisiana to sort of work through this date was just, was the best, because there was just so much because it felt to me as if you were sort of looking at it somewhat as an engineering problem. Like it didn't strike me that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it didn't strike me that you disliked Zell, just that you were like, look, this is very simple. Like you do it this way, and then you relax and you do this thing, right? And instead he's just like,
flow chart, and it's like you're deviating from the program.
Yeah, so Nisiana's working through this stuff and you're just like, oh God, like I thought that was a really funny pairing to kind of work together. How did you feel about the session today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Again, echo everybody else, had a really, really good time. Thought this was just immense fun. The situation with the Rakshasa now, I'm just picturing like Mary May leaning down and going, hey, there's some people up here who weren't invited. It's like, we're supposed to be here. These people aren't. Just we'll trade places. You go deal with the pussycat boy over there with the upside down.
And I have just gotten continued success in your fundraising for such a worthy cause. It's inspiring. This is from a friend of mine, Patrick, who just donated $100. He's a very good guy, Pat. Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much. And all right, that is really cool. I'm going to add that to the mix. Sorry, Tren. On you go. 447756. Good stuff.
Yeah, I am also not going to Origins, so you're not going to see me there at all. But if you want to hear me, you can go and check out the most recent BattleTech audiobook that I narrated for that guy over there. Well, I narrated it for more than just him, but he's kind of the one who hired me to do it. So there's the link for that. That was not porn. Okay, good. Just make sure that you had to get the right one in there, because a lot of stuff getting.
Yes. No. Really, I get it.
Right. Just want to make sure, because chaos has been reigning apparently.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Aside from that, where will you see me next? Probably right the back a key. For more of this. Though I imagine that Nisiana and I are just going to finish our nachos.
Well, that went well. Meanwhile,
that went well. Let me send my sister that we succeeded and where we can meet up again.
And the response back is just a scream.
In all caps, cats.
But we'll have to see where we're at too, right?
Big cats.
Right?
Yeah,
like
big
how
cat,
long
big
you
cat.
guys are there, and
Yeah, because
Because you guys are Yeah, and you guys are upstairs, so we're downstairs. So we're now at a split party on 2 different things. So now we've got to split up again.
Yeah.
So that
We did the only smart things people who play D&D do.
Split the party. Listen,
party.
and I've seen it before, and this is gonna be interesting because it's also because it's true. Like you and Nisian and Ted, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourselves. You're like, this is going really well, and I'm sure it's going well for them. And it's just shattered glass and it's like battling it out. It's gonna be great. And yes, we will see you there for that. Also, I want to send a special shout out again. Thank you, Tren, because Tren was here 7.5 hours today and was here for like 4+ hours yesterday. So the only other one crazy enough to do that, besides my wonderful mods who are doing this in chat, of course, but I mean, the one to be on broadcasting is me. But that's because it's the charity event that I'm running. So I'm really grateful, Tren. Thank you for using up so much of your weekend to this. And it obviously has paid off because, as we can see, we have raised a lot of money for Damon Runyon, and we're going to keep doing that. So thank you so much to the wonderful D&D with INB crew. I really loved this. It was really a fun session, and I'm so excited for the next one. Chat, can we get some love for our amazing players in this session? Thank you to Jennifer Brozek. Thank you to John Helfers. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau. Thank you to Trendane Sparks. You are all the best, and I will see you folks here very soon.
I'm going to go to bed.
But yeah, please do. Bye for now.
Well, not join you, but do the
Bye.
same thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Get some rest, get some sleep. Everyone feel better. Bye-bye. All righty. So, folks, that's doing it for our marathon session, but it is not, I emphasize, not it for today, because now we're going to set up for the last event of this evening, and that is going to be Feast at the Tidal Keep, and it is going to be featuring a bunch of Rick Riordan Presents authors, and you will not want to miss that. We are up to 4477.56. We are already past our goal, and what I would love to see us is just keep blowing past that goal. Our record, of course, is $7,000 we set last year. Can we reach it? I think and hope that we can. I suspect that we can, but it's going to require all of us to kind of pull together. I am now going to, we got about 10 minutes before we start the next event, so I am going to turn off my camera, and I'm going to leave you all here looking at this screen and donating lots of money, I hope. And then I'm going to go over and set up with the last event. I will not be DMing this, which is good because I'm looking forward to just watching this, but I am going to be running production for it. So I'm going to go over and get everything ready, and then I'm going to introduce you all to Will Sobel, who's going to be GMing this event. It's going to be great. I'm very grateful to him and to the authors who are a part of this. I'm grateful as well to my good friend Carlos Hernandez, Write, Teach, Play, who helped put this all together. I'm really grateful as well. So it's going to be super cool. And I see CSE Cooney in chat. Hi, Claire. It is good to see everybody here. I'm very excited. And we have made some serious progress, folks. We raised a lot of money yesterday. We've raised a good amount of money today. So let us keep it up. Let's keep raising the money, and let's see how far we can go. We are almost to 4,500, and every $100 we have another giveaway. So let's keep it going. I'm going to get out of here for a minute. I'll be back here in a few minutes. In the meantime, everyone, please make sure to hang out here, donate, spread the word also, please. Hashtag ArvCon 2022. Please spread the word about this on Twitter. Let them know the Rick Riordan Presents event is just about to start and what we're doing this for. And let's get some people in here and raise money for a great cause. Thank you all so much. And don't go anywhere. I will be back in just a few minutes. Hold tight.